On the first floor up were the drawing-room, sitting-room and library, and on the second the master and mistress's bedchambers and dressing-rooms. Above that were the nursery and 2 other bedrooms, and on the top level the servants' quarters. It had taken Sally weeks to get used to all the climbing of stairs. Her appetite since coming here had grown, and she'd overheard the cook grumbling more than once about how much she ate. "'Tisn't my fault," Sally thought. "What with the milk I must give and all this added exercise." Sally laid the sleeping child in his cradle and went searching for another blanket, as her mistress had bid. This child already had more belongings than Sally herself had owned in her entire life. She dug through the wardrobe, then lifted the cover of the cedar chest behind the settee. She soon discovered a thick wool tartan and a small satin quilt. She ran her hands over each for the sheer pleasure of feeling the fine materials and textures. The silky ivory quilt felt cool to her touch, the wool scratchy but substantial. Surely the poor thing would sweat under either of those. She dug farther. Near the bottom she found a small blanket rolled up like a sausage. Curious, she pulled it from beneath the layers and unrolled it. The material was coarse, ordinary unbleached cotton, just like the material the girls at Milkweed Manor used to stitch up blankets and nappies. She was surprised to see such a homely article in this chest of drawers. Had some poor relative given it as a gift only for the thing to be stuffed to the bottom of the heap, with no hope of touching Edmund Harris's delicate skin? She felt embarrassed for the foolish pauper, whoever she was. But then the lamplight fell on the corner of the blanket, and Sally's fingers flew to trace the unusual stitching. She lifted the corner and inspected it closely. Why, she recognized this embroidery, this flower and pod. This was Charlotte's work, surely. Wasn't that the faintest hint of her initial C in the leaf of the flower? But how had Charlotte's blanket, the one she had stitched for her very own child, ended up here, at the bottom of Lady Catherine's cedar chest? The door creaked open, and Sally jerked awake. She had fallen asleep, rocking Edmund. Lady Catherine and Mr. Harris stepped into the nursery, no doubt to check on their son after their evening out. "What is that?" Censure obvious in her tone, Catherine stood beside the chair, looking down her nose at Sally. "What?" Sally looked down at herself, then at Edmund, asleep in her arms. "That filthy thing you've wrapped him in." "'Tisn't filthy, milady, only plain. Wherever did it come from?" Mr. Harris stepped closer, quickly looking from the blanket to Sally, to his wife, and then back to Sally. His face was sombre. "Perhaps nurse brought it with her," he suggested. "No, sir. I found it in the chest." The father shrugged. "It might be from the hospital. It was cold that night. I believe the physician might have sent Edmund home bundled up in an extra blanket or 2. "The hospital? Well, get it off him, then. Who knows how filthy the thing is?" "I'm sure it's been laundered," Mr. Harris assured her, "during your recovery." "Still, we have all these fine, lovely blankets." Catherine walked to the cedar chest herself and lifted its lid. "Please use these." "Yes, my lady." Sally bobbed her head. Lady Catherine selected the ivory satin quilt, and realizing her mistress meant now, Sally quickly unwound the hospital blanket from the infant. Lady Catherine handed her the quilt, and took the embroidered blanket from her with 2 fingers held far from her body. She furrowed her brow and brought it closer to her face. "That's odd." "What is?" Mr. Harris asked. "This stitching. I've seen something very like it before." "All stitching's alike to me. It's late. Come to bed." "Very well. Dispose of this for me, please." "Yes, milady." Sally folded up the offending blanket, but could not bring herself to discard it. After her employers left the room, she shoved it back down into the bottom of the chest. Charlotte hired a hansom using the few banknotes her aunt had slipped into her hand prior to her recent departure. She knew she should not go, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. Once more leaving Anne in May's capable hands and donning her large-brimmed bonnet, she stepped into the hansom and gave the driver the simple directions. She had received her aunt's note just yesterday. Knowing now that her niece had an ally in Dr. Taylor, Amelia Tilney had sent him a brief letter of gratitude, thanking him for alerting her to Charlotte's situation, and within that note enclosed another addressed to Charlotte herself. Her aunt had thought to cheer her, Charlotte supposed, with the news. But she had not. "My dear Charlotte, I thought it might please you to know that two you have long held dear are celebrating the joyful occasion of the birth of a son. We all feared how your cousin Catherine would do, considering her somewhat advanced age, and the discomfort she experienced late in her lying in. But I know you will be happy to hear that all is well, and Charles and Catherine have a little son they have named Edmund. I understand Catherine is to be churched this Wednesday at St. George's, Hanover Square. They have even graciously included your uncle and I in their plans for a christening dinner in honour of the occasion. Our old friend Lord Elton will also attend, so it will no doubt be a grand celebration. I am sure if things were different, you would have been invited as well. But let us think only on the joy of such news, in hopes that you will glean hope that life indeed goes on. It was a difficult lesson for me, but I hope to ease your way a little if I might. So please take this news with the happiness intended." The letter went on to explain that after her recent visit to the Manor, Aunt Tilney had instructed her driver to take her directly to Crawley to speak with her aunt personally, and yes, Margaret Dunweedy was still perfectly happy and willing to receive Charlotte and the child. But Charlotte's mind was focused on the news of the churching to be held not so very far from the Manor. Charlotte arrived at St. George's early, passed between the columns of the portico, and entered the grand church through a side door as discreetly as possible. She tiptoed through the entry hall, hoping to diminish the echo of her boots on the stone paving, and climbed the curved rear staircase to the upper gallery. Selecting a box to the rear, where she could see but hopefully remain unseen, she quietly opened its latch and sat on the bench. Below her she saw a portly cleric lighting candles near the front altar, but otherwise there seemed to be no one about. A quarter of an hour later, the centre doors opened, and a small group of gaily dressed women entered, chattering and laughing like a clutch of hens. Charlotte recognized one of Catherine's friends, but none of the other regal ladies. There was Catherine in the centre of them, wearing a pale blue walking dress and a fur-trimmed cape. A blue hat, ornamented with feathers, crowned her head. In her arms she held a babe. Charlotte's babe, gowned even more lavishly than his attendants in flowing white satin. As the women chatted amongst themselves, Charlotte heard bits of their plans to visit an elegant tea-room after the churching. An Anglican priest in flowing robes entered, and the women hushed. He directed them to a small chapel beside the chancel, its size conducive to the intimate gathering. There Catherine kneeled, as directed by the Book of Common Prayer, and the service began. Having grown up a vicar's daughter, Charlotte knew the service was formally named the Thanksgiving of Women After Childbirth. "Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God of his goodness to give you safe deliverance, and hath preserved you in the great danger of childbirth, you shall therefore give hearty thanks unto God," the priest intoned. Catherine responded, "I am well pleased that the Lord hath heard the voice of my prayer. The snares of death compassed me round, and the pains of hell got hold upon me." Charlotte unconsciously mouthed the familiar words along with her cousin. She was touched by the unexpected humility of Catherine's audible response. She had long known Catherine to be cynical of religion, but her declaration seemed wholly sincere. "O Almighty God," the priest continued, "which hast delivered this woman, thy servant, from the great pain and peril of childbirth, grant, we beseech thee, most merciful Father, that she, through thy help, may both faithfully live and walk in her vocation according to thy will in this life present." This part of the service did not apply to her, Charlotte realized with a dull ache. Catherine was being exhorted to remain faithful to her husband and to bear other heirs for him. Charlotte swallowed back remaining dregs of bitterness. "And also may be partaker of everlasting glory in the life to come, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen." Would Catherine bear more children, even though she was older and had experienced such a difficult childbirth? Catherine believed a healthy child had resulted from the ordeal. So would Edmund yet have a brother or sister, or would he grow up an only child? "Children," continued the priest as he delivered the liturgy, "are a heritage and gift that cometh of the Lord. Happy is the man that hath his quiver full of them." Charlotte sat and waited as Catherine's friends filed cheerfully from the church, their heels and laughter echoing in the lofty space. Catherine paused to thank the cleric, then turned and followed after the others. Charlotte watched until Catherine and Edmund disappeared from view beneath the gallery railing. Then her tear-filled gaze fled to a carving of Mary holding the infant Jesus, and above the magnificent painting of Jesus at the Last Supper. She stared at the images as Catherine's footsteps faded away below. Charlotte felt her lips part and her chest tighten. She had spent her life in a church not unlike this one, but this was the first time she had been so deeply struck by the immensity of what God had done in giving up his only son. "How did you do it?" she breathed, tears running down her cheeks. Of course she knew the situations were beyond compare. God's sacrifice had saved countless multitudes. Hers, only one precious child. A few days after the churching, Catherine pulled the long-forgotten handkerchief from beneath the sachet in her drawer. How long had it lain there concealed? The smell of musty lilac was heavy on the material, its folds now permanent creases. She turned it over, and there it was. The unusual flower, the pod, the curve of the leaf resembling the letter C. Yes, this was a C, and now she remembered. This was Charlotte's signature. Cousin Charlotte, who detested needlework, but had nevertheless made a pretty handkerchief for Catherine as a gift for some birthday or Christmas many years ago now. Clutching the handkerchief, Catherine marched up the stairs to the nursery. Sally jumped when she entered. "Where is that blanket, the embroidered one?" I'm not... Did you dispose of it, as I asked?" "Well, I meant to put it out with the Children's Aid donation. But let me see." Sally lifted the lid of the chest and flipped through the linens. "There it is." "I knew it." Catherine snatched the blanket from her and walked to the window, comparing the two items in the light. "Do forgive me, my lady. Look, they're so similar, are they not?" Sally approached cautiously and leaned close. "Seems so." "Do you know who made this?" The nurse hesitated. "Well, my cousin Charlotte. That's who." "Charlotte?" "Yes, Charlotte Lamb, my young cousin. I've been wondering where she'd gone to." "Charlotte Lamb?" Yes. Catherine strode from the nursery, both pieces in hand. She found Charles in the library. "I knew it. Look." "What am I looking at? Not the confounded blanket again?" "Yes, and the handkerchief. See? They were made by the same person." "I do not see that they are so alike." "I asked and no one would tell me. I detest secrets. I had my suspicions, but I did not want to believe—" "Catherine," he said sternly, "what are you talking about?" "Charlotte Lamb, of course." "What of her?" "She made this blanket, just as she made this for me years ago. That could only mean one thing." "What are you suggesting?" "You said you got this from a hospital. Which hospital?" "What does it matter?" "Was it a lying-in hospital? The Manor home? Queen Charlotte's?" "I had my mind on other things. The physician directed the driver to the nearest facility." Yes. Which was it?" "Why do you need to know?" "Because Charlotte is there, or was, and I have the proof of it." She lifted the blanket. "You have nothing of the kind. All sorts of ladies' aid societies make blankets for hospitals and foundling wards and other worthy charities. If, and I repeat if, Charlotte Lamb stitched that blanket, that by no means proves anything other than her stitching hasn't improved." "Can you imagine Charlotte sitting around stitching with some ladies' aid society and with such cheap material? I, for one, cannot." "For a good cause?" "Yes, for a very good cause. Her own. I tell you, she has disappeared, and my uncle will not speak her name nor hint at her whereabouts. Neither will her trying sister." She suddenly looked at him, staring boldly at him, daring him to lie. "You do not know where she is, do you, Charles? Tell me honestly." He replied levelly, "I do not know where she is." "I should ask Amelia Tilney. She would know if anyone would." "Why do you want to know?" "Why do you think? So we can help her." "Even if what you're suggesting is true, that she had a child out of wedlock?" "Yes. Not publicly, of course, but if she's been left to fend for herself, there must be something we can do." "That's very kind of you, Catherine." "Do look into it for me, won't you, Charles?" "Very well, if it's important to you, I shall." Daniel's father, John Taylor, looked at him sadly from across the table. "But to send your child away—" "What would you have me do?" Daniel asked. "I could help care for her. Have the nurse stay here." "What sort of woman would live alone with two men?" "Plenty would." "Not the sort I want nursing my daughter." "Anne is my grandchild." "And my daughter. Do you not think I shall miss her as well?" "But Lisette will want her near, once she is sufficiently recovered." "I pray that will be so." "May I ask what—" His father hesitated. "What course of treatment you will try next?" "I do not know." "Allow me to help you, Daniel." "You're not to practice, if you'll remember." "It was one mistake, and even then both child and mother survived." "Yes, I thank God I happened by." "She was not expected to deliver for a fortnight at least. If I'd had any indication her time might come sooner, that I might be called into duty, I should never have allowed myself to get drunk." His father winced. "Forgive me," Daniel said. "That was uncalled for." "I've not taken a drink since," his father said quietly. "But if I'm not allowed to work, to help people, I do not know." "Perhaps in time, Father, once that episode is forgotten. Do not forget Miss Marsden threatened to go to the courts with her charges if she caught wind of you practicing." "I have not forgotten. Still, I might be of some use to my own granddaughter or daughter-in-law." "You saw how Lisette was while she was still here with us. You would barely know her now. The mania is completely out of control. If you have some idea—" "I confess I've never treated a case so severe." "Nor I, Father. Nor I." The following week, Catherine again raised the topic of Charlotte's whereabouts. "I was speaking with my accoucheur, and he remembers a physician by the name of Taylor being on hand the night of Edmund's birth." "Yes, that's right." "Well, where does he practice? Have you contacted him?" "What do you plan to do once you know?" "To inquire after Charlotte, of course." "I'm sure such information is confidential, for obvious reasons." "No, I have my ways, as you well know." She smiled at him. "Have you considered for a moment, my dear, that if Charlotte were in such a place, she might not like the fact to be discovered?" "Bah! I'm sure it is only that preening vicar father of hers that sent her into exile. Charlotte has always been very fond of me. I'm sure she would be happy to see me once she knows where my sympathies lie." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Harris." The matron, and Mrs. Morling, was either ignorant or refused to address her properly. "But I cannot divulge the name of any of our girls, neither current nor past residents. Surely you understand?" "Normally, yes, but I assure you this instance is different. I only want to help my cousin." Very noble, I'm sure. Catherine sighed. Very well. I shall leave my card. Catherine handed one across the desk. Perhaps you might deliver it to her and ask her to contact me, if that would be more suitable. I told you there is nothing I can do. Mrs. Morling rose. I trust Sally Mitchell has proven herself a suitable nurse. Catherine had little choice but to rise as well. Yes, quite suitable, thank you. Unaccustomed as she was to being refused anything, Lady Catherine's departing smile was quite false. As she left Mrs. Morling's office, she saw a thin, plain, officious woman with a sheaf of papers in her hand. Catherine smiled at her. You look a very knowledgeable, helpful sort. I do, the plain woman curtsied. Thank you, ma'am. I would be ever so obliged if you could help me. I'm looking for my dearest cousin, sent here by her tyrant of a father. Poor dear, she thinks she hasn't a friend in the world, when here I am, ready to offer hearth and home. 'Tis good of you. So, if you could direct me to Charlotte's room. She took a tentative step toward the stairs. Charlotte? The young woman asked. Yes, Miss Charlotte Lamb. Catherine paused on the first step. Oh, I'm afraid we haven't anyone by that name. We did have a Charlotte not so long ago by another surname, but I'm afraid she's left, and I know not where. Poor soul. Catherine arched a brow. Lost her wee babe, she did. How dreadful. Yes, ma'am. A finer young woman I've never known. But not Miss Lamb? No, I'm afraid not. Discouraged, Catherine was just leaving the manor when she heard a voice call out a familiar name. Afternoon, Taylor. Any new patients I should know of? Catherine whirled around. Two men stood talking in low tones on the other side of the hall. Both looked up as she approached, her shoes clicking on the marble floor. The one was handsome, dark hair brushed back from his forehead with a touch of silver in his sideburns. The other man was taller but thin and pale. Dr. Taylor? She asked. The thin one inclined his chin and answered, Yes. She introduced herself. Lady Catherine Harris. Before Taylor could respond, the handsome man bowed. Lady Catherine, a pleasure. Allow me to introduce myself. Geoffrey Preston, esteemed physician. May I be of service? Actually, I'd like to speak to Dr. Taylor. She turned to him. That is, if you have a moment. Of course. Excuse us, Preston. Dr. Preston bowed curtly before turning on his heel and stalking away. You must forgive me, Catherine began once they were alone. I'm told you were on hand the night my son was born, but I'm afraid I don't remember meeting you, or little else for that matter. I was not myself that night. Perfectly understandable. It is a pleasure to see you're looking so well. Thank you. And how does young Edmund fare? Very well. She beamed. I'm surprised you remember my little son's name. Then her pleasure transformed into a question. But how do you know his name, I wonder? We had not yet decided what to call him. I don't know. Someone told me. Your husband, perhaps. I've seen him by chance a time or two since. Her eyebrows rose. Have you really? Only in passing. She looked at him closely, opened her mouth as if to say more, then closed it again. She smiled. I have not thanked you for everything you did for my son that night. Oh, you needn't thank me. Of course I do. You saved his life. Dr. Taylor looked down at the floor, clearly uncomfortable. Let me tell you why I'm here, she began. She told him of her quest, and the man's discomfiture only seemed to increase. I'm afraid I cannot help you. The Manor home has strict policies. Yes, sure. Mrs. Morling has explained all that already, but I thought perhaps since you are some acquainted with my family. I'm sorry. She pulled a small paper-wrapped bundle from her reticule. I have funds here I was hoping would help my cousin. Shall I be forced to roam the corridors, calling her name? No, that will not be necessary. You have my word that that no one by that name is in residence. But she was here. I cannot say. Catherine sighed in frustration, then forced a smile. Very well. She returned the bundle to her bag and turned to leave. Dr. Taylor called after her. If I were to... Catherine turned around. To somehow come into contact with this person, can you tell me what exactly is the money for? Is it in payment for something? Payment? Goodness, it isn't payment for anything. I simply want to help her. I never imagined I would have so much trouble doing so. Dr. Taylor again studied the floor. Catherine closed the distance between them. It is clear you know more than you let on. I know. I will give you a donation. If you can get it to Charlotte, wonderful. If you cannot, use it for the worthiest cause or woman you know. Or surely you cannot reject such an offer. It is indeed generous, and there are many needs. She pressed the wrapped bills into his hand. I trust you to help her, if you can. From the Philadelphia Public Ledger, 1837. Wanted. A child to wet nurse. A healthy young Englishwoman having abundance of milk wishes to take a child to wet nurse at her own house. Every attention will be paid to the comfort of the child as she is living in a quiet and healthy house. Chapter 19. Charlotte and young Anne were established in Margaret Dunweedy's snug cottage in the village of Crawley, not far from the George Inn, a midway stop on the coach route between London and Brighton. Margaret Dunweedy, Charlotte's great-aunt, was a small, wiry woman with surprising vitality for one of her advanced years. Her hair was white and twisted around the crown of her head in a long plait. Her eyes were the colour of cornflowers, as were many of the veins around her eyes, making her irises appear even bluer. She was rarely still. She received Charlotte and the baby with great warmth and enthusiasm, bustling about, making tea, bringing extra blankets, exclaiming over the joys of having someone sharing the old place again. Her husband had been gone 20 years, and her son Roger was living in Manchester, and too busy with his post to visit very often. Margaret Dunweedy's sole fault, Charlotte soon surmised, was her inability to cease speaking. The cheerful woman seemed never to run out of things to say. For the first few weeks this was quite a pleasant relief, for Mrs. Dunweedy felt no need to question Charlotte, happy to simply relay countless tales of her own life. But as the long months of winter wore on, Charlotte began to grow weary of the constant chatter. Otherwise the winter passed in relative ease and comfort. Dr. Taylor visited his daughter every fortnight or so, as his schedule and road conditions allowed. His wife was somewhat improved, he'd reported, but was still suffering. Anne began sleeping through the night, and so did Charlotte. She was amazed at how much better she felt, how much lighter the anguish, the pressing weight of her grief. It was still there, of course, like a hooded cloak about her head and shoulders. The cloak had at first been fashioned of barbed chain mail that threatened to knock her to her knees. Over the winter months it had become a cloak of heavy grey wool, its hood falling over her eyes and blocking out the light, encasing her in darkness, suffocating her. But as winter gave way to spring, so too the cloak lightened, as if to a dense velvet or thick damask. She could feel it with every fibre of her skin, her being. But now it let in the light, and allowed her finally to breathe. Even so, there was not a waking hour in which she didn't think of Edmund, and rare was the night when she did not dream of trying to find him, or of him about to fall from some dangerous precipice. How she tried to get to him, but he was always out of reach. As soon as the weather allowed, she took to bundling up Anne and taking the baby outside with her in the untidy remains of last year's garden and beyond to the damp fallow field behind the cottage, parroting her mother's wisdom about the benefits of fresh air and exercise. She closed her eyes and breathed in the loam, the wilted sage, the rare silence. On one such day in March, she noticed a carriage coming to a halt on the road on the far side of the meadow. Something about the horse and rig seemed familiar, but at such a distance she could not see the driver. As the carriage sat there on the open road, Charlotte saw a glint of light, as of glass. Strange, Charlotte thought. Was someone watching her? On the first day of April, Gareth Lamb, her brother-in-law, stared at her incredulously over his teacup. "Are you suggesting she might yet be recovered?" Amelia Tilney nodded, taken aback by his sharp tone. Across from Amelia, her eldest niece said between clenched teeth, "I suggest we discuss this no further." "Beatrice, please," Amelia began. "I have reason to believe she's lost the child." "Must we speak of it? The indecency." "The babe lives," Gareth Lamb said flatly. "What?" Amelia asked, stunned. "I saw them with my own eyes." Amelia's heart began to beat painfully within her. "You did? When?" "I was in Crawley for a clerical meeting Monday last. Drove by your aunt's cottage. And there she was in the back garden, babe in arms." "Will my mortification never end?" Bea flopped herself down on the settee in a most unladylike manner. Amelia realized her hand was over her heart. "I confess I am speechless." Gareth gave her a knowing look. "I'm sure you are." "Did Charlotte see you?" "No. I was too far off. He shifted uncomfortably. "I happened to have an opera glass with me." "Well, she cannot return here," Bea stressed. "Really, Father, it is too much." "If only the man would do his duty." Mr. Lamb shook his head sombrely. "Plenty of other children have come into the world in such a manner. Many have been granted education and gone on to marry well. Some have even been given titles." "Father, I doubt this father has any title to bestow beyond that of assistant gravedigger." "Beatrice," Amelia gasped. "Have you another theory, Aunt? Another explanation?" "She assures me the man in question is a gentleman of good repute." "How can that be?" "She declines to blame him, but it seems clear that he must have chosen to marry another."
"She said so?"
"Not directly, but I gathered this from her certainty that there was no way to bring him around." "I have another theory," Gareth Lamb said with a frown. "Perhaps the bounder has intentions for her sister and refuses to yield." It was Bea's turn to gasp.
"Father, I forbid you to speak so of Mr. Bentley. It's slanderous."
"Well, the young man has yet to ask for your hand, has all but disappeared. Have you another explanation?"
Bea raised her chin. "If it has anything to do with Charlotte, it is that our family's disgrace has somehow come to his attention."
Bea flounced out of the room, more for escape than out of any true emotion. She was off to meet her friend Althea. They were to attend a reading together in the bustling market town of Faversham. Buxley was already waiting for her outside with the carriage, as she had requested. Arriving in Faversham a quarter of an hour ahead of schedule, Bea asked Buxley to let her down near the town centre, as she would walk to the library from there. It was a market day, and vendors filled the streets surrounding the old Guildhall, their carts, baskets, and makeshift tables overflowing with sausages, cheeses, bread, fish, and fruit. Taking her time, she strolled past the booths, then paused to look at the hats displayed in the milliner's window, noting with disdain that they were terribly out of fashion. She sighed. It was too bad they did not live closer to London town. Ahead, she saw a tea-room. Outside its doors, several tables stood beneath a striped awning. She noticed two couples enjoying refreshment al fresco, taking advantage of the unseasonably warm spring day.
"Mr. Bentley,"
Bea called before the scene fully registered. Then her breath caught, and she nearly stumbled. There was no mistaking the smile William was giving the young lady across the table from him, how close he was leaning, that light in his eyes. Bea had seen all these before. She knew. It was either slink away, ashamed, and hope he had not heard nor seen her, or mount an offensive. Beatrice Lamb had never slunk away from anything in her life, and she decided not to start now. She wouldn't give him, or her, that satisfaction. She squared her shoulders and waved a handkerchief. His handkerchief. He saw her and quickly excused himself from the redhead, Squire Lichfield's daughter, if she was not mistaken. Pretty, yes. Dumb as a mule. That her father had more money than hers, there was no doubt. Did she imagine the slight sheepish expression, the flush of his fair cheeks, the awkward smile now as he approached? Surely she had, for the man clearly had no shame. She summoned her most confident smile and stood tall. "How fortuitous to happen upon you, Mr. Bentley." "Yes, Miss Lamb. How good to see you again. How do you fare?" "Wonderfully well, I thank you, and so relieved to see you out enjoying yourself on such a fine afternoon." "Yes." "I have been hoping for an appropriate time to return this to you. Trite thing this, but how glad I am to happen upon you in a public place. There you are. Now I am relieved of that obligation. I do thank you, sir, and wish you well." She turned to leave, smile stiff but resilient. If only she could manage not to trip and disgrace herself on her departure. "B!" She started, which she hoped he did not notice, and forced herself to turn around slowly at his unexpected call. "Yes, Mr. Bentley?" she began, but fearing she sounded too hopeful, added breezily, "Did I forget something? Oh, forgive me. Please do give my regards to your companion. I must hurry to a reading with a friend, or I would adore meeting her." "Well, you must know her. It's Amanda Lichfield." "Oh, one of the Lichfields. Do say hello for me." "B, Miss Lamb, are you certain you're all right?" "Of course I am." "And your family?" "Better than ever, I thank you. Now I really must fly." He looked at her, clearly perplexed. There was a speculative look in his eyes that told her he might suspect her act, but wasn't quite sure what to believe. It would have to be enough. Amelia Tilney studied the stern face of her brother-in-law. He had moved on from tea to port, though she knew he was not given to drink. She felt only mildly guilty for driving him to its solace this day. "Gareth, I must say your coldness surprises me most unhappily."
"Madam, there are consequences to be reckoned with, and certainly we are all aware that there is no happy outcome in such a situation."
Amelia leaned forward and adjusted the framed miniature of her sister on the table. She said softly, "You are a man of God, Gareth. You of all men should know that God is forgiving, a God of mercy."
"He is also a God of wrath and of consequences."
"But must Charlotte pay such a dear price? The loss of her entire family? She has already suffered greatly. She was a mere shadow of herself when I last saw her."
"Was she?"
He seemed to contemplate this.
"Is she repentant? Sorry?"
"Oh, a sorrier girl I have never seen."
"And is she being well provided for by your aunt?"
"Well, there is not much money for coal or meat, but she has a nice kitchen garden and preserves all she can for winter. I'm afraid Margaret's son is a mean sort, who provides little for her upkeep. My husband and I send what we can. If you would but allow us, we would do more, now that Charlotte is there."
"No, you have done enough. I must ask you to do nothing further, and to speak no more of this."
"You may depend upon my discretion. I only speak now because I feel Charlotte's plight so keenly." He halted the rest of her sentence with a dismissive wave of his hand.
"Yes, yes." He rose. "Now I really must bid you good day."
Amelia rose as well. Though stung by her brother-in-law's rudeness, she believed him not quite as unmoved as he appeared. A week later, the bell jingled as Margaret Dunweedy pushed open the butcher-shop door. The gust of wind that accompanied her sent the hanging fowl and sides of meat to swaying on their hooks. The smells of sausages, strong English cheeses, and meat-pie pastries greeted her, as did the cheery butcher with his ready smile and crisp apron.
"A good day to you, Mrs. Dunweedy."
"And to you, Mr. Doughty. What have you today for 6pence per pound?"
"No need for soup bones today, ma'am. Not with your account bulging with a good £2 to spend."
£2? Oh, you're surely mistaken, Mr. Doughty. On my account?"
"No, ma'am, no mistaking it." He winked at her. You've got yourself a secret admirer, I'd say.
Oh, don't talk foolishness, man, at my age.
Not foolishness at all. Well then, what will it be? A fine leg of lamb, or perhaps a stuffed goose? A roast of beef?
You are quite sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Margaret Dunweedy would have liked to believe the gift from her son Roger, but she knew better. She guessed the £2 had more to do with her lodger than with her, but she was grateful to be able to provide the sweet lass something finer than the stews and soups she'd been preparing.
Oh, I haven't had a roast of beef since I don't know when, she admitted.
Roasted with potatoes and onions.
The butcher closed his eyes, savouring the thought.
The roast it is, Mr. Doughty.
Excellent choice, ma'am, excellent choice.
He wrote himself a note. She raised a brow at the paper he'd scribbled upon.
I'm to account for how the pounds is spent, ma'am. Seems your admirer has more generosity than trust in an old scuff like me. Afraid I might take your £2 and leave you none the wiser.
Then he doesn't know you, Mr. Doughty, a more trustworthy butcher I've never known.
Thank you, ma'am. And here you are. You enjoy that now.
He handed her the wrapped package.
Indeed we shall.
Oh, you've company, then?
Oh, just my niece come to call.
Ah, that explains it.
It didn't. Not fully, Margaret knew. But she was wise enough to know the village butcher didn't need to know her great-niece's troubles. He might not cheat on the fair weight of meat, but he wasn't above handing out juicy gossip along with his chops. Tibbets announced Lady Catherine's arrival, and her father stood. Bee merely laid aside the book she'd been reading. Her cousin strode into the room, looking, Bee noted begrudgingly, elegant in a feathered hat and a full pelisse that did not quite conceal her figure, still somewhat rounded from her confinement last autumn.
"Lady Catherine, niece,"
Father boomed. "Good day, Uncle. You're looking, well, rather tired, actually. Are you not well?"
"I'm not getting any younger, but I cannot complain."
"And Beatrice, how nice to see you again." Beatrice merely nodded. Her father smiled in her stead.
"What an unexpected pleasure."
"Is it unexpected? Well, surely you heard that we were returning to Cornwall."
"Oh, we did hear that the repairs were nearing completion, but not that you—"
"Yes, I've shot up my London home for the season. We're doing everything quite the wrong way round this year. Now that most of our friends have left their country homes and have returned to London, we have quit town to stay here for the spring and summer. I detest the thought of missing the London season, but Charles believes the country air would be so much better for Edmund. Oh, you must meet him." She turned to the servant. "Do ask the nurse in as soon as she's done changing the child."
"Yes, my lady."
Tibbets curtsied and left the room. "Won't you sit down?" Beatrice offered coolly. "Thank you. That gown, rather severe, is it not? Yet it fits you somehow." "I think so." Bee liked the high-necked frock in a colour she thought of as storm grey. "I would have called sooner," Catherine chatted on, filling the silence. "But first I had my recovery, of course, and then this dreadful winter. Did you not find it so? I do detest travelling in inclement weather. The roads get so rough and rutted. How glad I am that spring is here at last, and I can be out calling again." Tibbets returned a moment later with a tall, horse-faced woman holding a chubby baby in a satin gown. The nurse bobbed a curtsy, then carried the child to his mother and placed him in her outstretched arms. Catherine, smile bright, turned the baby around to face them. "This is our Edmund. Is he not the image of Mr. Harris?" Bee stared. For a fleeting moment she saw Charlotte in the child's features, his upturned nose and fine brows above large brown eyes. Was she really feeling so guilty about her, or missing her so keenly? The little boy smiled a toothless grin in Bee's direction. She did not return the gesture.
"He looks like Charlotte,"
her father said dully, staring too. He'd said her name, as he had vowed not to. "You mean Charles, father, surely?" Bee rushed to correct.
"Oh, yes, Charles. The names are so very similar. I meant to name my son Charles, if I'd had one."
Catherine's brows were furrowed as she looked from one to the other. From the corner of her eye, Bee noticed the ungainly nurse staring at her from across the room, where she stood in wait behind her mistress. Why had Catherine even brought the sorry creature? "Speaking of Charlotte," Catherine began. "We were not," Bee said. "In fact, we prefer other subjects.
Yes, do tell us about Formwell, Father added. Is all as it once was, before the fire, I mean?
Catherine stilled, only her eyes moving between them, scrutinising. She opened her mouth, closed it, and changed tack. Beatrice, Charles and I are thinking of hosting a house party this summer to celebrate the restoration of Formwell, and of course to introduce Edmund. We are considering inviting many of our London friends down, many eligible persons you might enjoy meeting. Has that any appeal for you? Beatrice shrugged. Perhaps. Why is that nurse still staring at me? And you, uncle, certainly you would not mind a little variety in society, a chance to debate theology with like-minded men of rank. Bea did not miss the patronising choice of words, but father did, and beamed.
I should not mind at all. Sounds grand. When is it to be?
Why, just as soon as you tell me what I wish to know. From T.C. Haddon, on the Management and Diseases of Children, 1827. Wet nurses are, unfortunately, a necessary evil. Without them, the children of the better classes would suffer very materially. Chapter 20. She had no warning. Charlotte was pacing Mrs. Dunweedy's small parlour with Anne in her arms, hoping to lull the child to sleep, when she heard the familiar sound of a carriage on the street outside. It was pulled by a team of at least 4 horses, she judged by the thunderous beating of hoofs. Being this close to the high street, that sound did not alarm her. In fact, it barely registered. It was the sound of the hoofs slowing, the coachman shouting, "Whoa!" to his horses, that caused Charlotte to walk to the window. She shifted Anne to her left arm and parted the curtains with her right hand. Her heart began pounding, faster and faster, even as the pounding hoofs slowed, then ceased. A fine carriage indeed, tall and enclosed. A carriage made for travelling some distance in speed and comfort. Lady Catherine's carriage. Oh, God, help me. The breathed prayer was automatic. What else could she do? She couldn't flee. How had her cousin found out where she was? Had Aunt Tilney told her? No, she would never do such a thing, loath as she was for anyone in the family or in their general acquaintance to discover Charlotte's position as a wet nurse. Then who? And how was she to honour her aunt's fervent plea and keep that fact hidden? The coachman helped her cousin alight. There she was, in fine full-length cape and plumed hat. Had she, oh dear Lord, had Catherine brought her son? Her Edmund. How would she hide her feelings? Behind Catherine, a second woman alighted on the coachman's hand, this one far taller and more simply attired. Sally! Sally, here now! Charlotte was elated and dread filled all at once. Sally will know Anne is not mine. That thought pushed Charlotte into action. Hurrying, she gently laid Anne in her little cradle in the guest-room, wincing in anticipation but breathing deeply when the child did not cry. She then quickly opened the front door and stepped out onto the path, not waiting for her visitors to knock. "Lady Catherine, what a lovely surprise!" Both women, still standing beside the tall carriage, turned to look at her. But it was Sally who sprung into movement first. Handing her bundle to Catherine and hurrying over to Charlotte, arms outstretched, her thin face overwhelmed by her crooked, toothy smile. "Bless me, Charlotte, I didn't know it was you we was visiting." Sally threw her arms around her and held her tight. Charlotte took the opportunity to whisper urgently, "Sally, please, don't say a word about my son. I've a baby here, a girl. Please, don't say anything. They all think she's mine. But I don't understand. Please, I'll explain when I can." "Well, I gather you two have never met," Catherine said wryly. Charlotte and Sally pulled apart. Catherine was looking at them with a speculative grin. "Sally and I met in London." "Oh?" Charlotte took a deep breath. "Yes, she worked at the lying-in hospital where I spent my confinement." Catherine shook her head, lips pursed. Charlotte lowered her focus to the ground. "That father of yours," Catherine grumbled. Charlotte looked up at this unexpected response. "Well, cousin?" Catherine raised a brow. Are we to be invited in for tea or not? I'm dying to show off my son. Charlotte glanced quickly at the bundled child in Catherine's arms, where she'd been trying to avoid settling her gaze. Yes, forgive me. Please do come in. Once they were all inside, Charlotte began the introductions. This is Margaret Dunweedy, my great-aunt on my mother's side, and this is Lady Catherine, my cousin on my father's side. And this is my son, Catherine added, little Edmund Harris.
Oh, he's lovely,
said Mrs. Dunweedy appreciatively.
How old is he?
He was born October... Catherine thought for a moment. Staring at him, Charlotte whispered, "The 2nd." Catherine looked at her, puzzled. "The 7th.
So, 6 months old,"
Margaret went on, quickly smiling and glancing at one and then the other of them.
"And this?"
Margaret nodded towards Sally. "Oh," Catherine waved her hand dismissively, "this is Edmund's nurse."
"Sally Mitchell,"
Sally supplied with a friendly smile. Catherine sat on the worn stuffed chair, holding Edmund on her lap. She turned sideways a bit in her seat to show her child off to the fullest vantage. "What do you say, Charlotte? Is he not absolutely perfect?" Charlotte swallowed, her eyes drinking in the still familiar face, the prominent upturned nose, the crease between the faint eyebrows. Yet how changed he was! He was able to sit up now, with a bit of support. His cheeks were rounder, his close-set, serious eyes more alert. Her heart ached, her arms ached to hold him. "Yes, perfect," she mumbled, then forced a smile. Edmund gave a toothless grin in response, and Charlotte had to bite her lip to hold back tears. "I think he looks just like Charles. Do you not agree, Charlotte?" "I could not say." "Of course you could, for you've known my husband longer than I have." Charlotte's mouth went dry, and she studied the child's face again, glad for the excuse to savour the sight of him. "Yes, I see the resemblance," Charlotte said quietly. "Indeed." Charlotte excused herself, and she and her great-aunt went into the kitchen to prepare tea. Charlotte helped her hostess bring out the tray of tea things and served their guests, trying in vain to keep her hand from shaking as she poured tea and passed the plate of scones. She was relieved Margaret had decided to purchase an unaccustomed sweet from the baker, in addition to their usual sparse fare. Catherine handed Edmund over to Sally and placed one of the damask napkins in her lap in its place. Catherine took a sip of tea, barely covering a grimace. Margaret made their tea weak to conserve, and began filling the awkward silence with her articulate speech, telling how they had closed up their London home for a few months and returned to Charles' estate. "Charles feels the country air will be so much better for Edmund. I'm not so sure how I shall fare, so isolated from the rest of the world. How I shall miss the season in town. But you know how it is, maternal sacrifice and all that. Whatever is best for my Edmund." Charlotte's stiff smile began to waver, and she brought her teacup to her mouth just in time to cover the quiver of her lips. Catherine took a bite of her scone, with a somewhat more approving expression, leaving the room silent again. Even Margaret was not her talkative self for once. Perhaps she found having a titled lady in her home somewhat intimidating. Then, above the dainty clink of china cups on saucers and the clicking of the mantel clock, a baby's single cry pierced the silence. For a moment it seemed everyone froze, or didn't appear to have heard. Charlotte kept her eyes on her teacup, praying Anne would fall right back to sleep. Another cry arose. Margaret looked over at her first. Sally looked down at Edmund, sitting happily on her lap, then glanced up at her, questioningly. Catherine looked around the room at them all. Charlotte got to her feet and said brightly, "Well, that was a short nap." She walked to the guest-room and looked down into the cradle at Daniel Taylor's daughter. Anne's face was a wrinkled peach of need, which relaxed into contentment as soon as Charlotte lifted her into her arms. "Forgive me, I don't know what else to do," she whispered, and returned to the parlour. "And this is Anne," she said, returning to her seat on the settee and holding the child close to her. She attempted to move the conversation along. "We were all so dreadfully sorry about the fire. Have the repairs been completed?" Yes, for the most part, Catherine said, eyes on Anne. And Mrs. Harris? That is, Mr. Harris's mother. She is well, I trust? Yes, quite well. Pleased to be back in her beloved home and delighted with her new grandson. Of course she is. You are familiar with her other grandson, are you not? Catherine asked. Yes, Mr. Bentley visited the vicarage on occasion. Catherine looked at Charlotte closely, then her gaze dropped again to the child in her arms. She set down her plate. Here, let us see her. Anne, was it? Catherine held out her hands, leaving Charlotte little choice but to rise and place the child in her arms for inspection. "Hello there, Miss Anne," Catherine began, situating the girl on her lap. "Was that you making all that fuss? Not very ladylike, are you? Ah, that's better. I believe she has fixed her eyes upon my feather." No conventional platitudes about the child's beauty nor perfection from Catherine Harris. She is so different from Edmund. They look nothing at all alike. Was that relief in her voice? Had she suspected somehow her own husband? "Well, that is not surprising," Charlotte said. "You and I are not so closely related, and though they were born only a week or so apart, boys and girls are often so different. She is a bit on the small side, is she not?" Catherine interrupted. "Perhaps a bit," Charlotte allowed. Catherine seemed to study the child more closely. She looked from the babe to Charlotte, then back again. "We have not seen William for quite some time," she said quietly, not lifting her eyes from Anne's face. Charlotte did not answer immediately, for she had not seen him nor anyone from home these many months, save Aunt Tilney and Charles, neither of whom she could mention. Just when Charlotte decided Catherine expected no response, that she had merely mentioned William idly, Catherine looked up at her, eyebrow raised in question. Charlotte shrugged. "Nor I." Only belatedly did she remember that she had seen Mr. Bentley, though only in passing, and him very drunk on his way to a ball with another woman. But considering, well, everything, she thought it not worth reporting. Catherine looked back at the infant. "Yes, I see the resemblance," she announced finally. Charlotte's stomach lurched. Was she really suggesting the child resembled William Bentley? "Resemblance?" Charlotte asked weakly. Catherine smiled at her. "She looks a great deal like her mother." Charlotte smiled stiffly, steeling herself as Catherine went on. "You forget, some days I should like to, that I had already seen my first season when you were born. She reminds me very much of you as a baby. The big eyes and something about the mouth." Catherine waved vaguely about the child's face in a circular motion. Charlotte swallowed. "Thank you." She could feel Sally's eyes, wide and questioning, on her profile, but she kept her own gaze straight ahead. Charlotte refilled teacups, although Catherine refused with another wave of her hand. When Charlotte had set the pot back down, Catherine handed Anne back to her. "I went through no small ordeal to find you, Charlotte. I trust you do not mind the invasion." "Of course not," Charlotte said half-heartedly, returning to her seat. "I even asked after you at that lying-in hospital back before Christmas, but neither the matron there nor Edmund's own physician would acknowledge that you'd been there, nor give me a clue to your whereabouts. All very private." Charlotte's mind was whirling. Edmund's own physician? Suddenly Charlotte remembered, and her palms began to perspire and her breathing escalated. She had to get Catherine out of here. "It was your own father who finally tipped me off," Catherine continued, "and I had to all but threaten him with social ostracism before he would." "Father knows where I am." "Why?" Charlotte asked, with a half-smile and a broken laugh. "Why, indeed?" "To help you, of course." "Thank you, but how?" "Well, for starters, I shall be sending over more tea." Anne began to fuss in earnest. Charlotte had put her off as long as she could, bouncing her and offering her little finger to suck on. But the child would have no more of that, and was burying her face into Charlotte's bosom in a most humiliating manner. "Please excuse me. Anne needs to be fed." "Sally, do nurse Edmund as well. Then we really must be going." "Yes, m'lady," Sally nodded. "Why not join me in my room, Sally?" Charlotte offered. "That way these ladies may remain where they are." Sally nodded again, and when Catherine didn't object, followed Charlotte to the guest room down the short passageway. Both women busied themselves with their gowns and helping their charges latch on and begin nursing. When Anne was settled against her, Charlotte looked up. Sally, already nursing Edmund, was watching her, her eyes moving from Charlotte to the child and back again.
"Who is she?"
Sally whispered. Charlotte, sitting on the small chair near the door, cocked her head, listening before responding. Hearing Catherine's voice as she regaled Margaret Dunweedy with an enthusiastic description of Edmund's christening. "Finest London has seen in many a year, I can tell you." Charlotte reached over and pulled the door nearly closed. "Sally, is she a foundling?" "Well, in a manner."
"Bless your heart, Charlotte, I guessed it. You're mothering a wee one from the foundling ward in place of your own poor lad gone to heaven. What a saint you are."
"I'm no saint, Sally. Far from it."
"Well, I think you are."
She opened her mouth to tell Sally the truth. But how could she admit she had lied to avoid the immense shame it would bring her family if it was known she was a wet nurse, Sally's own chosen profession? "Well, all I can say is that this little girl needed a mother's care, so I'm caring for her, at least for a time. But please, Sally, don't say a word to Catherine or anyone about my son. Please. I cannot tell you why, but it's very important. Promise?"
"But if she knew, she could—"
"No, Sally. No one must know. Ever." Sally looked at her, eyes wide, searching. Finally she said, "Very well, Charlotte, if that's what you want." "It is. It's what I need." Charlotte looked down at Anne, who had nursed for only a few minutes before falling into a deep sleep. "Oh, Anne," Charlotte mumbled, gently trying to rouse the baby. "No use," Charlotte sighed. "She's hardly nursed all day. Too tired, I suppose." Charlotte rose and laid the sleeping child in the cradle. "She didn't sleep well last night. I think the poor thing had an earache." "Would you mind, then?" Sally looked at her, then away almost too casually.
"Well, you're needing to nurse, and I'm needing a rest. This lad is never satisfied, and I want to have enough milk for the long ride home."
Charlotte was stunned. A warm ache of need pooled within her as she stared at Edmund. Sally pulled him gently from her breast and stood, child in arms. Charlotte sat down speechless, and Sally handed him to her.
"Mind if I take a lie on your bed?"
"No, of course not," Charlotte whispered, still staring down at Edmund. Sally left her peripheral vision, but Charlotte didn't pay attention. Her mind barely registered the creak of the bed ropes as Sally reclined. Her eyes were focused on her son. She guided him to her breast and cuddled him close. She felt his wet little mouth, the tug of his tongue, the sweet sting of milk coursing through her, the bittersweet flow of tears on her cheeks. She glanced up and saw Sally lying on her side on the bed, watching her all too closely. Daniel Taylor alighted the horse-drawn London-Brighton coach at the George and then began to walk down Crawley's High Street. As he strolled, he pulled out the schedule pamphlet and double-checked the return-departure times. Looking up with the barest glance, he made the turn through Mrs. Dunweedy's gate and nearly walked straight into Catherine Harris. "Well, Dr. Taylor, imagine meeting you here." He dropped the schedule. "Lady Catherine." He gulped a deep breath. Then he bent over to pick up the pamphlet, and as he raised back up, took in her travelling clothes, and just then saw the large carriage in the lane. He silently berated himself for his inattention. "I'm surprised to find you here." "I imagine you are. And here I thought you said you had no idea where Charlotte was." "Well, I'm not here to see Charlotte. I'm here to see my—" "Dr. Taylor!" Mrs. Dunweedy interrupted with a great burst of voice and smile as she hurried from the cottage and took his arm. "How good you are to come all this way to see me. My poor back has been hurting dreadfully. So good of you to come." Catherine looked from Mrs. Dunweedy to Dr. Taylor, sceptical brow rising. You are here to see Mrs. Dunweedy?
Oh, yes, Dr. Taylor has offered to come look in on me, Margaret Dunweedy said. He's a good friend of my son. School chums they were.
An awfully long way for a house call, is it not? Catherine asked. Dr. Taylor looked at the cottage and saw Charlotte in the window, her face pale and sombre, eyes pleading. Not so great a distance, he said. I come this way now and again on business. Catherine Harris followed his gaze and no doubt caught a glimpse of Charlotte before she stepped away from the window. What sort of business, I wonder?
Dr. Taylor, I should tell you, Mrs. Dunweedy interjected. I've taken a boarder since you were here last.
Oh?
Yes, her name is Charlotte Lamb, but I believe you knew her in hospital as Charlotte Smith. She has a daughter with her, poor fatherless angel.
Lady Catherine appeared incredulous. You mean to tell me you are not here to act on my behest of last autumn? But of course I will, Daniel said, now that I am here. As soon as Lady Catherine's carriage disappeared down the road, Charlotte turned away from the window and faced him, her expression downcast.
Dr. Taylor, please forgive me.
Charlotte all but pressed young Anne into his arms and took 3 long steps back. I had no right to presume to claim your child as my own. How awful that must have made you feel. And you would know, he said softly. She glanced up at him quickly, as though fearing censure. He smiled grimly, hoping to put her at ease. He looked down at Anne for a moment before saying, I had no idea until this moment just what an awkward predicament I placed you in, asking you to do this. It is not your fault. Still, I'm not sure if what I'm about to tell you will be a relief or a greater trial. Her gaze flew to his face. What is it? He chewed on his lower lip. Lisette is better.
Oh, that is wonderful.
She began, but he cut her off soberly. She wants Anne home with her. Charlotte's mouth opened, but for 3 full ticks of the clock, no words followed. Then she said quickly, Of course. How wonderful. I'm happy for you, and for your wife. And Anne. Anne should be with her mother. Thank you, he said with a single nod, then studied the floor. Considering what just happened here, how difficult this is for you, and the fact that it will become, I'm supposing, only more difficult, I won't ask you to come with us, he said. I will find another nurse and release you to find a more appropriate post, or to return home.
I shall not be returning home, she said.
What will you do then?
I do not know. I imagined I would be occupied with Anne for the foreseeable future. I should have been better prepared.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
She smiled admirably, then asked, Are you returning to London? Yes, for a time, though I've been offered a seaside cottage for a few months, and am considering taking it. I think a change of scenery might do Lisette good.
Where is the cottage?
Not far from Shoreham, on the south coast. Nothing very fashionable, I'm afraid.
I don't know a soul there.
Of course, it is not that we do not wish you to come. If you wanted to continue on,
I would. I would like to continue on as Anne's nurse.
Really? Well, wonderful.
I do not like to leave my great aunt so suddenly, but I'm sure she will understand.
Yes, she seems a loyal friend. He smiled, thinking of the old woman's enthusiastic falsehoods, as though she were playing a part in some Shakespearean farce.
And now that Catherine knows I'm here, well, should she return and find Anne gone, I would have to explain. I'm not prepared to go through another false morning, although neither would be truly false.
He nodded.
And seeing Edmund like that, she continued, with her, I don't know, it's both nourishment and deprivation, pleasure and pain.
He bit his lip. But if you stay here, you would be more likely to see him now and again.
Yes, No doubt you're quite right. And yet I know myself. I would both hope and fear that someone would see a resemblance or some inexplicable quality in my manner of looking on him. I know I should give myself away. Give him away. She expelled a puff of dry laughter. Poor choice of words, that.
You hope still to amend your arrangement?
Only every other moment. Most of the time I remain convinced I have done the right thing.
He ran his long hand over his face. I feel so responsible.
Dr. Taylor, she said almost sternly, we have been through this before. You are not to blame, not for any of it, not even for this. She nodded toward Anne as a new thought struck her. Perhaps it is I who should be releasing you to go home without me, back to your former trouble-free life. As long as you must see me, you will always be reminded of how I came to be in your employ. Will always feel responsible somehow.
A trouble-free life. It was his turn to laugh dryly. I am afraid my former life is as far from me as yours is from you, though there are days when I'm tempted to hope, like now when Lisette seems almost herself.
Well then, let us not tarry. Charlotte smiled bravely. Let us get this dear one back to her mamma. One cannot help but be cheered by her sweet presence.
I quite agree, and I am pleased you will meet my wife now that she has recovered.
He hesitated, then continued awkwardly.
It might be better if we did not mention her time in the Manor.
Of course, I understand.
Soon farewell said and bags packed, Charlotte sat across from Daniel Taylor in the London-bound coach, Anne asleep in her arms. 2 other passengers rode with them, an elderly couple with expressions as worn as their faded travelling clothes and drooping hats. The old woman smiled politely.
"How old is she?" she asked.
5.5 months.
The woman glanced at Dr. Taylor, who was already reading a medical journal.
"She looks a great deal like your husband."
Charlotte felt her cheeks warm.
We are not—
But Dr. Taylor looked up from his book and interrupted her, saying kindly, "Thank you, madam, though I dearly hope my daughter shall grow more handsome in time." He smiled at the woman, and she smiled in return, not seeming to notice anything amiss. Later, when both the man and the woman had nodded off, Charlotte leaned across the aisle and asked quietly,
"Do you think my cousin suspected anything? About your coming to my aunt's as you did, and, well, everything?"
"I cannot say," Daniel whispered back. "I fear I am not the thespian your great aunt is. It's quite possible my expression gave something away. What do you think? You know her better than I."
"I think the questions are even now parading through her mind."
From the Maryland Gazette, 1750. Wanted. A nurse with a good breast of milk, of a healthy constitution and good character, that is willing to go into a gentleman's family. Chapter 21. Charles Harris attempted to read while his wife paced the length of Formwell's newly restored sitting-room.
"Really, Charles, a journey of that length to pay a house call, on a widow who cannot have more than £100 a year?"
"What did the woman say?"
"Something about her son and Dr. Taylor having been at school together."
"Well, then," Charles flipped over his newspaper.
"I do not believe it. I cannot imagine that Unweed is affording Oxford or Cambridge. Which did Taylor attend, do you know?"
"I do not."
"I think I shall find out."
"To what purpose?"
"Clearly something is amiss with the entire situation."
Charles looked at her over his paper. "Of course there is. Did you not find your unmarried cousin with a child?"
"Yes, yes, I do not mean that. I mean with Taylor showing up there."
"Did you not ask him to get the money to her?"
"Yes, but I had the distinct impression he was there as a course of habit."
Charles shrugged, resuming his reading. "Even if he was there to check on Charlotte, a former patient, I don't see that as so unusual."
"Do you not?"
Keeping his tone casual and his eyes on his paper, Charles said,
You said Charlotte has a girl, a daughter?
Yes, calls her Anne. Little thing, not at all as robust as our Edmund.
And what did Charlotte have to say about Edmund?
Well, the usual niceties, I suppose, though without the enthusiasm I might have expected. She did agree he looks like you.
Charles nodded, but said no more.
I also admit I studied her child quite closely, thinking to see a resemblance to someone we both know quite well.
He looked up at her, feeling suddenly anxious. Had Catherine suspected the child would resemble him? He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Of course she admitted nothing about William. Still, I wondered. And then this Taylor showed up, all the way from London. You don't suppose...
Taylor is a married man.
Well, we both know that is no guarantee of anything. He travelled alone.
Common enough.
Besides, I heard his own wife was expecting a child. Taylor is likely a father already.
Indeed?
Indeed. Catherine shrugged, her pretty lips screwed up in thought. She seemed satisfied, for the time being. The Taylors' London townhouse was a tall, narrow building sandwiched between a dozen others just like it. The medical offices were housed on street level, above the kitchen and beneath 3 floors of living quarters above. When they arrived, Daniel preceded Charlotte into his offices, where he dropped his medical case and picked up a few pieces of correspondence. He gave her a reassuring smile. This way. Holding Anne, while he carried her heavier bag, she followed him up the stairs. Up on the first floor, he stepped into an adjoining room, the sitting room most likely. Charlotte hesitated on the landing. She heard the happy, accented voice of Mrs. Taylor call out,
"Daniel, mon amour, tu m'as manqué."
Charlotte stepped forward tentatively. From where she stood in the doorway, she could see Dr. Taylor's back, his arms wide, and a brief view of Mrs. Taylor's dark hair and bright smile before she disappeared into her husband's embrace. Charlotte averted her gaze and stepped back into the corridor. "I've missed you too, more than you know."
"Have you brought her, notre fille?"
"Of course, my love." Charlotte stepped forward just as Daniel reached the doorway. She handed Anne to him carefully but swiftly, and again stepped back. She heard Lisette Taylor's gasp, followed by a moan that was at once joyful and mournful.
"Annette, ma petite, ma fille, chère de ma chère."
The words were a warm litany of love and loss.
"Tu es très grande."
Charlotte heard laughter mixed with unseen tears.
"Quel bébé dodu."
"Yes, she's been well fed," Daniel said.
"La nourrice?"
"Yes, my dear. I should like you to meet her." Again Charlotte stepped forward, hands clammy, stomach churning. Her eyes were downcast as she entered the sitting-room. "May I introduce Miss Charlotte Lamb? Miss Lamb, my wife, Lisette." Charlotte glanced up quickly at Daniel's wife, his beautiful wife.
"Madame Taylor,"
the woman corrected pleasantly, slanting a look at her husband. Charlotte looked back at the floor and bobbed a quick curtsy.
"Enchanté,"
Charlotte mumbled, unsure whether her use of French would please her new employer or not. When Charlotte darted another look, Mrs. Taylor smiled graciously at her, and with her smile she was even more beautiful. Charlotte could hardly reconcile this poised, exquisite woman with the howling, pitiful creature she had seen at the Manor home. Lisette Taylor's eyes narrowed.
"Have we met?"
she asked. Charlotte swallowed, instantly knowing the correct answer.
"No, madame. We have not been introduced."
Mrs. Taylor scrutinized her a moment longer, then turned her head.
"Marie!"
she called out. A maid with red-chapped cheeks entered, greying hair fringing out from her mob-cap.
"Oui, madame." "Please, show nurse to her chamber, would you?"
"Bien sûr, madame."
"Welcome, Miss Lamb," Mrs. Taylor said. "I hope you will be happy with us."
As do I, Charlotte thought. Charlotte did not see Mr. John Taylor, Daniel's father, that first evening, but the next morning, while she breakfasted alone, he joined her in the dining-room and greeted her with a warm smile. Miss Smith, how good to see you again. Oh, forgive me, it's Miss Lamb now, if I understand correctly.
That's right, and a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Taylor.
He poured himself a cup of tea from the sideboard and sat across from her at the table.
I was so sorry to hear of your loss.
I thank you, sir.
Keeping his gaze on his teacup, he asked timidly, It wasn't anything I did or failed to do, was it?
Oh, no, of course not, Mr. Taylor. I could not have asked for a kinder, more skilled surgeon.
Thank you, Miss Lamb. You are most kind to say so. What a blessing for Anne to have been in your care. Where is the little mite this morning?
Still asleep, tired from the journey, I suppose.
Yes, and what a boon to have you here with us. With 3 beautiful ladies under our roof, well, I don't see how Daniel or I could be happier.
She smiled at him. And you, sir, how do you fare?
I miss the work, I must say. I take great pleasure in feeling useful, helping people, you know. I miss it.
Of course you do. Is there no hope of returning?
Daniel says not.
He looked about the room as if to reassure himself they were alone.
That Miss Marsden has quite a hold on me, I'm afraid. Says if I ever practice again, she'll bring me up on charges.
But certainly your words, sir, against such a woman's.
That's right. Daniel mentioned you'd met her.
He sighed.
It's not her alone who holds power over me. It's her patron, the father of her child, or so she says. Some rich and revengeful lord, to hear her tell it.
May I ask who the man is?
A Lord Philip Elton.
Lord Elton?
You know him?
The name is familiar.
I think he might be known to my uncle. John Taylor shook his head sadly.
Well known and well connected, I'm afraid. There's naught I can do. For myself, I might risk it, but I would not endanger Daniel's career any more than I have done already.
Would you mind, sir, if I made a few inquiries on your behalf?
I would not mind, but do not trouble yourself, my dear. I shall be happy again now that I have my granddaughter here at home.
Charlotte and Anne were to share the nursery on the 3rd floor. It wasn't a large room, but it would do nicely. John Taylor hauled up an old screen from one of the exam rooms in the office downstairs. With her permission, he set it up between the door and Charlotte's bed, to give her some semblance of privacy, should one of the family wish to come in and pick up Anne, whose cradle was on the other side of the room. During those first days, they were all in London, Lisette Taylor seemed happy indeed, happy especially to have her daughter back in her life. She held Anne for hours on end, bouncing her on her lap, speaking to her in French, singing French ditties and lullabies. Anne, for all her unfamiliarity with her own mother, was delighted with this enthusiastic attention, and went happily from Charlotte's arms to Lisette's with little fuss. Charlotte was relieved for Mrs. Taylor's sake. Anne was slower to take to her grandfather, unaccustomed as she was to male attention beyond the occasional visits her father had made over their months in Crawley. But still, after the first few days, her lower lip no longer quivered when he spoke to her, though she watched him carefully whenever he came near. Sensitive to how Daniel's wife must be feeling, having missed those first precious months of her daughter's life, Charlotte was careful to stay in the background as much as possible, only offering to take Anne when she began to fuss or it was clearly time for another feeding. So she was not sure of the cause of Lisette Taylor's growing moodiness.
"You take her, Miss Lamb. I feel a headache coming on,"
she began to say nearly once a day.
Or, there you are, back to nurse. Ta mère must lie down and rest.
The spring that year was gloomier than usual, and during the last half of April it rained 5 out of every 7 days. Such weather would make the cheeriest person morose, Charlotte thought. Mrs. Taylor began spending hours in the sitting-room alone, reclining on the settee, staring off into nothingness. Often she would neglect to raise the shades in the morning or to light a lamp when darkness fell. With only one servant about the place, there was often no one to do it for her. Charlotte helped as much and as quietly as she could. She prayed as well.
I'm worried about Lisette,
Daniel's father said gently as the two men sat in the dining room over lukewarm tea. Gone were the days of after-dinner port for this household. As am I, Daniel confided. I've been wondering if a change of scenery might do her good. I've been offered a seaside cottage for a few months.
Where?
The south coast. In France, she lived by the sea.
But the manor home, what of your work there?
I don't know. Perhaps I can find someone to take my place for a time. I know how important the manor is to you, but I can only do so much.
It is important, Daniel. It's my life's work.
It was your life's work, Father. Daniel saw the light dim in his father's eyes and immediately regretted his words. Again, I ask your forgiveness, Father. I have no right to take my exhaustion out on you.
You're distraught, son. I understand. I know I have disappointed you. Truth is, I have disappointed myself. I've been weak. Not the brother I should have been, not the father I should have been, and not the surgeon I should have been.
Father,
but I have done some good, I have. Mothers who would have died lived, children too. That's why the manor home is so important. Promise me, keep the place going if you can. If not for me, for your poor Aunt Audrey. God rest her soul.
Daniel squeezed his eyes shut, the guilt pouring over him, as it always did when his father mentioned Aunt Audrey, a woman Daniel had never known. His father's sister had died as a young woman in a disreputable lying-in hospital. Until recent years, the standards of care and cleanliness at such facilities meant fatalities were all too common. It was in his sister's honour that John Taylor had joined forces with other surgeons, physicians, and charity groups to establish the Manor Home for Unwed Mothers in the first place. Of course, that was before he fell into disrepute. The manor is not going to close if I take a leave.
We cannot be sure. Did you not mention donations were down?
Yes, and expenses rising. Daniel ran a weary hand over his face. I shall see what I can do. Perhaps I can carry on at the manor during the week and travel to the coast at the weekend.
Thank you, Daniel.
John Taylor's hand trembled as he brought his teacup to his lips, then returned it to its saucer, untasted. When my time comes, I can go thinking of the manor house and the lives saved there. May the good Lord forgive the rest. And you, Daniel, I pray you forgive me as well. A few days later, Daniel was disconcerted to find his father and Miss Lamb waiting for him in his study. "What is it?" he asked. His father glanced at Charlotte.
Miss Lamb has some news she wishes to share.
Daniel took in her anxious expression.
She's not leaving, I hope.
I fear you will mind, Charlotte began, but I took the liberty of writing to my uncle, who is a solicitor, about the situation with Miss Marsden.
What?
Daniel's relief that she wasn't announcing her resignation was quickly replaced by anger. Forgive me, I know it was presumptuous.
Father, you were not to divulge—
Please, Charlotte interrupted. Allow me to explain. His father studied his hands, folded together in his lap, as he sat. Daniel lifted his own hand, gesturing in irritated compliance for her to continue. Your father did not offer the information, Dr. Taylor. I asked for the man's name, this Philip Elton. Daniel groaned and shook his head. I thought the name was familiar, but not for the reasons I guessed. In any case, this man's father, Lord Elton himself, has long been a friend to my aunt and uncle. It was his name I had heard spoken with fondness over the years. I've even dined with him at my uncle's home on 1 or 2 occasions. However, this Philip Elton is Lord Elton's son, and my uncle has had to wrest him from trouble more than once. I wrote to my uncle to inquire. Do not fret. I did not mention your names nor the details of the situation, but only asked whether this Miss Marsden was known to him. My uncle has written back. She lifted a letter she held in her hand. In all truth, I wondered if he would,
What with my father asking my aunt to cut off communications with me. But since I wrote with a professional question, he thought it within his rights to reply. In any case, he assures me that not only is this woman no longer connected in any way to Philip Elton nor Lord Elton himself, but that the Elton family has disowned the child she claims is his. They have severed all relationship with her. Beyond that, Philip himself has had his privileges reduced and hasn't the money to pay his club tab, let alone take anyone to court. So you see, the woman has no hold on either of you any longer. She smiled triumphantly, first at his father, who Daniel noticed did not meet her gaze, and then at him. Clearly, theirs was not the reaction she had expected. Perhaps my father forgot to mention that the woman's allegations were not unfounded. He was guilty of negligence during the delivery of her child. Charlotte's smile faded, but she did not answer. Yes, father is very skilled in garnering sympathy, but less so in staying sober. Had I not happened along when I did, the child might have died. Daniel, I told you, I have not taken a drink since. It has been over a year. Will you never trust me again? Daniel shook his head. I don't know, Father. I want to, but I just don't know. Dr. Taylor arranged to take Lloyd Lodge for the months of May, June, and July. His wife and the servant Marie, a maid-of-all-work, journeyed to Shoreham a week earlier than the rest of the family to set up housekeeping. Charlotte enjoyed those days, alone in the house much of the time with Anne and John Taylor. Aunt Tilney would not have approved, had she known, but Charlotte felt not at a moment's unease in the kind man's company. He treated her more like a daughter than a servant, and his gentle fondness was a warm salve that filled in the injured places, the jagged cracks in her heart, left there by her own father's cold indifference. And to his delight, and Charlotte's, Anne grew quite attached to her grandfather during that time. His son, however, remained cool. "I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor," she said to Daniel's father one afternoon, as they sat together in the sitting-room during Anne's nap. "It seems I have succeeded only in making things worse between you and your son." "Do not fret, my dear. I was touched by your efforts to help me. I know you acted with the best intentions. Daniel knows it too, but is struggling to admit it. You see, he takes my failure quite personally. He resents that my disgrace has cast a pall on his reputation. I fear my son has always been overly sensitive to the criticism of others, real or perceived. I'm sure he believes more censure has befallen him due to my failings than actually has. He has not the confidence some men do. I do not know why. Perhaps it has to do with his mother dying so young. Finding out his sole remaining parent was fallible was a blow to him. I suppose it is always difficult for a child to realize his father's flaws do not reflect on him, that he or she must make the best of the life God gave him." Charlotte felt tears sting her eyes, but smiled at John Taylor nonetheless, knowing he could have little idea why his words affected her so. "You will join us at the coast, will you not?" she asked. "I do not believe I will. Daniel needs some time alone with his wife, without his father hanging about. And I think I shall see what needs doing about the foundling ward. Mrs. Krebs will put me to work washing nappies, if nothing else. Daniel cannot object to that." He smiled warmly at her. "Especially not now, after what you have found out for us." When the week passed, they all stood in the entry hall, Charlotte holding Anne on her hip. "I cannot change your mind, Father?" Daniel asked, picking up the last of the baggage to carry down to the waiting hansom. "And who would water your gardens if I leave?" John Taylor bent his head to Anne's eye level and rubbed her cheek. "Someone has to work around here." He winked at Charlotte. "Very well. I shall see you Monday week. Write or send a message if you need anything before. You have the directions." "Yes, I have everything I need. Do not worry about me, my boy. Just go and have a grand holiday.
Rest and rejuvenation for everyone. That's what I prescribe. And I shall be praying for you all as well."
"Thank you, Father." Daniel walked out the door. Charlotte stepped forward and offered the dear man her hand. "We shall miss you, Anne and I." He took her hand in both of his.
"And I shall miss you. But the summer will fly quickly, as it always does in soggy old England, and we shall all be together again soon."
If only his words could be true. From Harper's Weekly, 1857. Wet nurses earned $12 a month, paid $5 for the care of their children, and netted an impressive $7. This was top dollar in the New York City servant market. Chapter 22. The seaside cottage Dr. Taylor had taken for the summer was a boxy Georgian of blonde stone. From the village, where they had lighted the coach, they hired a boy with a pony cart to take them the rest of the way across the Adur River Bridge and west along the coast. It would have been a taxing walk with Anne and all their things. The road approached the cottage from the rear, and Charlotte could see neither beach nor sea as they walked up the cobbled path. The boy carried their baggage to the back porch, where Daniel paid him and waved him on his way. As Charlotte held Anne and waited quietly, she thought she heard the distant cry of gulls. "We're 100 yards or so from the sea. You cannot see it from the cottage, but I understand it is an easy walk down the hill." Daniel preceded her inside, dropping his medical case in the entry porch as he went. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte followed. Mrs. Taylor seemed in good spirits and received Daniel and Anne warmly, taking the child and kissing her repeatedly. She offered a reserved but cordial greeting to Charlotte. The French servant, Marie, led her upstairs, pointing out the rooms where the master and mistress would sleep, then preceded Charlotte up another set of stairs. Huffing and puffing, the woman pointed to 2 doors close to each other.
"For you and for the nursery."
Charlotte opened the first door and saw it led to a small but pleasant room with a narrow canopied bed, dresser, and walls of white planking. A child's room, she thought. Then she opened the nursery door and stepped inside, instantly noticing that it was much larger than her bedchamber. It was a lovely room with a white cradle made up with cheery pink bedding, 2 chests of drawers and 2 chairs, one of which was occupied by a doll and a stuffed rabbit. "We are not to share, then?" Charlotte asked, wondering what to make of it. This room was certainly large enough to accommodate another bed. "No," Marie answered haughtily. "Madame does not wish to bother you every time she wants to see her own baby." Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Perhaps it was only her accent, but the maid's tone made Charlotte wonder if what she really meant was Madame did not wish to bother with her. But Charlotte said only, "I see," and forced herself to smile at the woman, who, had she been young or pretty, might have found easier, higher-paying work as a lady's maid, a post for which Frenchwomen were much in demand. But Marie was neither. Charlotte wondered if this explained her sour and resentful disposition. In short order, Charlotte established a daily routine. She nursed, bathed, and dressed Anne. Then, when the weather allowed, she bundled her up and took her for walks along the sea. Charlotte ate her meals with the servants, Marie and Mr. and Mrs. Beebe, who maintained the place for its absentee owners, and were the doting grandparents to 6 children who lived nearby. Elderly Mr. Beebe took care of the simple grounds and what repairs he could, though judging by the worn condition of the place, he was no longer equal to the task. Mrs. Beebe, a few years his junior, was a decent, no-nonsense woman who cooked and did basic cleaning, though she made it clear she expected Marie to help with the housework and laundry while they were lodged there. On her first Sunday in Shoreham, Charlotte nursed Anne and handed her off to the tailors as they prepared to leave for church, dressed in their finest clothes. The tailors would drive together in the gig kept at Lloyd Lodge for tenants' use. Charlotte also planned to attend services, but she would go on foot. Together with Mr. and Mrs. Beebe, she walked across the bridge to the old Shoreham church. When they arrived, she saw the tailors already seated near the front of the church. Charlotte sat near the back, next to Mrs. Beebe, whose head kept lolling against Charlotte's shoulder during the long sermon. At one such moment, she noticed a broad-shouldered young man across the aisle looking her way. He was a head taller than anyone else in the building, and had a strong, square face and long nose. His light brown hair was short and tousled. He was not handsome, Charlotte decided, but was a very pleasant-looking young man. He looked from Charlotte to Mrs. Beebe in repose, and then back at Charlotte, smiling at her in amused empathy. It was a boyish, friendly expression, and Charlotte smiled in return. After the service, when they had shaken the curate's hand and walked out of the church a dozen paces behind the tall man, Charlotte asked Mrs. Beebe, "Do you know that young man?" Mrs. Beebe followed her gaze.
"Can't say I'm surprised you notice him, Miss Charlotte. He does stand out in a crowd."
"Indeed."
"His name's Thomas Cox. His family lives up coast from us a bit. One of his younger sisters is at school with our granddaughters."
"Are his sisters tall as well?"
"No, he's the biggest of the lot, but a gentler soul you'll never find. Shall I introduce you, Miss Charlotte?"
Oh, no, I only wondered." Charlotte changed the subject, lest Mrs. Beebe misinterpret her interest as something it was not. "And what will you and Mr. Beebe do on your Sabbath day of rest?"
"We're to dine with my daughter and her husband. They're the one with the 4 little girls. It's my son in Worthingwalk's got the 2 older boys. We see them Sunday week."
"How blessed you are to have your family so close at hand."
"Indeed, Miss Charlotte, and close in heart."
The woman surprised Charlotte by reaching out and squeezing her hand.
"Some day you will as well, my dear."
A few days later, Charlotte borrowed Mr. Beebe's pride and joy, the baby carriage he had built for his own grandchildren. It was much lighter and simpler than the large ornamental conveyances afforded by only the very rich. His was fashioned after the invalid chairs he had once seen in the spa town of Bath, with a hood and push-handle. Promising to be careful, Charlotte put Anne securely inside, and together they strolled along the sea. The large wheels of the carriage turned more easily on the water-worn pebbles of the shingle beach than they would have on sand. Enjoying the breeze and the rhythmic roar of the waves, Charlotte walked for nearly a mile, she reckoned, passing the rooftops of several houses on the ridge as she did. In the sky ahead, she saw a kite flying. The sight cheered her somehow, the colourful diamond soaring on a wind. She picked up her pace, hoping to catch sight of the child flyer. She soon realised the flyer was not on the beach, but up on the ridge, hidden from view. As she passed a path leading up to the nearest house, the kite came crashing down beside her. So startled was Charlotte that she shoved the carriage to one side too quickly, and it struck a large stone. She heard something snap. Oh, no! Charlotte sunk to her haunches between the injured carriage and the fallen kite, and almost immediately heard feet crunching over the pebbles towards her. Looking up, she saw a boy of 9 or 10 years, spool of thread in hand, brown curls flopping up and down on his head as he ran. "I didn't brain you, did I?" the child called, worried. "No, not quite." Charlotte smiled, and as the child stepped closer, she realised it was not a boy after all, but a girl, with hair cropped short around her face and dressed in boys' trousers. "When I saw you down on the ground like that, I thought I must have. I was just examining this wheel. I seem to have knocked it from its, rod here. Axle. Right." The girl peeked beneath the carriage hood to look at Anne. "What's your baby's name?" "Her name is Anne, but she isn't mine. I'm her nurse." "She's lovely." "As are you. I like your hair." Charlotte looked at the loose, springy curls, much like her own hair would be, she guessed, if she cut it that length. "Must be less fuss, short." "That's what Mother says. Keeps all our hair short." "All?" "My sisters and brothers. I have 3 of each." "I see. Shall I help you get your kite back up?" "Do you know how to fly a kite?" "No. My mother and I tried once, but there was insufficient wind." "Plenty today." "What shall I do?" "Well, if you hold the kite while I take out the slack and start running." Charlotte was already picking up the kite and flicked a piece of lichen from it. Over her shoulder, the girl called, "Just let it go when I say." Charlotte saluted. "Aye, aye." The girl ran, the string grew taut, the girl shouted, and Charlotte released the kite. It struggled low to the ground for several seconds, then wavered. Just when she feared it would crash to the rocks, it caught the wind and leapt up. It rose higher and higher in the sky, level with the ridge, then beyond. It danced in the currents and reached higher still, straining at its tether. Watching the bright thing fly, Charlotte felt unexpected tears prick her eyes. "Whoa, Lizzie! That's the way!" A man stood high on the ridge, his fist and face raised to the sky. The girl's father, she assumed. A few moments later, there came the man bounding down the steep hill, a broad smile on his face. He was younger than she would have expected. Wait, she recognized the man. The very tall man. "Hello there," he called. She waited until he jogged closer. "Hello, I was just admiring your little flyer there." "That's Lizzie, my sister. I'm Thomas Cox." "Charlotte Lamb. I believe I saw you at church Sunday last." His eyes widened in recognition. "That's right. And has your shoulder recovered from serving as Mrs. Beebe's pillow?" He smiled his boyish smile. "Indeed, there was little recovery needed." "I'm surprised to hear it. But don't let on I suggested Mrs. Beebe has a large head, or I shall never hear the end of it, nor enjoy those apple tarts of hers any time soon." "Thomas, Thomas, look how high!" Lizzie Cox called from her position up the beach. Her brother turned to look her way. Again he whooped and raised a triumphant hand in the air. Charlotte bent to re-examine the wheel. She really should be getting back. Mrs. Taylor might worry. "Broke, did it?" With one large step, Thomas drew near and hunched beside her, hands on his knees. "I'm afraid so. I feel terrible. It belongs to Mr. and Mrs. Beebe." "Never fear. I helped Mr. Beebe build the wee gig. We'll have her fixed up sharp." Thomas loped back up the hill as if the incline were no effort for his long legs. A few minutes later, Lizzie jogged over, winding the twine back around its spool. "Thomas can fix anything," she confided. "Did your kite fall again?" She shrugged. "No, I reeled it in. I need to finish my work in the garden." "That's your home there?" Charlotte asked, looking up the ridge. "Goodness, no. That's Shore Hill House. Thomas works there." "He's their gardener?" Charlotte asked, watching Thomas return across the pebbled shore. Again Lizzie shrugged. "Gardener, carter, cooper, surgeon, and all-round repair boy." "Surgeon?" Thomas clearly overheard at least part of their conversation. "Lizzie, don't abuse Miss Charlotte's ear so, and you know I'm not a surgeon." He bent to the task of repairing the baby carriage. "Did you not set Johnny's arm and put a cast on it, and make those poultices for Mother that sets her to rights last winter?" "Yes, but your family." "You stitched up the McKinley's dog when it got into a fight last week, and Mrs. Moody says you're better at getting her boy's shoulder back in place than that surgeon in town." Thomas looked at Charlotte apologetically. Not everyone can afford to call a surgeon for every ache and injury. He shrugged, the gesture charmingly similar to his sister's. "I just do what I can." "How do you know what to do?" "I read a great deal. One of the families I work for, and have for some 8 years now, the grandfather was a physician. When he died, they gave me a few of his books." Charlotte nodded her understanding, wondering, though, what Dr. Taylor would think of an uneducated man setting bones and stitching wounds. Of course she knew there were plenty of men who worked as surgeons or apothecaries who had never read a single book on the subject. "The family I work for, the father is a physician." "The family letting Lloyd lodge?" Charlotte nodded. "Is he planning to practice here?" "I do not believe so. We're only to be here for a few months." He looked oddly disappointed. "But if you wanted to see him for something, I should not like to trouble him on his holiday." She wanted to say more, but Thomas abruptly rose to his feet and to his full, impressive height. "There you are. Good as new." "Thank you so much. I shall tell the Beebs of your noble service." "Please do. Perhaps I shall earn an extra tart from the telling." He smiled. "I should like to pay you something for your time, but I haven't my purse." He waved her offer away. "Don't give it a second thought, Miss Charlotte. It's what neighbours do." "So do you live nearby?" "Yes, a modest cottage further inland, about midway between here and Lloyd Lodge, I'd say. Wouldn't you, Lizzie?" "About that, yes." Charlotte began pushing the carriage. "Well, then, perhaps I shall have the pleasure of seeing you again sometime, Lizzie. And Thomas." He smiled again. "The pleasure, Miss Charlotte,
would be ours.
Mrs. Beebe looked up from the buns she was brushing with egg water.
"There you are, Miss Charlotte. The missus was looking for you."
Regret filled her. I feared as much. Where is she?
She and her maid went into the village to do some shopping. I don't suppose she'll find much there to her fancy. She wanted to take Anne along, but I told her I did. Mrs. Taylor, I have 6 grandbabies, so believe me when I tell you shall have a much more pleasant outing without a babe in arms."
Mrs. Beebe winked at Charlotte. "Thank you," Charlotte smiled, relieved. She could ill afford to anger Mrs. Taylor. "I happened upon Thomas Cox and his sister Lizzie on my walk."
"Did you now?"
"Yes, I understand Thomas works for several families in the area."
"That he does.
Does an odd job for Mr. Beebe now and again, as well. That boy can fix anything he puts his hand to, whether it be an object or growing things, animals, even people. Lizzie said he set her brother's broken arm."
"Oh, that'd be Johnny, the rascal. Always getting into some mischief or other."
"And I'm afraid I broke the wheel of Mr. Beebe's carriage. But Thomas repaired it."
"Oh, that's a mercy. No one likes to see the old man cry."
Mrs. Beebe grinned.
"Thomas has the touch, he does. What a blessing he is, especially to his mother. What with the mister out to sea fishing for days on end."
"I wonder he's so much older than his sister."
"Than all the others, aye."
Mrs. Beebe looked as though she might say more, but seemed to think better of it.
"Do pass me that sugar loaf, will you? There's a love."
On a fine afternoon the following week, Charlotte again took Anne for a walk on the shore. She looked up hopefully, but saw no kites in the sky. She enjoyed the wind, though the arrangement of her hair did not, and she relished the freedom of being out of the cottage and the atmosphere of malaise that seemed to indwell it. So too the relief of being out from under the watchful eye of Mrs. Taylor. Her mistress was certainly not cruel, but she was exacting in her expectations of how Anne should be cared for, how she should be dressed, upon which side of her head the bow should be fastened in her small tufts of hair, and so on. It was tiresome to always be on one's guard against a misstep, and unsettling to realize one's livelihood and lodgings depended on a mistress who was both particular and changeable. "Miss Charlotte!" A voice called down to her from the ridge above. There was Lizzie Cox, in those same trousers, waving down to her.
"Come and see!"
she called excitedly.
"Come and see!"
Charlotte did not relish the prospect of pushing the baby carriage up the steep incline, so she manoeuvred it off to the side of the path, picked up Anne, and carried her up the slope. Lizzie met her halfway.
"You're just in time."
"For what?"
"Lambs."
She followed Lizzie around a fine house and to a timbered outbuilding. Inside, the smell of hay and grain and animals was strong, but not unpleasantly so. In the straw bed of a stall, Thomas sat cross-legged beside a ewe, on her side, breathing rapidly. Thomas held one lamb in his arms, a second draped over his leg. "That's it, then. Hello, Miss Charlotte." "Hello, Thomas. Always the best to be on hand during lambing. Tend to have trouble, they do. This girl's late, and see how big her lambs are." He held up the one in his arms for her inspection. "She was having trouble at first," Lizzie said, "bellowing something awful, but Thomas helped her along." "Old Bob is a friend of mine. Had to go down to town for his daughter's wedding, so I said I'd watch this ewe for him." He stuck a piece of straw into the lamb's nostrils. The lamb sneezed. Thomas wiped at its nose with a rag, then wiped down the rest of the lamb as well. Sneezing helps them breathe. He offered the lamb in his hands to Lizzie. "Would you like to hold this little lad?"
"Yes, please."
She took the lamb into her arms and held him gently against her chest.
"How soft he is."
"Would you like a turn, Miss Charlotte?" Thomas asked. "I'd offer to hold Anne for you, but my hands are soiled." "Here, I shall hold her, Miss Charlotte." Lizzie handed her lamb back to Thomas, wiped her hands on her trousers, and held out her hands to receive Anne. Anne, one fist in her mouth, opened her mouth even wider, forming a smile around her hand. Drool leaked out, but Lizzie didn't seem to mind. She held Anne as if she'd held many babies before, and likely had. Thomas handed Charlotte the lamb, and she held it and stroked it. "You're right, Lizzie. He is soft indeed." Little Anne's eyes lit up as she watched the baby animal. She babbled happily and reached both hands toward the lamb. "Not this time, Moppet," Charlotte said gently. "He's not to put in your mouth." She handed the lamb back to Thomas, who set it on the floor near its mother, followed by its sibling. The ewe scrambled to her feet and began licking first one lamb, then the other. Stretching their necks eagerly, the lambs began to nurse. "They'll be all right on their own now," Thomas said, and rose to his feet. Charlotte took Anne from Lizzie, and they all stepped outside into the sunshine. Thomas washed his hands in a bucket and wiped them with a clean rag. "I'm off to finish picking the beans," Lizzie announced, running off. "Care to see the garden, Miss Charlotte?" Thomas asked. "Very much. I love a garden." They strolled through the gardens inland from the house. In the vegetable garden, Charlotte grinned at the sight of Lizzie, tongue between her lips in concentration, carefully plucking bean pods from the vine. They also toured a kitchen herb garden and several flower gardens, all very well kept. She was surprised to spy several milkweeds among the garden wall near the hollyhocks. "Do you mind if I take some milkweed back with me?" He looked at her, an amused grin on his face. "Have a wart, do you?" Embarrassed by this, she laughed. "No, but my employer is quite fond of milkweeds. He uses them to treat a whole list of ailments." "Does he now? I should like to know the contents of that list." "You shall have to come by the cottage. I know he would be happy to tell you." From the garden, Charlotte and Thomas walked to the top of the ridge, overlooking the sea. "Care to sit for a moment and enjoy the view?" Thomas asked. "Thank you." He reached out his hands to take Anne, and Charlotte was surprised when the child went to the big man willingly. Charlotte sat on the edge of the lawn and straightened her skirts around her. Thomas plopped down not far from her, easily holding Anne in the crook of one arm as he did so. She lifted her arms to take Anne back, but Thomas shrugged. "I'll hold her, if neither of you mind." Lizzie bounded up and sat beside Charlotte. "Cook gave me 6pence, she said proudly. "My goodness, for picking beans. Well, there were the peas and lettuces this morning, too. What a hard worker you are. So, Lizzie, tell me about your brothers and sisters. 3 of each, I believe you said." "Right. There's my sisters, Hannah, Hester and Kitty. They don't like the outdoors as I do. And then my brothers, Thomas here, of course, and Johnny and Edmund." "Edmund? That is my very favourite name. How old is he?" Thomas leaned closer to Charlotte and said in a low voice, "We lost Edmund as an infant, but Lizzie still counts him." Charlotte looked at Lizzie, who was staring down at her lap. Feeling tears spring to her eyes, Charlotte put her arm around the girl's shoulder and gave her a squeeze. "Of course she does." Lizzie looked up, and Charlotte smiled gently at her. "And so do I." Lizzie smiled shyly in return. A few minutes later, Lizzie ran off to find a litter of kittens a mother cat was reported to have hidden somewhere about the place. "She's a lovely girl," Charlotte said, craning her neck to watch her go. "Yes." "Is she the youngest?" "No. Edmund would be nearly 5 now, had he lived. Kitty is 7, Lizzie there is 10, Johnny's 12, Hannah and Hester are twins at 14. It's a wonder there are so many years between you and the others." "Not such a wonder, really." Thomas tossed a twig out over the ridge. "Our mum took me in when I was already a lad of 9, adopted me as one of her own. Hannah and Hester were but a year old at the time." "Were you relations?" "No. My first mother was only a neighbour. Died in childbirth, the baby girl with her." "I'm sorry." "Well, do not make yourself unhappy. I feel blessed to have Rachel Cox as my mother, and these children to call brothers and sisters." "How well do you remember your first mother, as you called her?" Thomas's eyes stayed on the distant sea as he thought. "Quite well, though I cannot recall her features as clearly as I once did." He picked up a pebble and tossed it as well. Charlotte swallowed the lump in her throat. She asked quietly, "Do you miss her?" He looked at her, clearly surprised by the question, or her shaking voice. No doubt he saw the tears in her eyes as well. He returned his gaze to the sea. He was silent for some time, picking at the pebbles near his legs, gathering them into his large hands. Finally he said, "I have all I could wish for with my family here. But yes, there is a quiet longing for her. I am a man of 22,
but still I sometimes dream of her. In the dreams I cannot see her face, but I can feel her arms about me."
Charlotte nodded, biting her lip. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Thomas looked at her, his expression serious and aware. He said nothing, but simply waited. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Finally, voice quivering, she whispered, "My son is being raised by another." Slowly he nodded his understanding. "Edmund?" he asked quietly. She nodded, and neither said more. As soon as Charlotte stepped into the parlour, Mrs. Taylor rose from the settee. "You have been gone a long while, Miss Lamb. I was beginning to fear I would never see you or my daughter again." She smiled as she spoke, but an understandable mixture of relief and displeasure strained her features. "Please pardon me, madame. I took Anne for a walk and lost track of time." Only then did Charlotte notice the older woman seated across from Mrs. Taylor, half hidden by the wings of the tall armchair. The lady appeared to be in her 50s, and had a beautiful coif of silver-grey hair under an elegant black hat. "Mrs. Dillard has been waiting for nearly an hour to meet Annette." "Forgive me, I did not realize you were expecting guests." Charlotte handed the little girl to her mother. "Here she is, Mrs. Dillard. Is she not beautiful?" The older woman rose, and Charlotte saw that her attire, though practical, was finely made. Mrs. Dillard stepped across the carpet with dignified ease. "Yes, lovely." She patted the child's head with jewelled fingers. "Very like you." "Thank you. Please do sit down again, Mrs. Dillard. I shall call for more tea." But the woman remained standing. "Now that I have met your charming daughter, I really must be going. A ladies' charity meeting begins—" She lifted the watch pendant hanging from a chain at her waist. "Dear me, half an hour ago. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mrs. Dillard. No need to apologize. I understand how difficult it is to find a dependable nurse." The woman spoke as though Charlotte were not standing there in the doorway. "My daughter has been through 2 in the last 4 months. The first one nearly ate the larder down to the walls." She pulled on her gloves. "Thank you for the kind invitation, Mrs. Taylor. I do so hope you enjoy your holiday here." Mrs. Taylor's smile was forced. "You are very kind. Thank you." The woman bid her good day, and Charlotte held her breath, preparing for the worst. The door closed, but Lisette Taylor still stared after the woman. "There will be no answering invitation, I can promise you." "I am sorry, madame." "Yes, you did not help me impress the ladies." She sat down heavily on the settee, jostling Anne, and waved her hand in a fatalistic gesture. "But they would not be impressed in any case. The other 2 ladies left before tea was even served. They remembered some church meeting they simply must attend. I'm surprised Mrs. Dillard stayed as long as she did." Before Charlotte could form some consoling response, Mrs. Taylor continued. "They were eager enough to respond to my written invitation, and how they smiled when they first arrived, surprised to find a doctor's wife so finely dressed, I think. But then I began to speak, and how their smiles fell from their faces. When they realized I was French, they could not leave quickly enough." Perhaps they really did have obligations. Again the dismissive wave. "Mrs. Taylor, I cannot tell you how sorry I am. I never considered how it must be for you to—" Lisette Taylor held up her palm, ceasing Charlotte's words mid-sentence. "I may be a French woman living apart from my country and my family, but you are in no position to pity me, Nourrice." Charlotte looked down, and Mrs. Taylor followed her gaze until her eyes widened. "Your hands! What has happened?" Charlotte looked down at her dirt-streaked gloves. "I stumbled upon a patch of milkweed and wanted to bring some back, but I fear they proved too stubborn." "Why?" "Well, the roots, as you may know, are very strong and run very deep, so I settled on bringing back the one." "No, I meant why would you want to bring back this one, this weed?" "The milkweed has medicinal qualities, as you're no doubt aware. I thought Dr. Taylor might find it useful, having none in the garden here." Mrs. Taylor continued to look at her, her gaze scrutinizing. So Charlotte continued. "I have always loved a garden.
but I confess I thought milkweed a mere nuisance. But then I saw your husband's garden in London, all the varieties of plants for this medicinal purpose and that. The more Charlotte prattled on, the less she recognised her own voice. She realised too late that Mrs. Taylor knew how to use silence to her advantage. That by saying nothing, Charlotte felt compelled to blather on, chipping away at her own dignity with each word. "Quite a man of science, your husband." "Indeed. Well, here is the man of science now." "Hmm?" Daniel looked up from the post in his hand to smile amiably at his wife and then at Charlotte. "What have I missed?" "My dear, tell me, where did we find such a nurse?" Her voice sounded pleasant enough, but Charlotte detected suspicion in Mrs. Taylor's tone. "From the Manor, as I believe I told you. But I knew Miss Lamb's family a long time ago as well." Her thick eyebrows rose. "And how were you acquainted with this woman's family?" "It was during my apprenticeship in Kent. I called often on her mother with Dr. Webb." Mrs. Taylor turned again to Charlotte. "And your mother? How is she now?" "I'm afraid she died, many years ago." "And how it is you came to be a nurse? I don't mean the particulars. I mean, where is your own child?" Charlotte swallowed. "I'm afraid he is gone as well. I had him but a few days." Mrs. Taylor looked at her husband, eyes wide under tented brows. "And this is the fit woman you would have nurse my child? Lizette, you have no cause for concern. I can attest to Miss Lamb's character and her health. She has cared for Anne these many months while you were indisposed." "If Madame prefers, I can leave on the morrow," Charlotte quietly interjected. She could feel the woman's stare on the top of her bowed head. Charlotte was mortified, but if she wasn't wanted, she would leave, even if it meant saying goodbye to Anne. "No, do not be foolish. I meant no offence, Miss Lamb. I'm simply a mother concerned for her child. You understand, no?" Suddenly the woman's face brightened. "Of course you must stay. Clearly my daughter needs you, and who knows how long it would take to find another suitable nurse. Please, consider this your home, for as long as Annette needs you." She said it graciously, but Charlotte did not miss the message. Accented or not, her English was skilled and pointed. From James Gilmour, Childbirth or the Happy Delivery of Women. And everyone knows how hard a thing it is to find a good nurse, because they have been so often beguiled and deceived therein. Chapter 23. Sitting in the nursery at Fawnwell, Sally held little Edmund close, studying the shape of his nose, his brows, his mouth. "The image of your mum, you are," she cooed, running a finger over his smooth cheek. "What did you say?" Sally looked up, startled. She hadn't heard the mistress, but there she stood, looking sternly down at her. "Nothing, milady," Sally said, panicked. Had she broken her promise so quickly? What would become of her little charge, of herself? "I heard you. Repeat what you said," Lady Catherine demanded imperiously. "I only meant—" Sally stammered. "You said he looked like his mother," Lady Catherine supplied. Sally lowered her head, waiting for the hot words to rain down. Instead, the mistress took a step closer. "Between you and me, I quite agree." Sally looked up at her, trying to discern the meaning, the mood behind Lady Catherine's pensive expression. "Do you?" she asked weakly. "Yes. I always make a point to say how much he resembles his father. I think it wise to offer such comments to build a man's esteem, his bond with his offspring." "Oh," Sally whispered, still not at all sure what the woman was saying. "Still, I do see hints of myself in his features, the arch of his brows, the colouring of his fair skin." "Aye," Sally murmured, slipping back to a word Charlotte had advised her not to use. Still, she thought Charlotte would not mind, considering her secret, it appeared, was still safe. Sally looked with wide eyes around Chequers, Doddington's crowded, noisy inn. Through the haze of smoke from many pipes and the inn's fireplace, she took in the tables ringed by men drinking ale and laughing. She felt out of place sitting there with her new friend, the two of them the only women in the place save for the innkeeper's wife.
She had met Mary Poole when she'd been out walking with Edmund. Mary worked as a nurse for the Whiteman family down the road, in a house that lay between her master's estate and the village itself. "Your first night out?" Mary said aghast. "Sally, girl, you must make your conditions known." "Conditions? Conditions of employment. 'Tisn't right they shouldn't give you a night out each week." "But I need to be on hand to nurse the child. 'Tisn't anyone else to do it." "Ah, he's not going to starve in a few hours now, is he?" "I suppose not." From over her cup, Mary slanted a look across the room. My, 2 gents are looking this way." Sally followed her gaze and saw 2 men near their own ages standing at the bar. "Sit up straight," Mary whispered sternly, "and do close your mouth." Sally only then realised she was staring at the men, mouth drooping open. She hurried to close it and sat up straighter on the bench. "The fair one's mine," Mary whispered through smiling lips. But it soon became obvious that the fair one had set his sights on Sally. The slight, wiry man with light hair and dark eyes was handsome indeed. He smiled boldly at Sally as he walked over, and she felt her face, already warm from the ale, burn red.
"Name's Davy, and my mate here is George. Mind if we sit with you, lovelies?"
Mary giggled coyly and scooted over on her bench. Sally still stared dumbly at the man named Davy. "I'm Mary, and this is Sally," Mary said, and kicked her under the table. Sally again closed her mouth and followed Mary's lead in making room on her bench. Davy sat down right next to her.
"Evening, Miss Sally. You're a sight for these weary eyes, I can tell 'ee."
Sally looked away from his admiring stare, biting on her lip to keep from smiling too broadly. As the evening wore on, Sally's cheeks glowed warmly from Davy's many compliments, and the second glass of ale he bought for her. Not since Dicky's father had a man given her such admiring attention, and Sally drank it in. Sighing, Mary gave up and turned her focus to the bearded, dark-haired man named George. A week later, Sally and Mary met out in the lane as planned, each with their respective charges. "You're coming out again tonight, I trust," Mary said, bouncing little Colin Whiteman in her arms. "I cannot. They only gave me the night out last week because it was my birthday." "I'm surprised the new missus gave you that much." "Well, it was the master who did it. I let the day slip in his hearing." "Very clever." "I suppose I was desperate for some time away." "Of course you were. And the way Georgie tells it, Davy is very desperate indeed to see you again." Sally tried to close her lips around her teeth, but she could not help the smile that overtook her. "Is he?" "Yes. Says you're the handsomest girl he's ever seen." "He didn't." "He did." "Must have had too much ale that night, then." "Don't be foolish, Sally. You have very pretty hair. Just, well, try to keep your mouth closed, and don't stand up quite so tall." Sally bit her lip. "I shall try. Well then, meet me here tonight at 9 o'clock, and we'll walk into the village together." "I don't know. The master and missus are going out for the evening. I don't know who could look in on Edmund for me." "One of the other servants?" "Perhaps. Listen, love, you're not the first nurse to find herself in this fix, but if your charges sleep till you get back, who's to be the wiser? Oh, but Edmund will want his 11 o'clock feeding. If he wakes the whole house, I shall have the devil to pay by morning." "Well, what if you could make sure he sleeps quiet as a mouse right through the night?" Sally laughed dryly. "By what magic?" Her new friend's eye lit up with a mischievous gleam. "By this?" She pulled from her skirt pocket a small corked bottle. Sally felt her eyes widen. "What is it?" "Just a bit of laudanum." "Where did you get it?" "Never you mind." "Does it make babes sleep?" "Aye. Surgeons use it all the time. It's quite safe." "Is it?" "Yes. I've used it several times myself." "Really?" Sally's eyes seemed fixed on the small vial. Mary held it out to her. "Go on, then." "But how do I—" "Just put a bit into his mouth before you nurse him." "Well, how do I know how much to give him?"
Oh, I'd say half a teaspoon ought to do it. You sure it shan't harm him? Of course I'm sure. When did sleep ever harm anybody? Sally looked at her friend's earnest face and back to the bottle. Here, take it. Mary pressed the vial into her hand. Sally gingerly took hold of it. Go on, then, and meet me back here at 9. Wear that pretty blue frock of yours. You're certain? Yes, your eyes look so blue when you wear it. I'm quite sure Davy shan't be able to look away from you. Sally had not been asking about the dress, but did not correct her. I did so like Davy. Of course you did. Any girl would be a fool not to. Quite a looker he is. Aye. Well then, see you back here tonight. All right. Sally turned to go, then turned back. Wait, won't you be needing some of this yourself? She held the vial aloft. I have another in my room. My last employer was a surgeon. For some reason, the face of Dr. Taylor appeared in her mind. Unsmiling, soft-spoken Dr. Taylor. He was a physician. She had often assisted him in the ward. Had he ever used the stuff? Yes, she believed he had on 1 or 2 occasions, when an infant had been inconsolable in pain or had arrived in the turn injured. Would it be all right, even though Edmund was quite healthy? Mrs. Taylor requested a morning alone with her daughter, and Charlotte gladly obliged, offering to go into the village to do a bit of shopping and pick up a spool of wicking Mrs. Beebe wanted from the chandlers. Daniel said he was going in as well and would give her a lift in the carriage. Thank you, but actually I long for a walk, Charlotte said. As you like. But instead of harnessing the horse, Mr. Taylor caught up with Charlotte on the road, medical bag in hand. I've decided to walk in as well. Exercise is good medicine, and I have taken too little of late. Do you mind? She shook her head, supposing it was appropriate to share a public road with her employer, but still hoping neither Marie nor Mrs. Taylor was looking out a rear window. They walked more than the proper distance apart, she with her hands behind her back, and he switching his bag from hand to hand as his arm tired. After walking in silence for several minutes, he asked, "And how do you like the coast?" "Very well indeed." "Glad to hear it." He cleared his throat. "I hope things are not too strained between you and Mrs. Taylor?" She faltered. No, not really. She is still not quite herself. I wish you could know her as I do, happy and loving and full of life. But how improved she is," Charlotte interrupted. "That is something to be thankful for." "I am. Still, I had hoped the two of you might become friends." "Dr. Taylor, you and she are my employers. I do not expect friendship." Charlotte hurried to change the subject. "Are you leaving for London again this week?" "Yes, I shall put in a few days at the Manor and visit my father." "Do greet him for me." "I shall." They had just crossed the wooden bridge over the river and were on the path leading into Old Shoreham when a well-dressed man approached from the opposite direction. His head was tilted down as he walked, evidently preoccupied. Blonde curls shone from beneath his hat. Charlotte fell behind Dr. Taylor to make way for the other man to pass. Ahead of her on the path, Dr. Taylor stopped short. "Kendall? Richard Kendall?" The man with the golden hair looked up. His heart-shaped, boyish face broke into a wide smile. "Taylor! Is it really you?" The two men strode toward one another, shook hands vigorously, and slapped one another's shoulders. Charlotte stood to the side, off the path, where she could observe without intruding. She had rarely seen Daniel Taylor smile so warmly, with such genuine delight. She felt unexpected tears prick her eyes at the happy sight of good friends reunited, and perhaps the slightest twinge of envy. Two workmen were walking toward the bridge now, crates of fish on their shoulders. One looked at her boldly. Unconsciously, she took a step closer to Dr. Taylor. "I thought you were practising in London," Dr. Kendall said. "I am." "What brings you to our fair village, then?" "My wife and I let a seaside cottage not far from here." "Well, do introduce me." Following his friend's gaze,
Dr. Taylor looked over his shoulder in her direction. "Oh, no, this isn't my... Or that is, Mrs. Taylor is at the cottage with our daughter. This is Miss Charlotte Lamb, our friend of the family." "Miss Lamb?" The man's smile was guileless, which Charlotte found both relieving and charming. He bowed, then looked up at Daniel, brows raised. "Oh," Daniel started, "forgive me, Miss Lamb. May I present Dr. Richard Kendall, physician and friend?" "How do you do, sir?" Charlotte curtsied. "Very well indeed. Please beyond reason to run into old Taylor here. We were at university together. Did you know?" Charlotte shook her head. "Miss Lamb, you never saw poorer, sorrier excuses for candidates, I can tell you." "None poorer, I assure you," Daniel agreed. "Miss Lamb." Kendall's eyes lighted as he repeated her name. "Not the Miss Lamb, surely?" Charlotte cocked her head to one side, uncertain. "I am not sure. Of Kent. Doddington, was it?" He looked at Daniel, whose face began to redden. "Yes," Charlotte said, uneasy. "Taylor here spoke quite highly of you at Edinburgh, I can tell you." Daniel cleared his throat. "You have quite the memory, Kendall." "Yes, helps me sort out my many patients and their various complaints." "I am sure you do so admirably." "I try. Now, do tell me exactly where you're staying. I probably know the place. Probably set a bone there or bled someone nearby." He smiled teasingly at Charlotte. "It's an old stone cottage west of here, owned by the Lloyds." "Lloyd Lodge? On a cliff overlooking the sea? Yes, I know it. Well, Taylor, you must be doing well for yourself." "I'm afraid not. I treated the Lloyds' granddaughter, and in lieu of payment, they let us have the cottage for the season." "Generous." "I suppose, though by the looks of the place it is evident they don't use it much any more. It has seen better days." "Haven't we all? Still, when my patients are low on quid, I get mutton and codfish. I would say a seaside cottage is not too shabby, even if it is." Dr. Taylor smiled. "Well, come and see for yourself, then. Yes, come for dinner, Kendall. You must." "I should be delighted. Just name the date." "Would Saturday week suit? That should give Lizette time to prepare." "Lizette?" "Yes. I hope you're not opposed to French cuisine or French wives." "If she is your wife, I have no doubt at all she is all a lady should be." "Indeed, she's very lovely," Charlotte felt compelled to say. "And will you be there, Miss Lamb, or will your holiday conclude by then?" I shall be there." But not at a formal dinner. She looked at Daniel for help, but he was still smiling at his old friend. "Then I shall look forward to seeing you again as well," Kendall said gallantly, offering another brief bow. When they had bid Richard Kendall farewell and were walking alone again, Charlotte asked quietly, "Why did you not tell him I was your daughter's nurse?" "I did not think you would want me to." "Did you?" "No, but he will find out for himself when he comes for dinner. Then I shall feel doubly foolish." "I'm not sure I follow. But I am awfully sorry to have upset you." "I should not have minded otherwise." "Otherwise?" "Do you not see? He knows of the other Charlotte, Charlotte of Kent, the vicar's daughter, the young lady you once spoke highly of." But I am not that person any more." Charlotte interrupted him. "And now I shall have to see your friend's opinion of me undergo that awful transformation." Charlotte sighed. "I shall have to fall all over again." Sally could not rouse the child. She removed his blanket, tickled his bare feet, stroked his cheek. No response. She picked him up gently, hoping the movement would wake him. He lay limp, his little arms drooping down and swaying as she swayed, bouncing as she bounced. She went to the pitcher and basin on the dressing-table and dipped her fingers in, rubbing the cool water on his forehead and neck. Nothing. Sally groaned. "And I haven't even given you the stuff yet." She had planned to give him one last feeding, with the laudanum, before she left, but the groggy biter couldn't be bothered to wake up. She thought of getting dressed first, putting on the blue frock as Mary suggested, but she feared Edmund would spit up on it, or worse, that his nappy would leak and spoil it. Could she somehow get the stuff into his mouth without waking him? Then he could just go on sleeping. Shifting him into the crook of her left arm, she picked up the vial on the dressing table. She'd need both hands to uncork it. Setting the vial down, she went to return the child to his crib, then walked back to retrieve the vial. She uncorked it and peered down its narrow shaft. She pulled the silver teaspoon from her pocket. She had snatched it from the tea service on her way upstairs, and poured a bit of the liquid onto the spoon, until she reckoned it was halfway full. Should she try to get the spoon into his mouth? Small though the delicate utensil was, it seemed too large for Edmund's little buttonhole mouth. Should she put the little vial itself into his mouth? But how then would she measure the amount? It would surely spill all over, and she'd have to clean that up too before she could sneak out again. She stood there with the teaspoon in her hand, debating. The image of Davy's bonny brown eyes flashed in her memory. Such a handsome man Davy was, and to think he admired her. Just do it and be done, she boasted herself. But she hated the thought of letting the baby go hungry for so long. She looked at the mantel clock. She had only half an hour more before she should be on her way. She walked purposely to the cradle, spoon in hand. She looked down at the babe and was surprised to see the child's eyes open, watching her. Charlotte's eyes, she thought. Daniel watched Lizette's reflection in the dressing-table mirror as she brushed the thick dark hair that fell past her shoulders. "And how are you feeling tonight, my dear?" "Do you ask as my husband or my physician?" "Take your pick. Both are very happy to see you in such good health and spirits." "You seem happy as well, I would say. Happier than I've seen you in some time." He unfastened his collar, grinning. "Why should I not be? I have a beautiful wife I adore, a healthy daughter, a rent-free home by the sea." He leaned down and kissed her cheek. "Do not forget the nurse." "Hmm?" he asked, wrinkling his brow. "I mean that Annette is so well looked after, all through the night." She smiled, a suggestive lift to her eyebrows. Then she stood and leaned against him. She kissed his cheek, his chin, his mouth. He kissed her back. He knew he should be thrilled. Physically, emotionally, he was thrilled. It had been so long. But his mind leapt to the potential consequences, the terrifying possibility of another pregnancy, another nightmare. He pulled gently away and cupped her exquisite face in his hands. He looked at her, relishing, delighting in her contented, loving expression. Before him was the woman he had fallen in love with. "Come." He sat on the bed and took her hand, slowly pulling her to lie next to him. He wrapped one arm around her, holding her tight to his side. With his free hand he brushed the long dark hair from her face. When her hand began to caress his chest and then move lower, he clasped his hand over hers, stilling its path. He knew from painful experience that speaking of her condition directly would only stir up in his wife a cauldron of defensiveness, denial, and anger. "I just want to hold you," he murmured, bending his neck to kiss the top of her head. The truth was much more complicated. From Valerie Fild's Wet Nursing, A History from Antiquity to the Present. The practice of dosing young infants with proprietary medicines, usually containing opiates, increased during the 19th century. Chapter 24. Sally picked up little Edmund, his eyes now open, his drooling little mouth working, showing his pink gums, his soft, fair cheeks plump with health. Going a few extra hours without a nursing wouldn't harm a stout boy like him. She took him to the dressing-table and changed him into a dry nappy. Back in her arms, his pleasant expression wrinkled in restlessness as he began rooting against her. "Put a bit in his mouth," Mary had said, something like it anyway. Then follow with his feeding. He was definitely ready to nurse now. Her thought should have been, "Finally the little biter's awake. Now I can give him the stuff, nurse him, and be off for a night of fun with Davy." But it wasn't. Instead, she thought of her own Dickie. Had her sister ever done the likes to keep him quiet? She supposed it was possible, but she believed her sister had genuine feeling for the boy. They were relation, after all. This boy was no relation to her, so why did she feel such a strong urge to protect him? She thought again of the embroidered blanket she'd stubbornly refused to toss on the rubbish heap. She knew why. Sally sighed. Still, she hated the thought of disappointing Davy. She longed to see him again. Perhaps, if she hurried, she could still catch Mary. Sally ran down the lane as fast as she could, pressing her arm over her heavy bosom to protect herself from the jarring pace. Mary would be put out with her indeed, for she was a quarter-hour late. Ahead she saw her friend's shape in the shadows of the moonlit hornbeam tree. Mary must have heard her approaching, and no wonder. She must sound like a big mule thundering down the hard-packed road, eager to win some race. "I'd about given up on you," Mary called. "I was just now heading in without you." "Sorry, Mary," Sally panted, hands on her knees to catch her breath. "I thought I told you to wear the blue," she said peevishly. "You're still in that same soiled dress." I'm not going." "What?" "I'm not going. Here." She thrust the vial into Mary's hand, making her take it. "Why ever not?" "I couldn't do it." Mary expelled a loud humph, clearly vexed. "But I told you how." "I know." Sally shook her head, already backing away. "Please tell Davy I'm sorry. Maybe we can meet up another time." "I shall tell him no such thing. If you don't come with me right now, Sally, all bets are off. A man like that doesn't stay unattached for long, and I'll be hanged if I don't take a try at him myself." Sally paused, then nodded sadly. "Goodbye then, Mary." She turned and began trotting back toward the house. "You're a bigger fool than I thought," Mary called after her. "Giving up your own chance at happiness to wet-nurse the brat of some stranger, what don't give a farthing about you." The words burned at her ears and heart like stove-irons. "I am a fool," Sally thought. But still she ran up the lane as fast as her large feet would carry her, as though wild dogs were on her heels. In the morning, Sally awoke to fierce pounding on the nursery door. She had already given Edmund his early feeding and had fallen back to sleep, his warm form still beside her. The little biter had woken up 3 times in the night, fussing and crying. She'd barely gotten 2 hours of sleep put together. She'd nearly come to regret not giving him the sleeping stuff. When the child had seemed to stare at her, eyes wide, she'd murmured, "Oh, don't pay me any mind. I just gets cranky when I don't gets me sleep." And clearly, she thought wryly, she also forgot how to speak properly when she was overtired. "Hang on, I'm coming," she called now, quickly pulling her dressing gown around her. But the door banged open before she could get to it. She jerked the tie into a rushed knot and stared, shocked as first the missus and then the master rushed into the room and to Edmund's cradle. "Where is he?" he asked. "What have you done with him?" she accused. "Edmund's right here, in my bed." She pointed to where Edmund lay propped between a pillow and a rolled-up blanket. "Is he all right?" the lady asked, breathless. "Seems to be," her husband said, bent over to peer at him. "Oh, thank God!" Lady Catherine exclaimed, and picked him up, cuddling him close. She gave Sally a sharp look. "Why isn't he in his cradle? You might have suffocated him." "I fell asleep after his last feeding. The little thing kept me up half the night." "Did he indeed?" she asked pointedly. "Yes, my lady." Lady Catherine lifted her chin towards the open door. "Search the room," she ordered. "What is it?" Sally asked, as men from the place, the butler, the groom, the manservant, strode into the room. "What's happening?" "As if you don't know," Catherine snapped. "I don't." "The Whiteman's baby was found dead early this morning," Mr. Harris said. "The nurse was apprehended, clearly intoxicated, with laudanum on her person. It is assumed that she drugged the infant." "It is more than assumed. She killed him." "My dear, allow me," he soothed, and then turned a hard gaze on Sally. "You are familiar with this nurse, what was her name?" he asked the groom, searching through her drawers. "Mary Poole, I believe, sir." He turned back to Sally. "Yes, I know her." Sally swallowed. "A little."
Did you not in fact see her yesterday?" he demanded.
"Only for a moment. I'm sure she did not mean for it to happen. She told me it was quite harmless."
"Did she? She claims the laudanum found on her person belongs to you."
"'Tisn't true."
"Was it not in your possession?"
"Well, she did give it to me, but I gave it right back."
"Did you bring it into this house?" Lady Catherine interjected. She swallowed again, dread filling her, and nodded.
"Into the nursery?"
Sally nodded again, eyes downcast.
"She told me it wouldn't hurt him. Surgeons use it, you know. Well, I believed her."
"I shall give you one chance to answer this question truthfully," Mr. Harris said. "Did you or did you not give any to Edmund?" She looked at him then, meeting his eyes directly.
"No, sir, I did not. Not one drop."
"How can we believe her?" his wife asked.
"She had it with her, in this very room." But then I ran down the road and gave it back."
Catherine turned toward the butler. "Call for the physician. He must come at once and examine poor Edmund." "Why did you?" Harris asked Sally.
"I don't know. It's a hard life sometimes, never getting an hour to yourself, never seeing people your own age."
"I meant, why did you not give it to him? You certainly intended to. You no doubt had plans to meet up with this Mary, to go to the inn with her, as she clearly had from the state of her, I gather. You brought it up here with the intention of drugging my child, so you could have this hour to yourself. But you want me to believe you didn't follow through with it? And if you expect me to believe you, to not have the police come and haul you off straight away, I need to know why." She looked at the man, the child's father, obviously shaken and angry, yet trying so hard to control his emotions. Oddly, she thought fleetingly of other occasions when he had shown some kindness to her, and understood what a certain young lady had once seen in him. She stared directly at him, and said quietly, "For the sake of his mother." As dusk fell, Charlotte sat on a bench overlooking the sea. She held Anne on her lap, for the two had fled the cottage in the frenzy of preparations for company, and Lisette Taylor's shrill orders. Charlotte was sure Daniel's wife did not mean to be demanding nor difficult, but it was clear she was tense and determined that everything about the place and the meal should be perfect. Anne's fussing had only added strain to the woman's agitated nerves, and Charlotte had been relieved when asked to take the child away somewhere. The walk and the cool evening air had quickly calmed Anne, and now the two sat in peaceful silence, listening to the tumbling of the sea and the call of gulls. She was surprised when Richard Kendall walked briskly up the slope from the sea path. She had not expected to see him, nor anyone, on this side of the cottage, and felt disquieted to meet him again. She rose to greet him. "Miss Charlotte Lamb," he called. "How pleased I am to see you again." "And are you, Dr. Kendall?" The two bowed politely to one another. "And this is Taylor's daughter, I take it. I'd recognize that bit of strawberry hair anywhere." Charlotte smiled. "You have a keen eye, Dr. Kendall. Yes, this is Anne Taylor." "Hello, little lady. Well, let's hope your father's hair is all you've inherited." He put his face close to the child's and wrinkled up his nose. The baby smiled, releasing a stream of drool down her cheek. "That's very like her father as well," he joked. Then he smiled warmly at Charlotte. "Nice of you to look after her. Mrs. Taylor busy overseeing preparations, I suppose?" "Well, yes, and, you see, does Mrs. Taylor care for the baby herself, or do they have a nurse for her?" "They have a nurse. In fact, Kendall!" Dr. Taylor called out from the back stoop. "You found us. Do come and meet Mrs. Taylor." "On my way, old boy." Daniel waved and stepped back inside. Kendall turned back to Charlotte. "You're coming in as well, I hope?" "No." "Well, joining us for dinner later, then?" "No, I'm going to watch over Anne here. You go on ahead." "Well, better let the nurse do that. It's what she's paid for, isn't it?" He began to walk toward the cottage, smiling at her over his shoulder. "I am the nurse, Dr. Kendall." "What?" He paused, turning back to face her. "I am Anne's nurse. It's why I'm here. I don't— Your friend, Dr. Taylor, was a great help to me when my own child was lost to me. And since Mrs. Taylor needed someone, well, here I am." "I see. I'm sorry for the deception the other day."
No need to apologize." He nodded thoughtfully, then cleared his throat. "Well, I best be getting in." Yes, hurry away." "Please do." Daniel led Kendall into the parlour where Lisette waited. "My dear, allow me to present my old friend Richard Kendall. Kendall, this is my wife, Madame Lisette Taylor." Kendall's eyes widened at the sight of Lisette, resplendent in her ivory gown, her hair piled high on her head, her black eyes shining. It was a reaction Daniel was used to, even enjoyed. He still sometimes found it difficult to believe he had such a lovely wife. "Enchanté," Lisette said, smiling coyly before dipping her head. "I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Taylor," Kendall bowed. "You are even more beautiful than your husband described." "You are very kind, Dr. Kendall. Now, please, come and sit down. Dinner will soon be served." Both men instinctively offered their arms. She laughed, her smile brilliant, and she crooked her arm first through Kendall's, then Daniel's. The three walked slowly together to the dining room, arm in arm. After dinner, the two men sipped their port in Daniel's study. "Why did you not tell me?" Kendall asked. "What about Miss Lamb, your nurse?" "Oh, how did you—" "She told me herself, outside, before I came in." "Well, I saw no need to humiliate her. You are a stranger to her. I was not thinking ahead." "Oh, you might have sent a note and saved us both the embarrassment." "I am sorry. She berated me as well for not telling you. I only meant to spare her feelings." Kendall looked at him closely. "Were you and she—" "What?" "Well, she mentioned a child." "Heavens, no. I'd not seen her in several years when I came upon her in hospital, quite far along in her lying in. I must say I find this situation highly unusual." Daniel shrugged. "My daughter needed a nurse. Miss Lamb needed a post." "Does Mrs. Taylor know?" "She knows I'm acquainted with Miss Lamb and her family from my time in Kent. But not how you felt about her." "I saw no need. It's years ago now." "Is it?" "Yes, Kendall. I'm devoted to my wife." "Oh, of course you are. I did not mean to imply anything untoward. It is the irony of this situation. Do you not recognize it? You have Charlotte Lamb in your service, living under your roof, nursing your child, looking as lovely as ever I imagined from your descriptions. And what is your point?" Daniel asked in growing irritation. "Well, I'm only pondering. I take it the bloke responsible has offered no marriage, no arrangement." "No, he's married." Daniel took a sip. "As am I." "Oh, yes, and Mrs. Taylor is very beautiful, I grant you." Kendall shook his head. "Here I am, a year your elder, with no woman in my life, and you have two." "I do not have two women." Daniel heard the anger mounting in his own voice. "Look, I know you to be a man of honour and all that, always have been. But you know, Daniel, these things are done. It is nearly respectable these days to support a beautiful lady in such a situation, though I suppose the word lady must now be applied rather loosely." "Richard, you know not of what you speak. I have been and shall remain faithful to Lisette. I took vows, sacred vows, and well, even if I had not, I am devoted to my wife." "Oh, yes, so you have said." Daniel turned away, on the verge of ordering this man from the house. He forced himself to relax his fisted hands flat against his trouser legs and take several deep breaths. "Forgive me," Kendall said. "I've clearly overstepped and misspoken. You are not the only one who disgraces himself socially, you see." Kendall sighed. "I shall see myself out. Do thank Mrs. Taylor again for the excellent meal." Daniel nodded stiffly, without turning. Later, when they were preparing to retire, Lisette smiled at herself in the dressing mirror as she let down her hair. "Your friend could barely keep his eyes from me all evening." "I noticed." She glanced at him. "You do not seem afflicted with such difficulties." "My dear, you know I consider you absolutely beautiful." "So you say." "You do not believe me? You do not prove your words. I do not feel that you find me desirable or irresistible, nor understand why you should want to resist." It's only out of consideration for your health. Unless, she went on as if she had not heard, some other woman has captured your attention. Of course not, Lisette. You know better. You've been my only lover. She stepped close to him. But we do not live as lovers. I need to feel that you desire me. I need to feel you. She pressed herself against him, her breath hot on his neck. And he found he could resist no longer. Daniel sat in the study in the cottage, refolded the letter and laid it on the desk. He removed his spectacles and rubbed his eyes. Replacing them again, he saw Charlotte walking past his door. "Miss Lamb, might I have a word?" "Of course." She stepped into the study and stood before his desk. "What is it?" "I've had a letter from Charles Harris." "Yes?" Worry stretched itself across her features. The family is all well. He wrote to tell us that he's had to let Sally Mitchell go." "Go? Why?" "It seems she was given laudanum by a neighbouring nurse, meant to drug the child." "Dear God, no. But put yourself at ease. Edmund is fine. There is every indication that she did not give him any, but it appears the neighbouring nurse administered a fatal dose to the infant in her care." "Merciful heavens!" "He says, given that I personally recommended Sally, and considering the continuing health of his child, he is prepared to believe her innocent of all but considering the act. But that is enough that his wife cannot bear the thought of keeping the child in Sally's care. She has hired he briefly consulted the letter again, a Mrs. Mead from the village to replace her. I know her. Kind, honest woman, from what I remember. But still, poor Sally, what must she have been thinking? Or that is at least one purpose for Harris's letter, to alert me to the fact that the nurses coming from the Manor may be under the misapprehension that the drug is suitable for such purposes. It is clear that I have some re-educating to do when I return. I can rest, at least, in the knowledge that the neighbouring nurse was not a resident of our institution. What will become of Sally? Well, they're not pursuing legal redress, though I'm afraid the other nurse will not be as fortunate. I suppose Sally will be free to return to her own home, her own child. But how will she support herself and her son? He sighed. I do not know. That continues to be a problem for many. From Almira Phelps, Godey's Lady's Book, 1839. The moral character of the future man may be influenced by the treatment he receives at the breast and in the cradle. Chapter 25. After Sunday services a few weeks later, Thomas Cox caught up with Charlotte as she stepped through the churchyard gates into a fine summer's day. "Good morning." Charlotte smiled up at him. "Hello. How fare the lambs?" "Very well. And how fares Miss Lamb?" "Very well, I thank you." "I noticed Mrs. Beebe took pity on your poor shoulder this morning." "Yes, I was careful to refill her teacup twice at breakfast." He chuckled, and they walked on. "Miss Lamb!" She was surprised to hear Mrs. Taylor call out to her. Lisette Taylor gestured for her to stay where she was, and taking her husband's arm, all but pulled the man over to where Charlotte and Thomas waited. When they drew near, Mrs. Taylor smiled brightly from Charlotte to Thomas. "Miss Lamb, you must introduce us to your new friend." "Of course. This is Thomas Cox, my employers, Dr. and Madam Taylor. And you know Anne." "Yes, of course. How do you do?" Thomas gave an awkward bow and a charming smile. "Dr. Taylor is a physician, as I mentioned," Charlotte said to him, then turned to Dr. Taylor. "Mr. Cox is very interested in your uses of milkweed." Thomas quickly added, "Oh, that and other plants as well, sir." "Mr. Cox is known as quite the local healer," Charlotte explained. No, he demurred. "Purely amateur. I do what I can for my family, but I'm interested in learning more." She noticed Dr. Taylor look from her to Thomas, then back again. "Well, then, you must come by the cottage this afternoon and take tea with us. I shall tell you all I know, and you shall be left with the better part of that hour to enjoy Mrs. Beebe's cakes." "Thank you, sir. But I should not like to intrude on your holiday."
"No bother at all, Mr. Cox," Dr. Taylor said.
"Of course you must come," Mrs. Taylor added cheerfully. Charlotte had hoped to arrange such a meeting, but was a bit bewildered at how it had all come about so quickly, and with so much enthusiasm on the part of Mrs. Taylor. Since Marie took a half-day on Sunday, Charlotte sat at the work-table with Mrs. Beebe that afternoon, helping her arrange buns, biscuits, and small cakes on a silver plate. Thomas, still wearing his Sunday suit, knocked on the kitchen door, hat in hand. Rising, Mrs. Beebe wiped her hands on her apron and opened the door for him.
"Hello there, Thomas."
"Mrs. Beebe?"
"I half expected you to come round to the front door."
"And when have I ever?" She returned to her work, tisking her tongue against the roof of her mouth.
"Taking tea with the tenants, my. Aren't we rising in the world?"
"No, Mrs. Beebe. You know I'm only here for your apple tart." Mr. Beebe, drinking tea at the three-legged chop block, winked at him.
"I figured that was the way of it. Any time to help me with the edges this week?"
"Would Tuesday suit?"
"That it would. Any time before 2 or after 3.
Mrs. Beebe shook her head.
"Heaven forbid you should interrupt the old man's nap."
She smiled begrudgingly at her husband, then nodded to Thomas.
"Well then, off with you into the parlour, but don't expect me to call you sir."
"I wouldn't know who you were addressing if you did." Mrs. Beebe took his hat from him, and then swatted his backside with it as he passed through the kitchen door. Mrs. Taylor insisted that Charlotte join them for tea, which was a first. In many ways Charlotte would have preferred to stay in the kitchen with the Beebes, but Anne was still napping, and she had no excuse to decline. Besides, she would enjoy the time with Thomas, and look forward to witnessing his discussion with Dr. Taylor first-hand. As she had imagined, the two had a great deal to talk about. Dr. Taylor gladly told him all about the medical uses for milkweed, as well as cosmere, foxglove, wood sorrel, comfrey, candy tuft, and several other plants. Thomas asked question after question, and Dr. Taylor never seemed to tire of answering. And Mrs. Taylor, however, tired of the conversation, and soon rose and excused herself, saying not to get up. She would just go to check on Anne. Charlotte relaxed in Mrs. Taylor's absence, knowing how closely the woman had been observing her and Thomas during the afternoon. At one point, Charlotte interjected, "Tell Dr. Taylor about the poultices you made for your mother." Thomas reddened, embarrassed, but described the herbs and method he had used. "Very well done," Dr. Taylor said. "I could not have prescribed better." Thomas beamed with pleasure. 2 hours later, the men parted, shaking hands. Under his arm, Thomas carried 2 books that Dr. Taylor insisted he borrow. "That's quite a young man," he said to Charlotte as the two stood near one another, watching from the window as Thomas walked away down the path. "Yes," Charlotte agreed. Feeling his gaze on her profile, she added, "Though not so young, really. Only 4 years or so younger than you yourself." "Really? Feels like more. Some days I feel quite ancient." At the week's end, Lisette Taylor insisted Charlotte take the morning off, walk into the village, or visit that très grand friend of yours. She smiled meaningfully, and Charlotte felt the need to correct her. "He is not my particular friend." "Non? Tant pis." "Too bad," she had said, though Charlotte had the distinct impression it was Mrs. Taylor herself who was disappointed. Charlotte admired Thomas and enjoyed his friendship, his easy acceptance, and their shared love of growing things. But friendship was all she felt for him. Wasn't it? "Are you certain you want me to go? You will be all right?" "I do know how to care for my own child." "Of course you do. I only meant... Well, she's been fed, so you should be fine." Thomas had mentioned he would be visiting cousins this day, so Charlotte didn't take the sea path, but instead walked into the village. There she walked from shop to shop, idly taking in the displays in the window. She planned to stay away from the end of the street where Dr. Kendall kept his offices. Turning, she walked right into the man. "Oh, Dr. Kendall, you startled me." "Miss Lamb?" He bowed. "Do forgive me." She dipped her head. "Good day, Dr. Kendall." She turned her face back towards the milliner's window, effectively dismissing him, allowing him to walk on without appearing rude. She felt his gaze on her, but feigned interest in the bonnets, hats, and hair ornaments on display. He stepped past her. After their last awkward encounter, he was no doubt relieved to have this unexpected meeting done with as quickly as possible. His footsteps halted. "I say, Miss Lamb." Surprised, she turned toward him as he retraced his steps to stand before her. "I'm on my way to take tea at the little shop on the corner. I do not suppose you would care to join me?" She pursed her lips, but her brain didn't know quite what words to form. Finally she managed. "Why?" "I know things may be a bit awkward between us at present, but I see no need for us to continue so. Your current station in life might be somewhat of a shock to a proper Londoner, I suppose, but here in this small village, well, such things are quite ordinary, and need not form a barrier between us." She looked down at her hands clasped before her. "Come now, Miss Lamb, have we not a dear friend in common? Are we not two educated, gentle people, free to take tea together in a public place?" "I wonder you did not miss your calling, Dr. Kendall. Politics would have suited you." She could not keep a hint of a smile from softening her words. "Is that a yes?" "Very well." He grinned. But before they had taken 4 steps, a young voice called out, "Dr. Kendall! Dr. Kendall!" They turned and watched a young boy running toward them at full speed, panic evident in his features. "Mrs. Henning says come quick. She needs you something awful." Kendall's expression grew grim. He turned briefly. "The midwife. Forgive me, Miss Lamb. Perhaps another time?" "Of course you must go. Would you mind coming with me? I may need an extra pair of hands." "Of course." "Mrs. Collins, is it?" Dr. Kendall called out to the boy, who was already turning back. "Yes, sir." "Bring this lady along, if you please." And to Charlotte he said, "I'll run on ahead." She nodded, but he was already jogging up the street. "This way, miss," the boy said. They arrived at a small, tidy cottage with thatched roof. The boy went in first, leaving the door open for her. When she stepped in, she was stunned to see Thomas there, holding a swaddled infant in his large hands. She thought instantly of the lambs. "Bring another blanket, Freddie," he said. "We've got to get your sister here warmed up." Thomas looked at the boy, her escort. Then his gaze rose to her. "Miss Charlotte? Dr. Kendall asked me to come along. He's in there with her now." He shook his head, clearly worried. "She's struggling, I'm afraid." "The mother?" He nodded. "Twins. Seems they're having a terrible time with the second one. Mrs. Henning handed this one to me and told me to keep her warm." Freddie jogged back into the room, holding a wool blanket. "Here, let me help." Charlotte took it from the boy and helped Thomas wrap the blanket around the tiny baby. She said, "I thought you were off visiting cousins today." "Betsy is my cousin." "Miss Lamb." Dr. Kendall appeared in the doorway, rolling up his sleeves. "Please, if you will." She gave Thomas a look of empathy before following Dr. Kendall into the bedroom. In the bed, Betsy Collins looked exhausted. The midwife standing nearby did as well. "Mrs. Henning, do rest yourself," Dr. Kendall admonished. "Betsy—" The grey-haired woman paused in her mopping of the patient's brow and shoulders. "You cannot help me if you faint on me." He turned to Charlotte. "Miss Lamb, please." Charlotte gently took the bowl and rag from the elderly midwife and began wiping Betsy's forehead. She was sweat-soaked and clearly weak. Charlotte smiled at the woman, who was close to her own age. "I saw your new daughter in the parlour. What a beauty she is." "Is she?" "Oh, yes." Betsy smiled faintly. "I shall have to attempt to reposition the baby," Dr. Kendall announced sternly. Betsy grimaced and squeezed her eyes shut. "Take her hand there, Miss Lamb," he instructed. Mrs. Henning had already risen from her stool to take the other. He pushed and strained against the woman's abdomen, sweat pouring off his forehead. "I cannot quite—" "Thomas can help," Charlotte said. "Thomas!" she called without thinking. Thomas strode into the room, babe in arms. "Give her to me," she ordered. "The doctor needs your help." When Dr. Kendall looked at Thomas and hesitated, Mrs. Henning said, "He's good, he is. He can help." "Just tell me what to do," Thomas said. "You push on her abdomen. Here, when I tell you." Together the 2 men struggled, and Betsy cried out and moaned. "Hang on, Betsy," Thomas said, looking pale as he glanced at his cousin's contorted face. Dr. Kendall looked again beneath the sheets. He swore beneath his breath. "I shall have to use the forceps." "No, please, no," Betsy moaned and began sobbing. They all knew the dangers for both mother and child with the dreaded instrument. "Mrs. Henning," Betsy beseeched. The older woman shook her head grimly. "Nothing else I can do, love." Betsy turned her head toward her cousin. "Thomas, please, do something," she begged. Thomas nodded and said to Dr. Kendall, "May I try?" Before Dr. Kendall could answer, Thomas was already moving into position at the foot of the bed, leaving Kendall little choice but to step aside. "There now, Betsy. Relax. Everything's going to be all right. Just relax now. Ease those muscles." Hunching low, one hand propped on the bed and the other reaching under the sheet, Thomas's face was gripped in concentration. "Sorry, Betsy. Won't be long. Try to relax." "All right, Thomas. All right," Betsy panted. "There's the little one. I feel his head and neck. Come on, little one. Come on." His expression tightened with the effort of tempered strength. Betsy cried out, "Not yet, not yet. Now, push." Betsy gritted her teeth and pushed. "Here he comes. Here he comes." Thinking swiftly, Charlotte pulled out the bottom drawer of Betsy's dresser and laid the first baby into it. Then she leapt forward to hand Thomas a clean sheet left there for this purpose. "That's it. Get ready to catch him, Miss Charlotte." With a final cry, Betsy pushed, and Thomas retracted his arm, and together he and Charlotte guided the slick infant into the sheet. Relieved and revived, Mrs. Henning hurried over and helped Charlotte rub the infant dry and clean out her mouth and nose before handing her to Dr. Kendall. "It's another girl, Betsy," Mrs. Henning announced. "Is she all right? I don't hear anything. Is she breathing?" Dr. Kendall carefully turned the child upside down. When she didn't respond, he swatted her gently on her bottom, then once again more smartly. The baby whined, then broke out in an angry cry. Dr. Kendall handed the child to Betsy, and her tears became those of joy. "Oh, thank you, oh." Charlotte turned to look at Thomas. Dr. Kendall was staring at him too, clearly impressed. "How did you know to do that?" he asked. Thomas shrugged. "Works with sheep." "Indeed." "I'll go brew some yarrow tea for Betsy," Thomas said quickly, and left the room. Dr. Kendall watched him go, amazement on his face. "Who is that young man?" "His name is Thomas Cox." "Ah, yes, I've heard of him. Friend of yours?" "Yes." "Has he ever considered the medical profession?" "I believe he has. I wonder if he'd be interested in an apprenticeship. I believe Dr. Taylor wonders that as well." Charlotte returned to Lloyd Lodge 2 hours later, only to hear the baby's piercing cries before she had reached the door. Charlotte hurried inside. Mrs. Taylor was pacing the parlour, bouncing the child in an attempt to soothe her. Lizette's face was flushed red, and it was clear both mother and daughter had been crying for quite some time. "Easy. Take her." Mrs. Taylor thrust the child toward Charlotte. "I cannot make her stop crying. It seems only you have such power." "No power, madame," she said gently, taking the child in her arms. "Only milk." "No, it is clear my daughter prefers you. My husband as well." "No, madame. Anne only wants me when she's hungry." She sat down and skilfully unfastened the hidden front flap of her nursing frock, discreetly allowing the child to nurse with minimum exposure of her person. "There you are." She looked back up at Mrs. Taylor, hoping to assure her. "As for Dr. Taylor, he was a friend to my family long ago, and I appreciate his offer of employment. I am grateful to have a position with such a respectable family as you are." New tears filled the woman's eyes. "You say the right words. I know I should believe you. I should be thankful that you are here taking care of my child. But I am not. I want to nurse her myself, but I cannot. I am sorry. My body, my mind betray me. My husband—" "No, madame, never your husband." "No? Then why am I so angry? Je pleure de rage." Lisette Taylor turned and strode from the room, the echo of her words capped with a sob. "I am so angry, I weep." After laying Anne down for her nap, Charlotte knocked softly on Dr. Taylor's study door. her heart pounding painfully. "Yes?" She stepped inside, leaving the door ajar. "Good afternoon, Miss Lamb." "Good afternoon." She cleared her throat. "Dr. Taylor, I'm afraid the time has come for me to leave your employ."
"Pardon me?"
"Do not think me ungrateful. I do appreciate all you have done for me. But it is time I moved on. I wonder if you might consider sending a messenger to find Sally. If you find her quickly before she takes another position or her milk fades, she would serve you well, I've no doubt. Or if that does not suit, perhaps another nurse from the Manor."
"But why? Has Lizette said something?"
"No, but I am certain Mrs. Taylor will understand my decision."
"Charlotte, you've done nothing wrong."
"Thank you, but I want you, both of you, to be happy, and I do not wish to be a hindrance to the peace of your family."
"You are not."
She lifted her hands to stop him. "Dr. Taylor, I know how your wife feels about me. In many ways I understand her fears, her jealousy." He looked at her, eyes wide.
"You do?"
But she was not referring to him. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she whispered, "I know what it feels like to have my child look at another woman as his mother."
He swallowed. "But this will be the case with any nurse."
"Dr. Taylor, forgive me. Of course, that is not entirely true. She has no doubt seen my regard for you, careful as I have been to conceal it.
Have I not treated you with the utmost propriety?"
"Utmost."
"I'm afraid Lizette is by nature a jealous person. I cannot deny I am concerned for your well-being. But of course, other aspects of our relationship are long over."
"Of course," she echoed. "Still, I feel it would be best if I leave, as soon as possible." He rubbed his hand over his eyebrows.
"Do you think Sally would come?"
"I do, and it would put my mind greatly at ease if she did."
"Very well. I shall do my best to find her."
"Thank you."
Charlotte walked from the room, still in control of her emotions. She walked quickly from the cottage to the seashore, where the waves could swallow her cries and a bit more salt water would not be noticed. From L. Schaefer, M.D., Case of Peripheral Insanity, 1877. She was melancholy and dissatisfied with herself constantly, incapable of attending to anything and entirely indifferent to things around her. She felt at times as if she were nobody, and would rather be dead than have that feeling. Chapter 26. As soon as Dr. Taylor sent out his messenger, Charlotte began to regret her decision. She almost hoped he would not reach Sally, or that she would be unable or unwilling to come. Charlotte doubted Dr. Taylor would strive to find another unknown nurse, though Mrs. Taylor might wish it, especially while they were in temporary lodgings. But even as Charlotte entertained such thoughts, she knew it was foolish to think staying would make her or anyone happy. She supposed it was the dark, unknown future that caused her to long for things to remain as they were. When the return message arrived, Charlotte held her breath. She tried to find some small satisfaction in being right. As she had predicted, Sally would come. In fact, her letter reached them just ahead of Sally herself, who wrote to say she would be arriving in Old Shoreham on the late afternoon coach. From Sally's few hastily written lines, Dr. Taylor ascertained that he had located her the first place he tried, with the Harrises in Doddington. Mrs. Mead, it seemed, had needed a few more days to wean her own child, and had arrived at Thornmill the same day as Dr. Taylor's messenger. Sally had secured passage on the next morning's coach. Now that it was settled, Charlotte felt the block of sadness begin to break up and sift out through all the broken places in her heart, replaced with a numb pragmatism. There was nothing she could do about it now. It was the right thing, whether it felt like it or not. That afternoon, Charlotte took a basket of clean laundry to hang on the line outside. She had offered to help Marie, reasoning that keeping busy might take her mind off her impending departure. But as she began hanging little nappies and sweet little bedgowns, she realized she ought to have volunteered for some different task. Suddenly, Thomas was there beside her, bending low and coming up with a pair of knitted socks barely large enough to cover his thumbs.
She was immediately relieved the basket held none of her own undergarments. Charlotte watched as he hung the tiny socks in mock concentration. "Hello, Thomas. Here to help Mr. Beebe again?"
"Why, are these his?"
She shook her head, amused. "Actually, Miss Charlotte, I'm here to ask to take you to supper with us at the weekend. Mother wants to meet you." "She does?" "Well, Lizzie has been going on about you, and I confess I have as well." She smiled quickly, then bit her lip. "Thank you, but I'm afraid I will be gone by then." "Gone?" "Yes, I'm leaving my post here. There's to be a new nurse. In fact, she arrives today." "But—" He stared down at her in dismay. "This is a blow. Is this what you want, Miss Charlotte, or—" Mrs. Taylor appeared on the lawn, looking from Thomas to Charlotte and back again. "Good day, Mr. Cox. You have heard the news? Miss Lamb is leaving us." "I have just." "But you will still come to visit us, will you not?" Of course you must. Now, I shall leave you to your farewells." She returned to the cottage, humming a seaman's tune. Thomas looked back at Charlotte, his eyes sparkling with uncharacteristic emotion. Was it anger? Charlotte answered his question as though they had not been interrupted. "I'm learning, Thomas, that what I want is not always the wisest thing." "Miss Charlotte?" She forced a bright smile. "Actually, it is quite a happy turn of events, for the new nurse is a friend of mine. I know you will like her. She was raised on a farm and will so enjoy all the things Lizzie enjoys. I am certain you will all get on famously." Thomas had been looking down at the ground while she spoke, but now glanced up at her earnestly. "You cannot be so easily replaced, Miss Charlotte." Again she bit her lip. "Thank you. You are most kind. Might I at least accompany you into the village to meet the coach?" She hesitated. "I should not like to trouble you. Haven't you work waiting?" "The work will always be here, Miss Charlotte. You will not." Mrs. Beebe insisted they take the gig to the inn. Leaving Anne with Marie, Charlotte and Thomas rode into Old Shoreham, halting only long enough to pay the shilling-per-horse toll to the boy at the bridge. When they arrived, Thomas helped her down in front of the Red Lion. "I'll tie up old Ned. You go on and greet your friend. I'll be waiting when you're ready." "Thank you." When the coach arrived, Charlotte stood back while the dust and horses settled, and the innkeeper ran out to meet prospective guests. When she saw Sally's fair head duck low to descend the carriage on the coachman's hand, she stepped forward to meet her. "Miss Charlotte!" Sally cried as soon as she saw her, but she did not offer her usual toothy grin. Instead, her long face looked forlorn, and she clearly had difficulty meeting Charlotte's gaze. "Please believe me, Miss Charlotte, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. I would never even thought of it if I'd known it might harm him." "I believe you, Sally." "Oh, thank you, Miss Charlotte. God bless you." The two women embraced. Then Sally stood back, her hands on Charlotte's shoulders, regarding her. "Now, tell me you haven't gone and got yourself sacked too." "Not exactly, but it is time for me to leave." "A fussy one, is she?" "No, Anne is an angel." Sally stuck her elbow into Charlotte's side. "I meant the missus." Sally's smile was back, her front teeth protruding over her bottom lip. Let us just say it might be best if she did not know you and I are so fond of one another." Sally nodded her understanding. "I've told Mrs. Taylor I knew of you at the Manor, and that she would be very pleased with you." Thomas appeared, already bending low to pick up Sally's 2 carpet-bags, before standing to his full height beside her. Sally's gaze followed his upward movement with a slight opening of her mouth. "Sally, this is my friend, Thomas Cox. Thomas, this is Miss Sally Mitchell." Thomas gave an awkward bow, then looked at the newcomer. "A pleasure it is to meet you, Miss Sally." Charlotte did not miss the admiration in his expression. Sally shook her head in wonder. "I'll be bob, but you are tall," she said, then giggled, teeth splayed as she did so. Thomas smiled in return. "Yes, we have that in common." He looked back at Charlotte beside him. "As well as a dear friend." Charlotte pretended not to notice his blush, nor the question in Sally's eyes as she looked at both of them. When they arrived back at Lloyd Lodge, Mrs. Taylor welcomed Sally warmly. As Charlotte had predicted, the mistress seemed very pleased with her replacement. There was something about the large, simple woman that seemed to put people, perhaps especially jealous wives, at ease. Charlotte helped Sally carry her carpet bags up to the room Charlotte had used. She moved her own packed bags off the dressing table to make room for Sally's things. "You're not leaving already, Charlotte, surely?" "Not today. Dr. Taylor said I might stay as long as I like." "Stay, then. I don't mind sharing." "I shall stay just long enough to see you settled with the Beebs and the Taylors, and with little Anne, of course." "Won't it be difficult for you, Charlotte?" Charlotte chose to ignore the deeper implications of the question. "You've just arrived. Of course I want to spend a day or two with you before I go." "Will you see Thomas again? After you leave, I mean." "I shouldn't think so. Why?" "Well, you don't, that is, the two of you are not—" "No, Sally, we are not." "You don't love him, then?" Charlotte took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She heard Anne, who had been napping, gurgling happily to herself in the next room. "She's awake," Charlotte said. "Please excuse me." She walked to the nursery and picked up Anne. Sally followed her. "It's all right if you do. I just wanted to know how things are between you." Charlotte lifted Anne into her arms. "There's someone here for you to meet, Miss Anne. Isn't she a gorgeous thing? And so much grown since I seen her last." "Yes." Charlotte stroked Anne's cheek. Then she sighed and placed Anne into Sally's arms. "I will miss Thomas, and he will miss me. But that is the end of it." "But I saw the way he looked at you." Charlotte smiled gently at her friend. "And I saw the way he looked at you. Something tells me he'll not be missing me for long." Unlike Mrs. Taylor, young Anne was slower to hand over her loyalties. She wouldn't nurse from Sally that first night, and cried and reached for Charlotte. Charlotte sat in the rocking chair with her, nursing her and soothing her, and herself. She knew she ought to refuse and let off nursing all at once, but she felt unable to do so, unable to withstand Anne's pitiful tears. Finally, when Anne awoke at dawn, crying to be fed, Charlotte laid her in bed at Sally's side. While nurse and child were both only half awake, hunger won over, and Anne nursed. Sally's sleepy eyes filled with tears as she looked at Charlotte in silent understanding. Richard Kendall stood before the writing desk in the study that served as Daniel's office. "Have you no objections, then, were I to offer her some situation?" Daniel stared at the man, wanting very much to throttle him. Instead he said in controlled tones, "You will offend her." "Quite possibly. Beyond that risk, have you no objections?" When Daniel made no answer, Richard continued. "You said yourself she has few options. That the man who should have made some recompense, should be providing for her, has failed to do so. You're not in a position to do so, but I am." "Yet you do not offer marriage." Kendall frowned and sighed. "No, I'm afraid not. Not at this point. We're not so well acquainted." "But acquainted enough to ask her to become your mistress." "Well," he cleared his throat, "the particulars are yet to be agreed upon, of course, and will be strictly between Miss Lamb and myself. You can be assured of my discretion." "She will refuse you." "I am aware of that possibility." "I would ask that you dispense with this line of thinking altogether, but I have no authority to stop you." "No, being merely her former employer." He nodded thoughtfully. "Though I am beginning to understand why you chose not to tell Mrs. Taylor about your past regard for Miss Lamb." Richard Kendall found Charlotte Lamb strolling along the path parallel to the sea, swinging a stick of driftwood in her hand. He fell into step beside her. "Where will you go now, Miss Lamb?" "To Crawley. I have a great aunt there." He nodded. "A pleasant prospect, then?" She shrugged. "Pleasant enough." She seemed pensive, her eyes far away on the grey water, the distant gulls, and beyond. If I could go anywhere I liked, I suppose I would return to Doddington, though I am no longer welcome in my own home. Still, I would steal back to that dear place if I could. I was just imagining that very thing, strolling through the village and up the lane, past the churchyard, and into my mother's garden. Your family would not approve of such a visit. She shook her head. My father would not likely see me spending so much time in his library as he does. Beatrice, my sister, is so often at her pianoforte or lost in the pages of a book that the world outside the vicarage windows holds little appeal, and she would not likely see me either.
What would you do there?
I would walk along the garden paths, pausing at every flower bed and ornamental tree, taking in which have flourished, which are languishing, and which have died. I should no doubt cry foolish tears over their loss, and feel just the slightest satisfaction that my absence has left some small mark on the place. Then, when no one was about, I would find dear Buxley, our gardener, and see if he could, with every kindness and attention, save those suffering from neglect, and perhaps even coax the lost to return once again. She paused to toss the stick of driftwood into the sea. But, as that is not a real possibility, I suppose my second choice would be to return to the home of my aunt and uncle in Hertfordshire. I have spent many happy hours in their company, and would find much solace in doing so again. Of course, I doubt my uncle would see fit to have me out in society, but even confined to their home, I believe I should be happy. My aunt has the most comforting way about her. Everyone who meets her says so. Charlotte stopped and turned toward him, hand over her mouth. Do forgive me. I've used a week's worth of words on your poor ears. He grinned. Think nothing of it. I suppose it's due to spending so little time in adult company.
I am happy to oblige.
They continued walking.
So, why not away to Hertfordshire, then?
She sighed. My father has forbidden my aunt and uncle to shelter me. So, she straightened her shoulders, I shall return to Crawley. I'm sure I shall enjoy it.
You did enjoy your time here, before recent conflicts, that is.
Yes, indeed. I'm sorry to leave such a beautiful place and such fine company.
I'm happy to hear you say so. I'd thought of a possible solution to your dilemma, if I may be so bold as to make a suggestion.
Of course.
I thought that I might offer another alternative.
Yes? She turned to look at him, and they stopped walking.
Yes, that is... Please forgive my presumption. I realize we are not so well acquainted, but it did occur to me that you and I enjoy one another's company.
Yes, she agreed, but her brow began to wrinkle in growing confusion.
As a physician, I have some means, not an overly grand income, but sufficient, I believe, to offer you a comfortable living here.
Her eyes lit as if with pleasure, but just as quickly the hint of a smile evaporated, and her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. For a moment, I thought you were offering me a post. Her chuckle held no mirth. He shifted on his feet and cleared his throat.
Well, in a manner of speaking.
As a midwife, or a monthly nurse? Oh, I suppose I should be flattered. Or offended. He laughed nervously.
So, which is it to be?
Both, actually. I'm afraid you have rather stunned me. He found the blush in her cheeks charming. He asked timidly,
But you do not find the idea totally repugnant?
She swallowed, looked at him, and then away. I do not find you repugnant, Dr. Kendall, but the nature of the offer, yes. I'm afraid I do.
Well, he said, and looked down at his boots. He forced himself to swallow the sting of her rejection, relieved for her manner of delivering it, the concession to his person. Then do forgive me. It was not my intention to offend you, though I cannot say I am overly surprised at your response.
An awkward silence ensued. I do not suppose there is any hope of you forgetting the former portion of this conversation and allowing me to begin anew. She smiled tentatively. If you like. He returned her smile and straightened. They began walking back toward the cottage. I am sorry I had not thought to offer you a more, shall we say, traditional post. In all truth, the midwives and nurses I know are older, work-hardened women with little education, very different from my perception of you. Still, I have no doubt you are more than capable, should such a position truly appeal to you. I should never have guessed so until recently, though I suppose a position of governess or lady's companion is more in keeping with my upbringing. I am afraid I have no need of either at present. He smiled wryly. I also have a quite competent monthly nurse at the moment, and there is a local midwife as well, Mrs. Henning, whom you met, though she is getting up in years. Perhaps I might call on you in the future, should the need arise. Indeed you may, though I would have much to learn. As do we all, Miss Lamb. But I have no doubt you would be a most able student. Have we an understanding, then? She nodded. We do. And may we part as friends? She smiled. We may. Daniel watched the discussion from afar. The exchange took longer than he would have thought, and she did not strike Kendall, nor stalk off, as he guessed she would, hoped she would. And now there was no mistaking the nod of her head, the slight bow the two exchanged, the smile on his friend's face. She had agreed. Daniel did not wish to think about what it would mean, or to ponder why his chest felt like it might cave in on itself. From Cotton Mather, Ornaments for the Daughters of Zion, 1692. Note, Mather's own children were wet-nursed. You will suckle your infant yourself, if you can. Be not such an ostrich as to decline it, merely because you would be one of the careless women living at ease. Chapter 27. Before the assembled family and staff, Charlotte bid Mr. and Mrs. Taylor a formal, somewhat stiff farewell. She was careful to only glance briefly in Sally and Anne's direction, lest she give too much away. She had sat up rocking the little girl half the night, so those farewells had already been endured. Ignoring Marie's smirk, she smiled at Mrs. Beebe, who had earlier that morning embraced her in the kitchen and stuffed a bundle of food and jingling coin into her reticule, brooking no objection. Now Charlotte bit her lip to keep it from trembling, turned, and left the cottage, reticule in hand and heart in her throat. Thomas walked with her into Old Shoreham this time, carrying her bags as though they weighed nothing. As they crested the bridge, a family approached from the other side, father with child in arms, mother holding a little boy's hand, and she and Thomas stepped close to the rail to allow them to pass. When they had, Charlotte walked on, but quickly noticed Thomas stayed where he was. Retracing her steps, she looked at him questioningly. "What is it?" He stood stiffly, in a voice nearly petulant, said, "I wish there was something I could do." She studied his face, so unusually sombre. "Thomas," she soothed, "there are some things even you cannot fix." She smiled gently. "It's all right." He turned and gripped the bridge rail, still refusing to go farther. She stood at the rail beside him, an arm's length away, staring at the river below. She sensed his agitation, his deliberation. But what could he do? She knew any money he made went to help his mother provide for his many siblings. Even if he began working as an apprentice, he would have little money of his own for several years. He was surely not yet thinking of taking a wife, not her in any case. Was he? Charlotte squeezed her eyes shut, realizing that if she did not speak, he would. Without turning to face him, she said cheerfully, "I told Sally how it was between us." She heard him move a step closer to her. His voice was uncertain. "Did you?" She stole a glance at him before returning her gaze to the water. "Yes. I told her that you could never think of me the way I do you." "Charlotte," she went on quickly, "for you already have 4 sisters, but I have never had a brother." Turning toward him, she self-consciously lifted her gaze to his. "And I have always longed for one." His eyes glimmered. He lowered his head, bringing his face close to hers. "I should be honoured to be yours." They stood that way for a moment, in a silence heavy with unspoken things. Charlotte took a deep breath. "Sally is dear to me, as you know. I hope you and Lizzie will be kind to her." She put her fist to her heart. "It will please me if you show her every attention." Quietly he asked, "Will it?" She nodded. "Yes." He straightened, but continued to peer down at her for a long moment without speaking. He reached out his hand toward her. It was not customary, to say the least, but Charlotte understood the impulse behind it. Some culmination of feeling must occur. It was either shake hands or embrace, but that, of course, would be inappropriate and foolish and unfair to them all. So instead, she gripped his hand with her smaller one and felt his answering squeeze. She held tight a moment longer, then let go. Charlotte sipped her tea in the dining room of the inn, waiting for her coach to be announced. She had insisted that Thomas return to his work, that he need not wait with her. He had gone, though reluctantly. Dr. Kendall came in, hat in hand and out of breath. "Miss Lamb, I'm so glad I found you before you left. I wonder if I might trespass on your kindness for some time longer." "Of course. Please do have a seat, Dr. Kendall." "Thank you." He sat down and leaned across the table to speak in confidential tones. A couple has come to me, in dire need of a nurse for their infant son. The young mother is unable to nurse him properly, and the father fears his son will suffer." "What is the problem?" "Well, that is rather delicate to discuss here. But if you could come to my offices and meet them. But my coach, they pass through for London with stops in Crawley twice each day, Miss Lamb. If you could postpone at least until the afternoon's coach or tomorrow's, I'm sure the couple would pay for your lodgings. Or I shall, if you would allow me. I have not thought to continue on as a nurse. Or this would only be a temporary position. I'm certain the mother will in time be able to nurse her son herself, as she desires to do." He leaned closer yet. "You are still able, do you think?" She looked at the table, self-consciously slouching a bit to diminish her swollen breasts. She nodded. "If you could relieve the child's distress and hunger, even for a few hours, I'm sure the couple would be most grateful." Charlotte had no real desire to wet-nurse another child, but neither could she stand the thought of an infant suffering hunger when she could help. "I shall come." "Thank you. I've already told them about you. In fact, they're waiting on us as we speak. If you would not mind. My bags. I shall ask the innkeeper to stow them for you, until you decide." "Thank you." They walked quickly through town to Dr. Kendall's offices, where he lost no time in making introductions. "Mr. and Mrs. Henshaw, may I present Miss Charlotte Lamb?" Charlotte curtsied. Mr. Henshaw was older than she would have imagined, in his early 50s perhaps. He was well dressed, with craggy features and light brown hair combed to one side. He remained seated, legs crossed, impatiently bouncing his knee. His wife was young indeed, no more than 17 or 18, Charlotte guessed. She was a lovely, dainty girl, with fair hair pulled into a fashionable coil, and wide, pale blue eyes which looked terribly concerned. In her arms she held a baby, wriggling and red-faced. Yet he made no loud cry, merely whined in high-pitched bursts of protest every half-minute or so. "Poor dear, how old is he?" Charlotte asked. "A week tomorrow," Mrs. Henshaw answered quietly. "If he lives that long," Mr. Henshaw snapped. "Now let's not waste time, Kendall. You found us this nurse in haste.
How do we know she even has sufficient milk to nurse my son?
I can attest to the robust health of her last charge.
Well, she might have dried up since then.
Charlotte recoiled at the man's bald words.
Oh, no, sir. She left my friend's employ only this morning.
Why was she sacked?
Oh, it was nothing of the kind. I can vouch for her character and dependability, sir. Rest assured.
Well, have you examined her yourself?
Examined? Not in so many words.
Then do your job, man, and let's be done. If she's fit, I want her to nurse little Crispin here before he starves.
Charlotte felt the blood rushing to her face and neck.
Miss Lamb is a naturally modest girl, Kendall muttered, biting his lip.
Then use that screen there. I don't know a thing about this girl. Is it not reasonable to want some proof of her health, that she isn't ill or infected with some foul sores that would harm my boy?
Dr. Kendall opened his mouth and closed it again. He looked at Charlotte soberly. Miss Lamb, would you mind stepping behind the screen? It won't take but a moment. Charlotte opened her mouth to protest further, but the infant's whines grew into pitiful squeals that tore at Charlotte's heart, and threatened to cause her milk to let down on its own. She stepped behind the screen and waited as Dr. Kendall adjusted it to enclose them more fully. He looked at her, and mouthed the words, "Forgive me." He looked from her face down to the neckline of her gown meaningfully. Heart-pounding, face-burning, she looked away from him and worked her bodice down until it pooled at her waist. Then she lowered one strap of her chemise from her shoulder, then the other. She had forgotten she had bound her breasts with muslin to alleviate the pain and swelling, since she was still full of milk. She swallowed, then unpinned the cloth where she had fastened its end. As she began to unwind the long strip, she glanced surreptitiously at the doctor, and saw that he endeavoured to maintain a detached, officious expression.
"Make sure her milk is still flowing,"
the dreadful man called from the other side of the screen. Wincing, Charlotte paused. Would Dr. Kendall expect her to express milk in front of him? How mortifying! At that moment, the infant began crying in earnest. As she had feared, her milk let down in response, wetting through the remaining layers of muslin before she could wrap her arms over herself. Dr. Kendall lifted a hand, silently motioning for her to cease unwinding. "Milk flow is excellent," he called over his shoulder. Everything looks quite perfect." He returned his gaze to her face. Although Charlotte was relieved beyond words not to have to expose herself fully, she was still too embarrassed to meet his eyes. "You may redo your things, Miss Lamb. I apologize for the inconvenience." Charlotte quickly repositioned her gown. "Why do I not nurse him right now?" she said, attempting to regain her composure. "Have you another room I might use?" "Yes, of course." Charlotte sat in a chair in a small examination room, nursing the babe who suckled with desperate voracity. The sensation was both relieving and slightly painful. She hoped he would be gentler in subsequent feedings. The young wife watched with eyes wide, not averted as politeness might have dictated. "You are perfect," she breathed. Charlotte did not know how to respond to such a shocking remark. The young woman clearly realized what she had said, for her face flushed pink. "I only meant compared to me. I am sure you are fine." "No, I am not." When Charlotte next glanced up from Crispin's fuzz-covered head, she was stunned to see that Mrs. Henshaw had unfastened the nursing panel of her gown. Charlotte glimpsed dark purple bruises before the young woman closed the panel again. Charlotte's shock was replaced by compassion. "Oh, you poor dear! No wonder you cannot nurse Crispin. How painful that must be." "The physician thinks I may have some infection. All I know is that I cry out in pain when I try to nurse my son. Crispin starts crying then too, and Mr. Henshaw starts shouting." Charlotte shook her head in pity. "I do not blame him," Mrs. Henshaw said. "What kind of woman cannot nurse her own child? He says his own mother nursed him, and he will not have his son farmed out to some crude, greedy peasant. Oh, forgive me, I did not mean you. It's all right. I've heard such opinions before. You know you're not the only woman to have trouble, Mrs. Henshaw. Please, call me Georgiana." "Very well, Georgiana. And you may call me Charlotte."
Thank you. I've seen that once before, at the lying-in hospital. You have? Is it curable? Of course it is. I shall nurse Crispin for you for a few days while you heal. It appears that he's not been latching on properly. Georgiana lowered her head, and Charlotte hastened to add, But how would you know if no one showed you? I realize women have been doing this since creation, but it does not always come as naturally as one might think. Georgiana attempted a smile. What a lovely, gentle expression she had. Charlotte liked Georgiana Henshaw very much, felt nearly as maternal towards her as she did toward little Crispin. Her husband, however, she'd prefer to have as few dealings with him as possible. "My own mother is gone, I'm afraid," Georgiana said wistfully. "As is mine. I have one sister, but she is far off in Newcastle. Have you a sister?" "Yes, but she is far away from me as well." From Jack Sanders, The Secrets of Wildflowers. Milkweed has also been used in ancient times to poison arrows. It also induces vomiting in birds that eat the monarch butterfly. Chapter 28. His wife vomited daintily into the basin, then wiped her mouth with a lace handkerchief. It was a graceful act, nearly ladylike, at least until she swore. "What is wrong?" Daniel asked. "Nothing. I'm only sick of this foul English food." "Are you all right now?" "Oui, maintenant. Why will Mrs. Beebe not allow Marie to cook our meals? If I must eat that wretched cabbage fried in mutton fat one more time, I shall spew out my soul." He chuckled and helped her to her feet. "This is not funny. C'est terrible." "It isn't that bad." "Not for you. You are here only at the weekend. She saves the tripe mash and greasy cabbage until you are gone to London." He smiled. "Why do we not go to the inn in the village tomorrow? Kendall said the food there is fine." "I doubt they have anything that resembles cuisine in that little fishing village." "Well, let us venture there and find out, shall we?" "I do not know if I shall feel up to it, Daniel. Let us see what tomorrow brings." "Dr. Taylor?" He opened his eyes. Mrs. Beebe stood in the parlour doorway. "Hmm?" He had fallen asleep in a chair, tired from the coach trip and the long nights at the Manor before. He glanced at the mental clock. He'd been asleep for nearly an hour. "I thought you should know the missus has gone out in the rain." "What?" He looked toward the window. The rain that had been pouring down all afternoon had slowed to a steady drizzle. "When?" "A quarter hour or more." "Did she say—" Mrs. Beebe shook her head. "Didn't say a word. I thought of sending Mr. Beebe, but after the way your missus chewed my ears off after supper, he isn't feeling too charitable toward her, if you know what I mean." "I understand, and I'm sorry for it. I will go. Do not trouble yourself further. Mrs. Taylor has always liked the rain." This was not true, and he felt guilty for the lie as well as the motive behind it. He didn't want others to realize. Didn't want to realize it himself. It is happening again. He found his wife sitting on the bench overlooking the sea. She sat perfectly still, her hair, dress, and face thoroughly soaked. "Lisette, my love, what are you doing?" "Trying to see France, smell France, and after that wretched supper, taste France. I cannot sit by day with this country's ever-present fog and rain. The channel is too wide here. I wish I could take you, but things are still too volatile." "But tonight I saw a light," she said urgently, as if he hadn't spoken. "On the horizon. I thought, voilà, bien sûr, at night I can see France. I watched the light for a long time. It did not move, just winked at me, called to me. I felt so happy. And then the light moved, sailed closer and away down the coast. Just another stinking fishing boat, bringing more stinking cod for your Mrs. Beebe to fry in her mutton fat." "You might have spoken more kindly to her." "I should repay with kindness the poison she feeds me. I can feel it, Daniel, feeling my bowels and flowing through my veins. poisoning me, changing me. I used to be so different, so alive, so lovely.
He knelt beside her. You are still.
I used to be so happy too. Remember?
Tears filled his eyes. I remember, he said quietly. He laid his hands on her knees. The hot tears trailed down his cheeks, mingling with the cool raindrops on his face. You will be happy again, my love. We will be happy again. The following afternoon, Marie brought in a tray of tea things, but Lisette waved the servant away. She picked up the book, glanced at a single line, and tossed it down again. She rose from the settee and stalked about the room, as restless as a creature caged. Daniel lowered his own book. "Shall we go for a walk, my dear? Some exercise might do us both good."
"What is the use?"
"We'll take Anne. She always seems to enjoy a stroll in Mr. Beebe's carriage."
"Sally and Thomas Cox have already taken her for a walk."
"Well, have you thought any more about having the neighbours over for tea?" She expelled a dry laugh and rolled her eyes. "Kendall assures me Mrs. Dillard and her lot are the worst of the village snobs. Our neighbours would be far kinder."
"Why would they accept an invitation from me? I am nobody."
"That's not true. You're a fine woman. You're my wife."
"You are nobody as well."
"Granted."
"And you leave for London tomorrow, again, leaving me caged up in this strange house."
"I shall stay if you prefer." He paused. "One of my patients is expecting twins, and I fear it shall be a difficult birth, but I am sure Preston can manage it."
"That man is not fit to deliver goats. No. Go and do what you must."
5 days later, the front door of Richard Kendall's offices opened, and in strode Lisette Taylor, beautifully turned out in crimson gown and feathered hat.
"Bonjour, Dr. Kendall."
"Mrs. Taylor, this is a pleasant surprise. What brings you by?"
"Are we not well enough acquainted that I might visit without an appointment?"
"But of course we are. Is there something I might help you with?" She looked at him, opened her mouth, hesitated, and then said,
"Yes, there is. It is a silly, really a trifling complaint, but if you would not mind."
"Of course not." She glanced toward the old man sitting near the door. "Should we not step into your private office?" He followed her gaze. "Of course." Then more loudly to the man he said, "I shall be with you shortly, Mr. Dumfries." He showed her into his office. "Now, what seems to be the problem? Are you not feeling well?"
"Do I not look well?"
"You look very well indeed, as usual."
"You are very gallant to say so."
She lowered her dress from one shoulder.
"There. Do you see?"
What am I looking at?"
"I am usually more modest, but I suppose, being a physician, you are unmoved by the sight of the female form."
He swallowed. "Usually, yes." She stroked the exposed skin below her clavicle.
"This patch of skin, does it not look red to you?"
He stepped closer, peering down at the spot. He cleared his throat. "What has Daniel said about it?"
"I have not asked him. He's away in London again at that precious lying-in hovel of his."
"I hear the old manor home is quite well run."
"Manor, indeed."
"How would you describe the irritation? Does the area itch, burn?"
"Yes, I burn."
He looked from the mild rash up to her face, into her smouldering eyes.
"Do I not feel warm to you?"
She let her dress fall farther down her shoulder, exposing a hint of cleavage. He hesitated, feeling beguiled and perplexed. He forced his gaze away and focused again on her face. This time he saw that indeed her complexion looked flushed, her eyes nearly fevered. He looked once more at her lovely neck and shoulders. He reached out and pressed his fingers to the side of her throat. Then he lowered his hand across her bodice to her abdomen, resting there, kneading, exploring. She shivered. Again he cleared his throat and stepped back.
Yes, well, I believe I have all the information I need. You may do up your frock now. He turned his back to her and picked up a pen and prescription booklet. That is all? Her tone was bitter. Yes, I shall write up a prescription for some salve that should help. He ripped the script from its binding and turned to hand it to her. I'm sure the chemist will have this in supply. That is all you great physicians are good for. You write your orders like a housekeeper with a list for the greengrocer. She held up the paper and crumpled it into a ball. But you do nothing. She let the wad fall to the floor. Stepping nearer, she grabbed a handful of his coat in one fist and pushed her face close to his. You do not help us. You do not give us what we need. Swallowing hard, he stepped back, pulling his coat loose from her grasp. You must excuse me, Mrs. Taylor. I have another patient waiting. He turned, opened the door, and stopped abruptly. Daniel Taylor stood waiting, hat in hand. Taylor, how good to see you, Kendall enthused rather falsely, though his relief at his friend's sudden appearance was genuine enough. We thought you were in London. Well, that is, Mrs. Taylor here was just telling me that you were, but how could you be, for you are here? Daniel's pleasant expression faded, and his brow furrowed. Kendall self-consciously smoothed down his coat. Glancing over his shoulder, he noted that Mrs. Taylor had shrugged her gown up higher on her shoulder, but it was still not properly done up. I've only just returned by the afternoon coach, Daniel said flatly. How fortuitous! You're just in time to offer a second opinion on my diagnosis. Mrs. Taylor has a skin irritation. She was just pointing it out to me. Daniel looked at him a moment longer, then swung his gaze to his wife, to her exposed shoulder. You have not mentioned this to me, he said, stepping into the office. Is this a new affliction? She looked at him pointedly. I have suffered for some time. Well, you knew I was on my way. Could you not wait? Lisette Taylor narrowed her eyes. You have shown little interest in my skin of late, Dr. Taylor. Daniel glanced up, and Kendall shook his head slightly, forcing himself to meet his friend's stare. He had done nothing wrong, whatever fleeting thoughts had flitted across his mind. He hoped Daniel would believe him. Dr. Kendall asked Lisette to wait in his office while he spoke to Daniel in the other room. Mr. Dumfries took himself home, saying he would return on the morrow. Once they were alone, Kendall began somberly. I believe it is, as you feared. Daniel stared at the man without seeing him, dread filling his gut. Are you sure? No, but she has symptoms. Accelerated pulse, itching, and, certain uncharacteristic behaviours. It's true she has not been herself. Demonstrated again this afternoon, by the looks of it. Daniel, I hope you do not think... I don't know what to think. Why now? Our child is more than 7 months old. Lisette seemed so recovered from the postnatal mania. Yes, she's been melancholy, but not nearly as out of control as she was before. You don't know? Know what? Well, I did only a preliminary examination, but I do believe your wife is pregnant. Daniel squeezed his eyes shut, as if to block out the truth. He had been so determined to avoid intimacy with Lisette that he had barely allowed himself to look at her, nor touch her for months, save that one time. The signs he had noticed, he tried to ignore or explain away. Not morning sickness, surely, merely Mrs. Beebe's greasy food. His friend must think him an idiot. The symptoms of puerperal insanity often start with conception, Kendall said. Whereas for other women it doesn't make itself known until after delivery. Did it strike her during her first lying in? Daniel nodded, the fear beginning to grow. Heavens, man, how bad was it? He looked at Richard, too devastated to lie. Very. Did she try to harm herself? Daniel nodded. Well, how did you treat her? Herbs, purgatives, opiates, blisters. Nothing worked. When she became violent, I resorted to laudanum and chloroform for a time, and finally had to institutionalize her. Richard stared at him.
horror and pity a terrible pall on his face.
"I am sorry, Daniel."
"As am I."
"What will you do?"
"The best I can. For now she is melancholy and restless, but has yet to become violent. I will find someone to cover for me in London. I will stay with her and keep her here as long as I can. If I hear of anything, any new developments or treatments—" "Thank you, Kendall." From Dr. Hilary Marland, Dangerous Motherhood. Women turned against their husbands, neglected themselves and the household, bullied their servants, broke the china, displayed an overt sexuality, making vulgar and suggestive comments to complete strangers. Yet so common was this disorder that it came to be seen as an almost anticipated accompaniment of the process of giving birth. Chapter 29. After dinner, Lisette began scratching her arm, then her neck. He watched calmly at first, but when she began scratching with great vigour, he rose to his feet and took her by the arms to still her. Already she bore long streaks of red down her white neck. "Come, I shall give you something for that." "Nothing helps." "I shall find something. Come." Pausing to pick up his medical bag, he led her upstairs to their bedroom and closed the door. She flounced down on the bed while he set the bag on the dresser and began looking through its contents. "Here we are." He sat on the bed beside her and began applying the ointment to her neck, lowering her gown from one shoulder to avoid getting the sticky medicine on the fine material. He smoothed the ointment onto her throat, then bent to kiss her bare shoulder. She'd been trying to seduce him for weeks. Now the damage was done, why not enjoy his wife while he could? He kissed her clavicle and slid the gown off her other shoulder, his hand moving lower to stroke her exposed skin. His lips moved lower as well. "No!" She shoved him with startling strength, and he fell away from her. Stunned, he looked up at her, surprised to see tears streaming down her face. "Can you not see how I suffer, and yet you forced yourself on me?" I thought you wanted... I'm sorry." "Yes, you are sorry indeed." The next night, Daniel found Lisette sitting alone in the dark parlour, weeping. He lit a lamp, forcing optimism into his voice. "Dr. Kendall sent this tea for you. He thinks it might help." "There is no use in doing anything, as I shall die soon." "Please, do not say that. Think of Anne." "Why? Is it not she who ruined my body and my mind?" "Lisette, it isn't her fault." "Nor is it mine. You behave as though it's all in my mind, as though I am insane." "Shh, calm yourself. I know what ails you is real, and you're not the only woman to suffer from it." "Do you think that helps me? Do you think that makes me want to live?" "No. You live for us, for Anne and for me and for the babe to come." "I do not care about any of you." She rubbed her forehead roughly. "I just want this to end." "My dear, I think it's time we thought about returning to London." "No, I will not go back to that place, that hospital, that dark little room." "Only until the baby comes." "No, please, Daniel, I beg you, I shall be fine. I will get better. I like it here by the sea. I can breathe here, I can smell France." Daniel looked at her beautiful, pleading face. "Very well, for now, but you must try to calm down, to control yourself." "Oui, mon amour, I shall." But a few days later, Daniel heard Lisette and Marie shouting and swearing in French. He leapt from his desk and sprinted into the parlour. His wife held a large brass candelabra in her hand and was about to strike the window-pane. Marie tried to wrest it from her. "Lisette, put that down!" he shouted. "It will not open. I need air." "Then ask me to help you." "I can help myself." "Allow me." He took the candelabra from her and placed it on the table, then tried pulling and shoving at the old window. "It is painted shut." Marie nodded. "Oh, oui, monsieur. That is what I tell madame." "I'm trapped in this old ruin of a place," Lisette cried. "I need air." "Take hold of yourself. Calm down." "I'm so sick of those words, that patronizing way you speak to me. You are not my father. Do not speak to me as if I were a child." "You are acting like one." "No,
Having a child is making me this way. I cannot stand it. I want out of this body, this skin.
He gave up on the window and took hold of his wife's elbows, motioning the maid out of the room with a lift of his chin.
Lisette, it is my life, no?
No, he said gently, shaking his head. You are not God.
Well, neither are you. Some great physician you are, Dr. Taylor. You cannot even heal your own wife.
I'm trying. I'm doing all I know to do.
It is not enough.
She pulled away, grabbed the candelabra and threw it across the room, shattering the gilt mirror over the fireplace mantel. He froze. Marie reappeared in the doorway and hesitated there, frowning at the broken mirror and then at him. "Stay with her, please," he instructed. Then he dashed from the room, leapt the stairs 3 at a time, and knocked on the nursery door. Sally opened it, white-faced. She had obviously heard the commotion from below. "Sally, please collect Anne and whatever things you need. I'm taking you into the village. I want you to stay at the Red Lion. Here." He pulled several banknotes from his wallet and handed them to her. "That should do for a night or 2.
"Yes, sir."
After seeing Sally and Anne safely to the inn, he drove the carriage to Kendall's office. "Richard," he began, hat in hand, before his friend's desk. "I do not know what to do. I'm at my wit's end. Lisette has begged me not to take her back to the manor house, but now with Anne to think of, I may even have to find a more equipped asylum. There are 1 or 2 I might recommend. Please, come one more time. See if there's anything I have left undone." "Of course." Richard rose and followed him outside. But the scene that greeted them was not at all what either gentleman expected. The cottage had been restored to rights. Although the mirror was missing, the glass shards had been taken down and discarded, and the late afternoon sun lit the room in a peaceful golden glow. Lisette looked up at them from a pristine table laid with a full tea service, as well as plates of sandwiches and cakes. Lisette herself looked serene and lovely, dressed in a pink silk gown, her hair done up properly, her face powdered. She even had the strand of pearls around her neck that Daniel had long ago given her, but she seldom wore. She greeted them warmly.
"Welcome, gentlemen."
Dumbly, Daniel stepped forward, Kendall close behind.
"Hello, darling."
She rose and smiled at him as he approached, eyes glowing, then reached up and kissed his cheek.
"Dr. Kendall, how pleased I am to see you again. Do sit down."
Both men were speechless. They laid their hats aside and sat as they were bade, watching in awe as Lisette poured tea with practised precision and grace.
"Dr. Kendall, how do you take your tea?"
Milk will do nicely, thank you." She complied and handed him the cup and saucer with a steady hand.
"And I know my husband likes sugar in his. There you are, my dear."
"Thank you." Daniel stared at her, and he and Kendall exchanged a look, brows raised. Hopes, too. "It does happen," Kendall said to him later behind the closed doors of the study. "Some remedy creates a delayed effect, or a woman's balance somehow restores itself on its own. But will it last? I don't know, but it seems quite possible. Thank God. Indeed. Will you do me a favour and stop by the inn and let Sally Mitchell know she may return?" Kendall paused, then nodded.
"Of course. I shall tell her she may return in the morning."
Kendall smiled at him and turned on his heel, donning his hat. For an unmarried man, Kendall was quite astute. From Robert Gooch, early 19th century physician. When puerperal mania does take place, the patient swears, bellows, recites poetry, talks bawdy, and kicks up a row. Every precaution must be taken to prevent her doing injury to herself, to the infant, or her friends. Chapter 30. The next morning, Daniel came down the stairs whistling, knowing all the while how cliché it was to do so. Still, he could barely keep the smile from his face. The day was sunny, and so were their prospects for the future. In the kitchen, he found Sally Mitchell eating a biscuit. "You're returned early. How is Anne?"
"She fell asleep on the way home. Already laid her down for an early nap. Afraid the inn was awful noisy last night.
Neither of us got much sleep." "I know how you feel." "Sorry to hear it," Daniel said, though the cheerful tone did not match his words.
The missus really has turned the corner, then?"
"Yes, it seems she has, thank God, though we must still monitor her progress."
"Well, that is good news, sir. Your friend said as much, but I was afraid to believe it."
"I understand."
"I told Charlotte as well. She was most relieved, I can tell you."
"Charlotte?"
"Yes. She stopped by the inn this morning."
"Oh. She did not return to Crawley?"
"No. She's staying on in Shoreham for a time."
"Is she?" She nodded.
"Something to do with your Dr. Kendall, but I didn't hear the particulars. Place was too loud to hear much of anything."
Daniel swallowed. "I see." Taking a deep breath, he changed the topic. "Mrs. Taylor is still asleep, peacefully at last. Do your best to keep Anne quiet so as not to disturb her. I'm just going to ride into town and send a message to my father. I shan't be long."
"Yes, sir."
When Daniel returned an hour later, he opened the door gingerly and was relieved at the peace and quiet that greeted him. He laid aside his hat and went in search of his wife. No one was in the parlour or dining room. She wasn't still sleeping, surely, although they had lain awake together until the early morning hours. Upstairs, he found their bedroom empty, the bed neatly made. Peeking into the third-floor nursery, he saw it too was empty. Stepping down the passage, he tapped lightly on Sally's door, thinking to check on Anne. Sally answered the door, sleep etched plainly on her features, her mouth stretched wide in a yawn.
"Must have fallen asleep," she said.
"Is Anne awake?"
"I believe so."
"She isn't here with you?"
"Well, Mrs. Taylor wanted to have her to herself. Poor dear said it felt like a month of Sundays since she'd held her little girl."
Daniel smiled. Had Lizette's maternal feeling been restored, along with her affection and desire for her husband? Nearly as quickly, his smile faded. "Where are they? I saw no one downstairs."
"Off to get some fresh air, sir, I believe she said." "Oh, dear, have I done wrong?"
Sally's expression grew pained.
"She told me to go on and have a rest, and after last night I was happy to oblige."
"I'm sure all is well," Daniel muttered, already heading for the stairs. But he wasn't sure at all.
"Should I start packing, sir?" Sally called after him.
"Packing? Why?" He paused midway down the staircase.
"Well, Mrs. Taylor said something about going home."
He froze. Home? But he had assured her he would not yet take her back to the Manor.
"Aye. Are we returning to London soon?"
I don't know," he called over his shoulder as he rushed down the stairs. He found Mrs. Beebe in the kitchen. "Have you seen Mrs. Taylor?"
"Well, yes, sir. She went outside with the little one."
"When was this?"
"Oh, about a quarter of an hour ago."
"Where were they headed?"
"Toward the sea, I suspect, and a lovely day for a stroll it is."
The sea. Panic gripped him. Oh, dear God! Daniel ran outside, across the wide lawn, down the rocky decline and onto the pebbled shore. He looked wildly about, up and down the coast. Then, out on the channel, he glimpsed a lone, dark-haired figure, swimming with clumsy strokes, then disappear below the surface. "Lizette!" he cried. "God help me!" He ran across the rocks and splashed into the water, pausing only long enough to haul off his boots and throw them back on shore. Then he swam out after her. He tried to gauge where he'd seen her go under. At least he feared it was her. When he reached the spot, he dove down. He searched frantically through the cold, dark water. When his lungs forced him, he lurched up and sucked in air. He searched the surface, desperate to see her. Hearing a shout, he spun around. There were Thomas and Kendall on the shore. Remembering Kendall had never learned to swim, Daniel dove back down, scarcely giving thought to the men. He swam deeper, deeper, his long arms stretching, his fingers combing the water. There! He caught a handful of fabric. He held on and kicked closer, wrapping one arm around the figure and trying to drag her to the surface. At first he could hardly lift her, but then she began to rise. He kicked and pawed at the water with all his might. He felt her moving, kicking beside him, and rejoiced. She was alive! He broke through the surface and filled his burning lungs with air. Only then did he realise that Thomas was there, had swum out and helped him pull up Lisette. His gratitude was quickly suffocated by the realisation that it had been Thomas's movements, not his wife's, he had felt beside him. The long, full gown Lisette wore, sodden with water, had become a weighted anchor, dragging all three of them back down. Slowly and painfully the two men kicked, paddled and pulled themselves back to land. Together they hauled Lisette carefully toward shore. Richard Kendall waded into the surf to help them, and together they laid her carefully down onto the pebbled beach. Richard leaned close, listening for breath. He turned her on her side and began compressing her abdomen, releasing a stream of water from her mouth. "I've got to find Anne!" Daniel ran over the surf and dove back into the water. Thomas followed after him. Back and forth they swam, pouring the dark water, coming up with only handfuls of shale and debris. After seemingly endless, exhausting dives, Daniel fell back on shore, panting. Thomas crawled out after him. "She's gone," Richard said. "I know. We could not find her." "I mean your wife. She's gone. I could not revive her." Daniel fisted his hands and pressed them to his forehead and down into his eye sockets. Then he forced himself onto his hands and knees and crawled over the wet pebbles to the prone body of his wife. He laid his head on her chest, then looked up at her face and stroked her damp cheek. "I'm sorry, Daniel," Kendall said quietly. "She was going home, to France. She was trying to swim there." Daniel's voice broke. Richard laid a hand on his shoulder. Daniel moaned and sat down, pulling Lisette onto his lap, into his arms. "I could not find Anne. I know you did not mean to lose her. I tried. I did." Kendall sent Thomas to the cottage to fetch some blankets. One to warm him, Daniel supposed. Another to cover his wife's body. His own body was racked with shivering, his muscles tight and convulsing. The waters of the channel were cold even this time of year. Had the cold stolen her consciousness even before she drowned? For a moment he was struck with the desire to walk back into the sea that had claimed his wife, daughter, and unborn child. Let it claim him too. Anything to stop this crushing pain. But even as he entertained the thought, his own words to Lisette echoed in his mind. "You are not God." "Oh, God," he moaned, and began sobbing. How could he go on? It was all his fault. How could he ever forgive himself? "Daniel?" A voice spoke softly behind him, or maybe he had imagined it. "Merciful heavens!" Kendall exclaimed beside him. "Is that Anne?" Daniel turned. There was Charlotte, the sun at her back, casting a golden glow around her. He winced. His mind must be numb or hallucinatory. "Yes," the Charlotte image said. "I found her asleep up the shore, surrounded by rocks and driftwood." "Thank God," Kendall said. "Daniel, Anne's all right. She's alive. Do you hear me?" Daniel sat mutely as Charlotte walked toward him, tears streaming down her face as her eyes darted to and then away from Lisette's still form. She knelt beside him and gently handed Anne to him. Then she rose and stepped back. Daniel stared down at Anne, who was awake now, and seemed pleased to see him. She wriggled and babbled, her little fists moving from her mouth to clasp his nose. "Yes, I seem to have lost my spectacles. Do you still recognize me?" The little girl opened her mouth in a toothless grin. "Your maman is gone. I'm so sorry, dear one. She loved you. Never think she didn't. She just could not stay. I tried to help her, but I could not." Thomas and Sally returned with blankets, and Kendall wrapped one around Daniel's shoulders. Then he laid the other one carefully over Lisette. Sally took Anne and headed back toward the cottage. "Come, my friend," Kendall urged gently. "Let's get you into the house and out of those wet clothes." Daniel looked over at his wife's shrouded form. "I cannot leave her." "I shall see to her," Kendall assured. Together Charlotte and Thomas helped Daniel up and into the cottage. The day after the funeral, Charlotte found Daniel sitting on the bench, staring out at the sea. Wordlessly, she sat down as well, careful to leave a proper amount of space between them. He acknowledged her presence with the slightest nod before returning his gaze to the sea. "You never really knew her, Miss Lamb. Not really. Not the woman she once was." She asked softly, "How did the two of you meet?" "She was working as a governess in Edinburgh when I was at the university there. I first saw her in the park, swinging her little charge around and around until the sound of their laughter filled the square. I can still see her in her green-striped dress, her dark hair escaping her straw bonnet. A smile, so bright, the only brightness to be seen on that grey Scottish day. She told me she had left her home in Normandy, looking for adventure. Only later did I find out she was looking for escape, that her mother was afflicted in much the way Lisette was at the end." He leaned over, elbows on his knees. "I don't think she meant to deceive me. I think she truly believed, or at least desperately hoped, that she had left all of that far behind her, that she could avoid the same fate. We travelled to Caen only once to meet her family. I suspected how it was with her mother, but by then it was too late. I was in love with Lisette. I could not have stopped myself from marrying her, even if I had known what was to be." After a few minutes of silence, Daniel sighed. "Still, I should have seen it coming, should have prevented it somehow." She glanced over at him and saw him shake his head dolefully. "I wanted to move her someplace safe, but she begged to stay. She said she loved it here, felt closer to home. Too close, it turns out." "How could you know? She was much improved." "So we thought. Or so she wanted us to believe. But I should have known better." "Mr. Taylor." Without intending to, she had slipped back to his former address. "If only I had found a more effective treatment, or insisted we return to London a fortnight ago. Mr. Taylor, do you not remember what you said to me when my mother died?" "No." "I was sure that if only I had been a better daughter, or prayed harder, or insisted she not tire herself in the garden, then she would have lived." He shrugged. "But you told me God does not work that way. Remember?" "And I believe you told me I needed to read the Old Testament." "That you choose to remember." She smiled gently. "It is not your fault." It had taken a long time for Charlotte to believe this herself. She feared Daniel Taylor would prove no quicker a student. He took a deep breath, then straightened. "Thank you again for finding Anne. I don't know that I could have gone on if— Shh! Someone else would have found her had I not happened along. I can only hope so. How did you happen to be here that day?" She took a deep breath. "I awoke with the darkest foreboding that morning. Even though Sally assured me at the inn that all was well, I had to come. I should have walked, but Dr. Kendall and Thomas passed by on their way here and offered me a ride." "And what were they about?" "I never asked, and after, well, everything, I quite forgot. Dr. Kendall brought Thomas up with the intention of convincing the both of you that Thomas should remain here as his apprentice. But after he saw Thomas's loyalty to you that day, I believe he quite gave it up." "Yes, that boy has a place with me for as long as he wants one." The two sat for several more minutes without speaking before Daniel said, "I shall be returning to London soon, letting go of this place early. You are welcome to stay on here until I do. That is, unless you have made other arrangements." "I have made other arrangements." "I see." He rose abruptly. "Of course, that is none of my affair." "My arrangements are not with Dr. Kendall, however," she said. "No?" "I have taken a post with the family in Old Shoreham." "May I ask in what capacity?" "As their nurse." "Oh, I had not realized you planned to continue in that vocation." "I had not planned to do so, but they were in need, and, well, there I was. It is only temporary." In fact, Georgiana Henshaw was well on her way to nursing her son herself. She had begun nursing him once or twice a day, as her recovery allowed, while Charlotte kept up with the other feedings. But the young mother was quickly assuming the majority of nursing. Mrs. Henshaw had assured Charlotte that she would be welcome to stay on as long as she liked, but Charlotte doubted Mr. Henshaw would agree to such generous terms. "And after?" She shrugged. "Return to Crawley, I suppose, as I intended to do before." But the next morning, Sally received a letter that changed Charlotte's plans once again. Charlotte had returned to take breakfast with Sally, and privately to assure herself that Mr. Taylor was all right. As they sat visiting, Mrs. Beebe came into the kitchen with the Morning Post. "Letter for you, Sally." Sally took the letter and studied the direction with surprise, but none of the happiness Charlotte might have expected. "'Tis from my sister." Dr. Taylor came in for a cup of tea, while Sally opened the missive and read as quickly as her skill allowed. After a moment, she propped a hand on the table as if to support herself. Alarmed, Charlotte asked, "Sally, what is it?" "'Tis Dickie. She says he's very ill. Oh, I must go to him at once." "Steady on," Dr. Taylor said. "What else does she say?" "He's weak, high fever, won't eat. She fears the worst, and this was written days ago now. Dr. Taylor, please help him. You will come, won't you? Please." He hesitated a moment, in which time Charlotte feared he was offended by Sally's presumption that he should drop everything to help a child he barely knew, or that, in his morose state, he felt ill-equipped to save anyone. Instead, he set his cup down. "We shall go directly." In a flurry of plans and instructions, Charlotte agreed to remain at Lloyd Lodge for a few days to nurse Anne and give notice to the Henshaws. Marie would return with Sally and Dr. Taylor to prepare the London house, which had no doubt gathered dust during their absence, with only John Taylor to care for it. Charlotte would stay behind long enough to see to the packing and help the Beebs set the place to right. Then she would escort Anne back to London, to the home Dr. Taylor shared with his father. After that, she did not know. It wasn't within her to refuse any help Anne Taylor or her father needed. Still, it chafed her a bit to realize she was allowing her course to be set by the winds of circumstance, yet again. Forcing thoughts off herself, she set to work and prayed fervently for the recovery of Sally's son. From A 1765 Letter Between Friends, from The Gentleman's Daughter, by Amanda Vickery. What will you think when I tell you she is not yet weaned? How to set about it is more than I know. Chapter 31. Mr. John Taylor met her coach with broad smiles for both Anne and herself.
"How good to see you again, Miss Charlotte, and little Anne. How much you have grown."
Anne's little lip trembled as her grandfather put his face close to hers.
"Forget me already, did you? We shall soon put that to rights."
"I'm sure you shall, if you can catch her. She has just learned to creep about."
"Has she indeed? Well, there'll be no rest for any of us now. All those tempting staircases."
He gestured to the hackney driver he had hired to take them the rest of the way to the Taylor residence. The bulky man came and gathered her baggage and carried the load to his carriage. They followed, and Mr. Taylor held Anne while Charlotte climbed in. The child looked at him warily, but did not cry. Once they were all settled, and Anne back in Charlotte's arms, Mr. Taylor looked across at them and said, "You look as well fed as a stuffed goose at Christmas. I mean Anne, of course. I must say, you look far too thin. You are in good health, I hope?"
"I am, thank you."
"What a trying time this has been for all of you, no doubt. Daniel looked positively dreadful upon his return."
"And little Dickie?"
Mr. Taylor shook his head gravely. "I'm afraid the lad is very ill indeed. Still, Daniel hasn't given up hope." Coming to a halt at the Taylor's offices and residence on Wimpole Street, Mr. Taylor paid the driver and asked him to bring the baggage to the living quarters above. Marie, looking worn and apathetic as usual, met them on the first floor up.
"You and the child will be in the same chamber as before."
She turned her back without offering to help carry up their things. "I must say that having you back with us is the one bright spot in the whole dismal affair," John Taylor added kindly, "though I would not have chosen the circumstances for the world."
"No, of course not."
"I'm afraid we won't see much of Daniel for some time, between his work at the Manor, his own practice, and seeing the Mitchell boy, but we'll do quite nicely on our own, I trust. Do let me know if there is anything you need."
"Thank you. You're very kind."
Tears filled Charlotte's eyes as she spoke the words, and she didn't stop to wonder why.
"You are certain you do not wish your post back?" Charlotte asked Sally over tea in the Taylor's sitting room a few weeks later. "No, my place is with Dickie now."
"How does he fare?"
"He's fully recovered, I'm happy to say, thanks to your Dr. Taylor."
"He is not my Dr. Taylor." The look Sally gave her said she begged to differ. "And how is your Thomas?"
"'Tisn't mine."
She hid a toothy grin behind her hand.
"Yet."
Charlotte smiled. Soon after her return to London, Thomas had arrived to begin his apprenticeship to Dr. Taylor. The young man slept either in one of the Manor upstairs chambers or on a cot in the offices on the street level, depending on where Dr. Taylor needed him on a given day.
"Why not come out with me and Thomas sometime?" Sally asked. "Thomas loves going to hear lectures and concerts and the like, and he is determined that I should learn to like such as well. Come along with us. You'd enjoy a night out now and then, wouldn't you?"
"You're thoughtful to include me, but Anne—"
"My sister would watch her and Dickie both. I know she would."
"Anne is still nursing. It's difficult to get away. You remember how it is."
"Aye."
Sally's eyes clouded.
I did not mean—" "'Tis all right, Miss Charlotte. I remember my blunder, whether anyone reminds me of it or not."
"It is forgotten, Sally. Not by the Harrises, it isn't."
"And not by me."
"Oh, Sally." Charlotte reached over and squeezed her friend's hand. "Some day soon I should be delighted to accompany you for an evening out." Charlotte glanced up and saw Dr. Taylor standing in the doorway, his expression dour. How much of their conversation had he overheard? A few days later, Dr. Taylor approached Charlotte as she sat spooning porridge into Anne's open, bird-like mouth. When she glanced up at him, he cleared his throat. "I've been wondering, Miss Lamb, if it might not be time to wean Anne, as she has begun eating other foods now." She glanced at the spoon in her hand.
"Yes, I know, but I had thought to nurse her for a full year or more."
"Ah, well, as you wish." He started for the door. Charlotte turned, spoon still poised mid-air. "But if you want me to cease, then, of course I shall. I was only wondering." Then it struck her. He wanted to be rid of her. Her heart pounded, dully, painfully. She would not overstay her welcome. She had not expected the process to be so difficult. In fact, by the next morning, breasts full, she had already resigned herself to continuing on. But Anne was fussy and restless and wouldn't nurse properly. She pulled off again and again as Charlotte encouraged her to latch on. "You must be hungry. What is the trouble?" Had Charlotte eaten something that had spoiled her milk? She did not believe so. Charlotte grimaced.
One would almost think you understood your father's suggestion about weaning.
Finally Charlotte gave up, hoping the little girl wasn't coming down ill. The next morning was much the same. Anne nursed fitfully, pulled away, tried again. Charlotte stroked her little tummy.
"What is it, dear? What pains you?"
A sharp pain struck Charlotte's breast. Charlotte cried out and jerked back again. Startled, Anne began to wail. Tears welled in Charlotte's eyes at the stinging pain. As Anne cried, mouth wide, Charlotte saw the white kernel protruding from her pink gums. Her first tooth.
"Well, you needn't have bitten me. That hurt."
Anne cried louder yet.
There now. It's all right. I know you did not mean to. At least, I hope not."
After that, both of them seemed resigned to wean each other. Charlotte steeled herself for each of the few nursings that followed. Anne must have felt her apprehension, for she too seemed tense and nursed very poorly. Still, nights were the most difficult for Anne, when she rooted against Charlotte, wanting to nurse for comfort, to ease into sleep. Charlotte obliged her. Mornings were most difficult for Charlotte, when she longed for the relief of pressure nursing brought. Gradually she realized, however, that the morning fullness was diminishing. By evening, when Anne grew most fussy, it seemed Charlotte had very little milk to offer her, for Anne pulled away quickly. Though she had set out to wean Anne, now that the reality of its imminence dawned on Charlotte, a strange panicked sadness stole over her. She knew once she was through, there was no going back. Her unique role in this child's life would be over. She would be more replaceable than ever. Anne would not need her any more. How would Charlotte support herself now? True, she had never wanted this vocation, but what would she do? Her breasts lost some of their fullness, which seemed sad too. She began to feel as empty as they. She would need to take in her gowns. Knowing each might be her last, she began to cherish every nursing, and concerns for her livelihood were not uppermost in her mind. She would miss this, the warmth and satisfaction of holding this little one close to her body. Anne's little face relaxed, and content now and then opening her dark eyes to look up at Charlotte as if to greet her or thank her. A little hand lying against Charlotte's breast or stomach, the sweet sting of milk coursing through her, the tug of the curled tongue and rough-ridged mouth, the sounds of drawing, of swallowing, of nourishing, of life. Charlotte stroked Anne's hair, the soft curve of her neck. "Very soon you will not even remember this time together, but I shall always remember, and I shall miss it. And you." Even as Charlotte's milk stopped flowing, her tears began running over to take its place. 2 weeks after Sally's tea-time visit, Charlotte stood before Dr. Taylor's desk, hands clenched together. "I will be leaving in a week's time, Dr. Taylor. Does that give you sufficient notice to make other arrangements for Anne's care?" "Leaving? But why?" "I have weaned Anne as you requested." "Oh, I only suggested it to afford you a bit of freedom." "Well, I am free. You will not have need of me any longer." "But we do. Anne is quite dependent on you." "I am only the nurse, Dr. Taylor. My post here is finished." "Well, that part may be ended, but there are other capacities in which you might stay." "Such as?" "Well, however you like. That is, I know it's too soon to talk of such things, and I haven't any right to presume on your time, but all I know is that... He stopped then, catching his breath and running his hand across his face. "All you know is what?" she prompted, trying to be gentle, but feeling unaccountably frustrated. He swallowed, then stuttered. "I wish... I would like you to stay." She was oddly touched by his stammering, his obvious nervousness. But no, she was foolish to read anything into his manner. His wife was not long in her grave, and he'd clearly loved her. Though the last years of their lives together had been wretched, that did not erase his pain, his mourning. He was not offering anything other than a position, and she'd do well to remember so. "Do you wish me to be Anne's governess?" she suggested tentatively. "Governess? She's a bit young for that, but would you want that? I mean, eventually. Of course, I would like you to keep caring for her as you do." "Nursery maid, then?" "Well, I don't like the sound of that. That's beneath you, Miss Lamb." "No, it isn't. Not any more. What I mean to say is that a woman of your character and education could do so much more. Could be anything she wanted. But you need a nursemaid. Anne needs a nursemaid. What? For Anne's sake, I wish you would stay on as nursemaid, governess, what have you. But quite frankly, I don't." "You don't want me to be Anne's nurse?" "No." Charlotte felt as though she'd been slapped and drenched with icy water at the same time. She'd thought he admired her way with his daughter, that he admired her in general. "I shall leave immediately." "No!" he all but shouted. She looked at him, stunned by his uncharacteristic outburst. He sighed and said more gently, "Forgive me. I know I'm a broken shell of a man with little to offer you, but still I ask you." "Ask me what?" "To stay." "As what?" "Why must we define it? Can you not give me more time?" "I'm afraid I do not understand, sir. I am an unmarried woman. I cannot stay under your roof unless I am employed by you in a legitimate capacity. Tell me you are not asking me to be my what?" he said defensively. "Do not make me say it." "Say what?" He looked nearly angry now. "What is it that is so odious to you?" "Dr. Taylor." "No, tell me. Be my what?" She frowned, looked about her, then whispered tersely, "Mistress." The man looked stricken. "Oh, Miss Lamb, forgive me. No wonder you look so ill. Certainly you know by now how highly I think of you. I would never make such a proposition to anyone, least of all to you." She knew he meant it as a compliment. Still, it hurt her feminine pride. She was not the sort of woman he would want for himself. At least, not any more. Your friend Kendall had no such scruples, so I feared. She let the mortifying words drift away. "Yes, I'm sorry for that. And I see why you might think—" He rose to his feet. "Miss Lamb, Charlotte, forgive me. I am handling this very poorly." "No need to apologize. You are distraught. You still mourn your wife, and you have a young daughter to raise alone." "Yes, but none of that changes the fact that I want you to stay. Anne and I would be adrift without you." He sighed. "I suppose I prefer the term nursery governess, for now." Though she dreaded the possible repercussions, Charlotte decided she was obligated to write to apprise her cousin Catherine of her change in situation. She did not like the thought of placing Mrs. Dunweedy in an awkward predicament should Catherine write or call there. So she wrote a rather brief note to let her cousin know that she had taken a position as governess and was no longer residing in Crawley. She did not inform Catherine that she was in the employ of Daniel Taylor, for several reasons. She had seen the speculative gleam in Catherine's eye when she had seen him arrive at her great-aunt's cottage, though she might have imagined that. Worse, she had foolishly passed off Anne as her own daughter. If Catherine were to inquire, or, heaven forbid, take it upon herself to call upon the Taylor home, how would she explain that Anne was, after all, Dr. Taylor's daughter and not her own? Catherine's shock and censure would be too awful to imagine. So Charlotte had omitted the name of her employer and his address on the first letter, only to be mortified when Daniel Taylor delivered a return letter from Catherine the following week. "A Lady Catherine asked me to give you this when I saw you next," he said. "She came by the Manor today." "She did?" "Yes. She seemed certain I would know how to find you. Did you tell her? I told her nothing. Knowing my shortcomings in the tact and discretion department, I thought it best. But she must know something, to ask you to deliver this to me. True, she did not seem surprised when I agreed to the task. I suppose she remembers that I had delivered that other parcel for her when I was last in Crawley. Charlotte knew he was referring to the money he had long ago delivered to her on Catherine's behalf, most of which Charlotte had given to Margaret Dunweedy to cover her living expenses. She did mention she had stopped by the Manor on 2 other occasions with the intention of asking me to get some message to you, only to be told the first time that I was away on holiday, and on the second that I had taken leave and no one knew when I would return. It must have been while we were on the coast. She knew he did not like to recall that grim time. None of them did. Quietly she thanked him for the letter and slipped up to her room before opening it. She held her breath as she read Catherine's curt reply. I am trusting Dr. Taylor, who seems to know your whereabouts better than anyone, to get this to you. Goodness, Charlotte, why on earth did you not write to me sooner? I had grown concerned. I called round at Margaret Dunweedy's on Whitsunday, but she could not, or would not, tell me where you had gone. She said something about you being off on holiday, but of course, given your situation, I did not believe it. Catherine went on to write several blunt questions. Governess? Could be worse, I suppose. In whose employ are you? Do I know the family? I certainly hope they allow Anne to stay with you. Where in the world am I to write to you, should the need arise? Do not be foolish, Charlotte. Send me your directions by return post. Did Catherine guess she had been with Dr. Taylor all along? Was that why she was so certain he would contact her? But then, why hadn't she acquired Dr. Taylor's home address? It would certainly not be difficult to discover, since he had a fairly well-known medical practice. In any case, Charlotte knew she could not put her cousin off any longer. And so, with no small trepidation, Charlotte wrote back. I am in the employ of Dr. Daniel Taylor, with whom you are some acquainted. I am content in my post, and the Taylors are kind and generous employers, though Dr. Taylor is away a great deal with his work as a physician. And yes, Anne is here, and enjoying excellent health. I do hope the same is true for your family. After this, Charlotte and her cousin Catherine began exchanging brief, occasional letters. Charlotte found it a mixed blessing of pleasure and deprivation to read Catherine's chatty reports of Edmund's growth and antics, and how dear Charles dotes on the boy. Still, Catherine had not suggested paying a call, and Charlotte had not offered. From Charles Wesley, Funeral Hymns. And let this feeble body fail, and let it faint or die. My soul shall quit this mournful vale, and soar to worlds on high. Chapter 32. The Doddington churchyard was quiet in the late afternoon sun. White willow trees hung low in perpetual sorrow, paying homage to the departed. Field maples, whose leaves were just beginning to turn at the edges, shone orange-red, blood-red too. Charles Harris walked slowly through the churchyard, past the ancient yew-tree and mottled graves whose inscriptions were worn unreadable, to a row of newer graves along the far wall. Stepping over fallen leaves and yew needles, he stopped before a small grave, a child's grave. It was marked by a simple hand-hewn cross. There was no inscription to give away the identity of the one buried there. But he knew who it was, and mourned. Kneeling before the small marker, he reached out a trembling hand and gently touched the wooden surface, wondering again who had made it, who had placed it there, knowing such graves rarely had a marker of any kind. Tears began flowing down his face, as they often did when in this place, when confronted with this loss. "I shall never forget you," he whispered, then rose. A door creaked open somewhere not far off. Charles turned sharply, startled. From around the corner of the church came Ben Higgins with a shovel over one shoulder and a bunch of chrysanthemums in his other hand. The young man paused when he saw Charles Harris standing there. "I'm sorry, sir," Ben Higgins said. "I didn't know anyone was about the place." "Nor I. Did you put that cross there, on that grave?" Charles pointed, and the young man looked in the direction he indicated. Ben nodded sheepishly. "That I did, sir, but on my own time. I'm not reprimanding you, merely asking." Ben nodded again, standing there awkwardly, flowers drooping from his hand. "Well, go about your work. Do not let me hinder you." Still the young man hesitated. Realization dawned, and Charles nodded toward the flowers. "Are those for that grave?" "Yes, sir," Ben admitted, still clearly uncomfortable. Charles nodded, biting his lip. "You are a kind soul, Ben Higgins." Charlotte opened her eyes in the dim light and was surprised to see Dr. Taylor leaning over her bed. He held a candle lamp and wore his dressing gown. Startled, she instinctively pulled the blankets higher on her neck. Daniel winced. "Forgive me, I had hoped not to wake you. I wanted to check on Anne." Only then did she recall that little Anne was in bed beside her. "Oh, of course." She remembered now. The burning skin, too hot to merely signal the emergence of more teeth. "She cried so in her cradle," Charlotte whispered. "I finally brought her into bed with me." Dr. Taylor pulled the baby blanket lower and tenderly felt Anne's forehead, cheeks and chest. "She is still warm, too warm. I shall go fetch cloths." "Shh, stay as you are. Let Anne sleep. I shall fetch them." He returned in a few minutes with a small ceramic basin and several face cloths. Gently he dipped one in the water, wrung it out, and laid it over his daughter's forehead. "I'm afraid I shall get your sheets damp. I should have brought something to lay underneath her." "I don't mind. I can do that if you like." "Allow me. How many nights am I at the Manor, and you must tend to her alone?" "It is my responsibility." "I'd say it is mine as well." He continued his ministrations, whispering more to sleeping Anne than to her. What's the use of having a physician for a father if he cannot care for his own child? He untied his daughter's nightdress and laid another cool cloth across her chest. The little girl tossed her head, whining at the intrusion. "If this doesn't work, we shall have to set her in a tub of cool water. She shall like that far less, I fear." "What do you think is wrong?" "Hard to tell at this point. Stomach is relaxed, no distension. Has she been pulling on her ears at all?" "No. There's quite a lot of sickness going around. Hopefully nothing serious, just something that must run its course." Charlotte watched him continue to touch a third cloth to his daughter's face and arms. He looked at her suddenly. "How are you feeling, Miss Lamb? I do hope you are well." "Yes, I think so. A bit tired, but that's to be expected." He reached his hand toward her, then, seeing her surprise, hesitated, hand mid-air. "May I?" "Oh, of course." He gently touched her forehead, his fingers tracing down her cheeks before returning to the basin. "You feel fine. I never stopped to think Anne might have something contagious. Perhaps I ought to take her to my room." "I do not think that necessary, and I'm quite certain that if Anne has anything catching, I should already have caught it in any case, or perhaps even passed something along to her." "I doubt that. You are so rarely out alone. When would you have occasion to come into contact with some ill person?" "At the park or market, I suppose, though Anne is always with me. Or church. No, she goes with me there as well." "No wonder you are tired. It's amazing you are not exhausted." "It's nothing compared to your days and nights. You so rarely sleep in your own bed, or at all for that matter." "I usually find at least a few hours of sleep at the Manor. My own bed holds little appeal for me these days." Charlotte could feel a blush warm her cheeks at the implication of his words. An awkward silence hung between them. "Forgive me, I'm tired. I did not think." "It's understandable," she whispered. "You miss Lisette, and no wonder." "Perhaps. Still—" He shook his head. Trying to lighten the tension, she said, "For my part, I rarely slept the night through at the Manor. All the noise, and having to share my bed so." "You—" He hesitated, eyes on his task. "Object to sharing your bed?" Her cheeks burned more furiously, and she was relieved he kept his gaze on his daughter. "Not on principle, no. But before I moved to a private room, I slept with 5 others." He looked up. 5? Surely not as bad as all that. She smiled. 2 other women and 3 unborn children. "Ah, crowded indeed." He returned her smile before again lowering his gaze. "At least here you have your own bed, except when my daughter shares it with you. She has no idea how fortunate she is." He looked up, startled at his own words. "I mean to have you care for her so." She could not meet his eyes, nor stop the slight lift of her lips. "I know what you meant," she whispered. Walking with Anne through nearby Russell Square on a fine autumn afternoon, Charlotte almost collided with a young boy running fast, pulling a Chinese dragon kite behind him. "Regardez-moi! Regardez-moi!" the boy yelled in a perfect French accent. "Très bien, Jonathan." Charlotte glanced over and saw an elegantly dressed young woman sitting on a park bench, her gaze fixed on the running boy. 2 finely dressed ladies walking together approached from the other direction. They, too, seemed to be watching the elegant young lady and her charge. "I have contracted with an agency in Piccadilly to arrange for a French governess for Henry. I know you will be pleased. I would never go back to an English governess. They're so dour, and usually not as well educated as the French girls who come over." Charlotte looked more closely at the elegant young woman. She had dark hair in a fashionable coil, and her dress seemed as fine as those the English ladies wore. As Charlotte passed by, she looked at the woman's face more closely. She was reminded of Lisette Taylor. The next morning, as Charlotte sat at the kitchen table enjoying a cup of coffee and the quiet of a morning in which she had risen before Anne, Marie dropped a section of newspaper before her. "Voilà," the woman said, the paper slapping the tabletop. She had already turned back to the blood sausage and tomatoes she was frying before Charlotte could respond. She looked at the paper. Folded in quarters as it was, she could not miss the bold print Marie wanted her to see. "French governess, highest education, excellent references, qualified to teach literature, music, French, and etiquette. Paris agency, 212 George Court, Piccadilly." Charlotte knocked on Dr. Taylor's study. "Enter." As she pushed the door open, he looked up from the thick book he was reading. "Hello, Miss Lamb. Have you a moment?" "Of course." He closed his book, and as he did, she noticed it was a Bible. Inclining her chin toward the volume, she asked, "Old Testament or New?" He grinned. "Old. Someone once told me I should read it more often." She smiled, then bit her lip, remembering her mission. "Dr. Taylor, it has come to my attention that many English families are hiring French governesses to care for their children." He looked at her blankly. "It seems the fashion now," Charlotte added. "I care little for fashion, as you know." "Yes, but I was thinking you might desire a French education for Anne." He looked at her, clearly perplexed. "She could grow up speaking both English and French," Charlotte continued. "Mrs. Taylor would have liked that." He shrugged. "True, but you speak French." "Very ill. My accent is far from authentic." He stared at her, clearly unsure of her meaning. "I understand there is an agency in Piccadilly for French governesses." "Miss Lamb, I don't understand. Are you suggesting I replace you?" "I'm only thinking of Anne. What is best for her?" What is best for her or you? The implication stung. He sighed. I'm only saying that if you wish to leave us, come out and say so. I do not wish to, but nor do I wish for you to feel obligated. You must think of Anne's future. Do what is in her best interests. I have. I believe you, Miss Lamb, are in Anne's best interests. She lowered her head. Thank you. But... She looked up. He was regarding her with an intensity that made her want to look away again. There is another position I would offer you, if you were willing. As she took in the longing, the trepidation, even the passion in his eyes, realization dawned. She had been a fool these last few months. He did want her, in every way a man wants a woman. He rose and walked around his desk. Reaching past her, he shut the door quietly behind her. That done, he did not move away, but stood close to her. You could become my wife. For Anne's sake, for hers, for his own even, he would marry her, even though he was not through mourning his wife. She ought to be relieved, she ought to be happy, but she was not. As the dread, the sudden irrational urge to turn and flee washed over her, she saw the reason clearly. What is it? He asked, obviously not seeing the reaction he'd hoped for in her expression. Have you no regard for me, or is your father's approval still so important to you? Of course not. I long ago gave up hope of winning father's approval. As far as my regard for you, it is of the highest order. Then why do you hesitate? I realize it is too soon for me to make a proper offer, but I thought, in the circumstances, you do me a great honour, Dr. Taylor. But, and here she paused, taking a deep breath. You see, as long as I can tell myself that I am in no suitable state to raise my son, then I can bear his absence. I can console myself with the wisdom that he is better off where he is, that I can barely provide for myself, let alone another. But if my situation were to suddenly change, if I were in a position where I could reasonably provide for him, and still I could not have him with me, that I could not bear. Do you understand? Does that make any sense at all? I don't think... Are you saying that you must remain alone in order to bear his loss? She swallowed. Yes. But would not the support of another make the loss more bearable, or the possibility of another child some day? I cannot think of that. He can never be replaced. Of course not. Still, the loneliness would be abated, would it not? Perhaps, but I will always want him back, always long for him. Perhaps there is something we can do. Your uncle is a solicitor. Perhaps no. I gave my word. Yes, but you were distraught, desperate. You thought you had no other choice, but now you do. Even if my circumstances change, I have not. But you have. You had just recently given birth. Changes occur in a mother's psyche, in her nerves, her mind, as I know all too well. But I knew what I was doing, terrible as it was. Yes, then, but now I gave my word. He opened his mouth as if to argue further, then closed it again. Frustration was evident in his stance and features. In any case, I could not do it to Edmund. How confusing and cruel it would be to rip his world, his very concept of himself, asunder. I cannot do it. I won't. But still, will you not reconsider? She looked at Daniel and felt tears filling her eyes. Slowly she shook her head. I cannot. Was she making a terrible mistake? She remembered bemoaning the realization that she had let circumstances and the will of others set her course on many occasions. But now she had made a decision of her own, rejecting the only offer of marriage she had ever received or was likely ever to receive. But she had made the only decision she could at present. She had chosen to stay her present course. She could only hope fate would concur in the months and years ahead. Part 3. From Thomas Haynes Bailey, I'd Be a Butterfly. Surely it is better when summer is over to die when all fair things are fading away. From Journey North. Monarch butterflies are not native to Great Britain, but individuals are found in the south each year, blown there by strong winds. And from Anatoly Lieberman, the Oxford etymologist. The butterfly is at the centre of numerous superstitions the world over, and in some parts of Germany it is called milk thief. Chapter 33. 2 years had passed since Charlotte returned to London with the Taylors. She walked slowly up the cobbled street toward the old manor home on Store Street. Milkweed Manor, she thought wryly of the moniker by which the place was infamously known. She could hardly believe it had been more than 3 years since she had first walked this way, carrying her child within her. This being autumn, the day was colder, and beneath Charlotte's wool cape a bulge was mildly noticeable, much as it had been then. She did not knock on the front door of the manor, but instead went around the back and let herself in the garden door. Gibbs looked up from her desk as she entered, then looked down at her rounded middle in question. From beneath her cape, Charlotte retrieved her bulging reticule. "Not safe to walk this neighbourhood with one's purse dangling in plain sight," she said. Gibbs gave her a rare grin.
"It's good to see you, Miss Charlotte. Sally's expecting you."
"Charlotte, there you are," Sally called, coming down the corridor.
"Right on time."
"Missy!"
Anne Taylor shouted gleefully. The little girl, now nearly 3 years old, broke away from Sally's side to rush up and throw her arms around Charlotte's legs. Charlotte bent to embrace her. "Goodness, I've only been gone an hour." She glanced up at her friend. "Thank you for watching her for me."
"I was pleased to."
"How is that new girl getting on?"
The ginger-haired girl?"
"Yes, Meg."
"Oh, she has the way of it, she does. Nursing her wee one like an old hand. Says you're a fine teacher."
"Good.
I shall visit her tomorrow." "And how did you fare shopping?" Sally asked.
"I found some fine new things for a girl who's growing far too fast."
"Let me see,"
Anne cried. "You shall, but let's wait until we get you home, all right?"
"Is grandfather home?"
"I believe so."
"Then let us go, do."
"In a moment."
"That's all right, Miss Charlotte. You go on ahead. Thomas is off duty in a few minutes, and we're to walk home together."
"How is Thomas?" Sally smiled, her eyes glowing.
"Wonderful, as you well know. Adores working for Dr. Taylor. Adores me." She sighed. "Never thought I'd have such a man for my husband, or any husband for that matter, and such a fine father he is to Dickie."
"I'm so happy for you, Sally."
"As I always say, it's you I have to thank for it."
Charlotte shook her head. "I only introduced you."
"Still, I cannot help feeling guilty, Miss Charlotte. Should have been you before me. I cannot help thinking."
"Go on, Sally. Do not worry about me." Anne reached her hands high, wanting to be picked up. "I'm fine. We are fine." Charlotte held one of Anne's hands and put her other on top of the girl's head. "Is that not right, Moppet?" In the dining-room of the Taylors' townhouse, Charlotte reigned over breakfast. Now, Mr. Taylor, sit down and have your porridge," Charlotte urged.
"Oh, Miss Charlotte," John Taylor said, "I haven't any appetite this morning."
"Breakfast is important, as you well know, being one of the most renowned surgeons in London."
"That was a long time ago."
"And becoming so again, to hear Mrs. Krebs tell it. Now, please, sit with us and eat. We'd like that, Anne, would we not?"
"Yes, grandfather. Eat, eat."
"Oh, very well. I cannot disappoint 2 such lovely girls." Just as the 3 of them sat down to porridge and tea, Daniel Taylor walked in, rumpled and red-eyed from a long night of duty at the Manor home. "Good morning, Dr. Taylor," Charlotte said. "Did you have a pleasant evening?"
"Not at all."
"I'm sorry to hear it."
"Finances at the Manor improving any?" his father asked.
"The pressure has let up some, yes."
"Capital."
"I should not go that far."
"Here, sit down."
Charlotte spooned out another bowl of porridge.
"Have some breakfast."
Dr. Taylor sat down with a grateful smile.
"Are you working in the foundling ward today, Father?"
"Yes, and Mrs. Morling has asked me to look in on one of the new patients as well. Poor thing is frightened to death of Dr. Preston."
Shaking his head, Daniel Taylor shared a knowing look with Charlotte. Then he turned to his daughter.
"And what will you two do today?" he asked, spooning treacle into his bowl.
"We're going to the museum,"
he chuckled.
"How marvellous."
"I know she's too young to enjoy it," Charlotte explained, "but I have been longing to see the Egyptian exhibit.
I hear it is impressive indeed."
"And we're to have cherry ices after. Do come with us, Papa."
He smiled at his daughter's enthusiasm.
"Not this time, I'm afraid. I did not manage much sleep last night. I'm in great need of a nap before I see patients this afternoon."
"Missy says naps are good for you."
He smiled at Charlotte over Anne's head.
"She is quite right."
One afternoon in late September, Charlotte was playing backgammon with John Taylor during Anne's nap, when Marie handed her a letter from the day's post. From the return address, she saw it was from her cousin Catherine. She opened the letter and read it slowly. Then she glanced up and saw John Taylor looking at her with concern in his hound-dog eyes.
"Not bad news, I hope?"
"No, an invitation, actually."
"To a hanging?"
"No," she sighed. "To a birthday party."
"Well, then, that's cause for a smile, my dear, not a frown. Where is the party to be?"
"Manchester Square." What had prompted this sudden inclusion? Why had Charles not convinced Catherine to exclude her from the invitation list? Did he think that would rouse suspicion after all this time? He certainly could not want her to attend.
"Worried about Anne, are you?" John Taylor asked. "Do not be. I shall watch over her myself."
"You're very kind." What would it be like to see Edmund after all this time? Could she go and satisfy herself with a glimpse or two, or would the seeing only reignite the burning desire for more contact with him? Perhaps it was better to stay away.
"You have not had any entertainment in far too long, Miss Charlotte. You go and enjoy yourself. I shall pay for the hansom myself. I insist upon it."
He beamed at her, and she felt she had little choice but to agree.
"When is the party to be?" he asked.
She looked again at the invitation. The date read Friday the 7th. "On Saturday," she answered. When Charlotte arrived, Catherine was reclining on the settee, one hand on her forehead, the other on her rounded abdomen. She glanced over at her guest before again closing her eyes.
"The party was yesterday, Charlotte," she said dully.
"Yes, I know.
Forgive me for not standing to greet you. I'm perfectly exhausted. I overdid yesterday. Charles is quite put out with me for it. This time is worse than the last. I suppose that means it is a girl. How was your lying in with Anne?" "Actually, Anne is not—" "I'm sorry you could not attend the party, Charlotte," Catherine interrupted. "What a to-do it was. Edmund was quite beside himself. Too many presents and too much cake. Went to bed with a tummy ache. And he's to have a pony when we return to Formwell besides."
"How exciting."
"Mrs. Harris came to town for the party, but she looked very ill indeed. What a wretched hat she wore. Oh, and William was here with his new wife, Amanda or Alethea or something, I forget. Had you heard he'd married? I thought he would marry you or your sister, and here neither one of you has wed. I must say Bee looked positively grim-faced upon seeing the two of them here together."
"Bee was here?"
"Yes. Well, I suppose I'd hoped to throw the two of you together, force a reconciliation.
Is that why you did not come? Had you gotten word Bee planned to attend? I suppose your Aunt Tilney let it slip. I had not heard, actually. Catherine rang a little bell beside her. "Celia," she called, "do bring me some ice, would you?" Then to Charlotte she explained. "It seems to help my headaches." "Is Edmund here?" Charlotte asked, palms damp. "I have a gift I hope to give him." "Oh," Catherine waved her hand vaguely in the air before returning it to her forehead. "He's about the place somewhere. Do be a dear and find him, will you? My physician says I should keep off my feet as much as possible." "Of course. I hope you feel better soon." Charlotte walked out of the sitting-room just as a maid was rushing up the stairs with an ice bucket. "Have you seen Edmund?" she asked the girl. "No, ma'am, but you might try the nursery upstairs." "Thank you." Charlotte trotted up the stairs to the 3rd floor. As she looked in both directions, trying to decide which corridor to try first, she saw a red ball roll from an open doorway to her right. The ball came to a stop beside a Greek statue, and Charlotte stooped to pick it up. A little boy stepped into the corridor, then hesitated, clearly surprised to see her there. "Hello," she said, suddenly breathless. "Could this be what you're looking for?" She held out the ball with a smile. "Yes, thank you." He took the ball, then looked up at her with his father's brown eyes, framed by a tousle of dark curly hair, so like her own. "You're very welcome, Edmund." He cocked his head to one side. "Who are you?" "I am your mother's cousin, Charlotte." "Cousin Charlotte?" "Yes, and you are the birthday boy." She pulled a small wrapped rectangle from her reticule. "I have a gift for you." "I know what that is. It's a book." "Yes, and you probably already have it." She stooped down, sitting on her heels, so that she was at eye level with him as he ripped open the paper and looked at the cover. "Yes," he shrugged. "I do have it." "Well, it's such a good book, it won't hurt to have another." He looked up at her, little brows crinkling up, so like his father. "Why are you sad?" "I don't know. I suppose it's because I cannot believe you are already 3 years old. It is silly, really. Birthdays are to be happy times, and you are a very happy boy. Are you not?" Again he shrugged. "Yes." "I'm so glad." He lifted the book. "Read to me," he asked. Her heart fisted hard within her, and she bit her lip to hold back bittersweet tears. She opened her mouth to answer, when a woman's voice called down the corridor, "Come now, Master Edmund. Your father will be home any moment." A prim-faced young woman in a grey dress appeared, shaking out a miniature frock coat before her. "Time to dress." Charlotte stood, and the woman paused. "Oh, pardon me. I did not know Edmund had a guest." "That's all right. I was just leaving." The woman passed by them and into Edmund's room. She felt Edmund tug at her sleeve. "Father is taking me to the circus." "How nice." "But you can read to me first." She smiled at him. "I would love nothing more, but I'm afraid I must take my leave." "Oh, then Papa shall read it. It's his favourite." "Yes, I know," Charlotte said softly. She reached a tentative hand toward him and touched his shoulder briefly. "Happy birthday, dear Edmund." Charlotte could not sleep. She turned over yet again. Her stomach growled. She should have eaten more at supper. Giving up, she reached for her dressing-gown at the foot of her bed, but could not find it. She must have kicked it to the floor with all her tossing and turning. Oh well. She wouldn't light a candle to find it and risk waking Anne. Besides, the house was warm, and there was no one to see her at this time of night. She tiptoed out of her room in her nightdress. In the corridor, she could hear John Taylor's soft snore as she passed his room. She picked up the candle lamp on the landing table and used it to guide her down the many stairs and into the kitchen. There she set the lamp down and opened the icebox. She retrieved the bottle of milk and set about lighting a fire in the stove and pouring some milk into a pan to warm. Then she selected an apple from the vegetable bin. Taking it to the work table, she slid a sharp knife from its slot and set to work slicing off a few wedges of fruit. The door opened behind her, and Charlotte started. The knife sliced into her left index finger. She gave a little cry, more from fright than pain. She half-turned from the table, surprised and relieved, to see Dr. Taylor standing there, medical bag in hand. "You frightened me. Forgive me, I did not expect to find anyone up." Charlotte became aware of throbbing in her finger. She put it to her mouth, tasting blood. "I've cut myself." "How badly?" She stepped closer to the candle lamp, and he did as well. Her relief that the late-night intruder was Dr. Taylor now faded as she remembered she wore nothing but a thin nightdress. "Let me see it." "I'm sure it is nothing." He took her left hand in his, her palm forward. With his free hand, he gently examined her index finger. Her heart pounded in time with its throbbing. "Here, let's clean that." From his bag he deftly retrieved a bottle of antiseptic. He held her hand over the basin, released her only long enough to open the bottle, then poured antiseptic over the wound. The stuff stung, and she wrinkled her nose at its smell. "Let me wrap that for you," he said quietly. He retrieved a small rolled bandage from his bag, and then stood again before her. He guided her hand closer to the light and leaned near. She realized she was breathing in shallow, rapid breaths as he skillfully and gently wound the bandage around her finger and secured it. Still, the process seemed to take quite a long time as he re-examined his work, still holding her hand in one of his. She hoped he did not guess how affected she was by his nearness. Without releasing her hand, he looked up from her finger to her face. His eyes shone with intensity, his pupils large in the dim light. Did she alone feel this tension, this delicious, terrifying ache? To dispel it, she said shakily, "Who is minding the manor?" "Thomas is filling in. Said I looked dead on my feet." She smiled and said awkwardly, "You do not look so to me." His eyes roamed over her features. "Nor you." She swallowed and said needlessly, "I could not sleep." He looked down at her hand again, as though just realizing he still held it. "Will the patient live?" she asked lightly. He did not smile. Instead, he turned her hand over and lifted it to his cheek. He pressed his lips to the back of her hand and looked into her eyes. Charlotte could hardly breathe. Without warning, the kitchen door again opened, and they both turned to see John Taylor standing there, candlestick in hand. Charlotte took a sheepish step away from Daniel. John Taylor looked from one to the other, a speculative gleam in his eyes. "I thought I smelled something burning," he said. Charlotte turned. The milk was boiling out onto the stove. From Journey North. Right after emergence from its chrysalis, the monarch is extremely vulnerable to predators because it is not yet able to fly. Chapter 34. At the breakfast table one morning in November, Charlotte announced to Dr. Taylor and his father, "Anne and I are planning quite the celebration tonight, and you are both invited." "What is the occasion?" Dr. Taylor asked. "Your birthday, silly," Anne laughed. "Today is your birthday, is it not?" Charlotte asked tentatively. "Well, I guess it is. I had quite forgotten. I hope neither of you will have to work late tonight." "I'm going to help make a cake," Anne announced proudly. "Just like the one Missy made for my birthday." "How nice. I shall look forward to it." "As will I," John Taylor said. "Though I'm afraid I haven't a gift for you, my boy.
Unless you'd like a new ear-horn or scalpel." He winked. "Do not trouble yourself, Father. You and I have gotten out of the habit of celebrating birthdays." John Taylor folded his napkin and stood. "Well, I'm off. I promised Mrs. Krebs I'd be in early this morning." His son turned his head to watch him leave. "If I did not know better, I would think he was taken with her." He looked at Charlotte and smiled self-consciously. "And I would recognize the symptoms." Charlotte bit back a smile. "Do finish your breakfast, Anne, so we can begin our preparations." Porridge dripped off Anne's chin as she said eagerly, "We're to wear our new gowns, and you must wear your green coat, Papa." "Try not to speak with your mouth full, dear," Charlotte admonished. Daniel bowed his head toward his daughter. "As my lady wishes."
"Do you not think Papa most handsome when he wears his green coat?"
Charlotte smiled, clearly embarrassed.
Yes, quite handsome."
"Well, then," he held her gaze, "your wish is my command." How differently it all might have gone had he not stopped by the club on his way home. He had left the Manor sufficiently early, leaving Thomas and his father on duty, and only dropped by in the hopes of finding Preston, who had not shown up to relieve them as scheduled. His father had insisted Daniel go home and not miss his own birthday celebration. He would stay until Preston arrived. Not seeing his colleague in the club, Daniel turned to leave. That's when he saw Lester Dawes. He might not have stopped at all had his old acquaintance not looked so miserable, hands holding up his head, several empty tumblers before him. "Dawes?" The man looked up, bleary-eyed and desolate.
"Hello, Taylor."
"What's wrong, man? You look dreadful."
"You haven't heard?"
Daniel shook his head.
"Lost a patient."
"I'm sorry. I know how that feels."
"It's a double blow. I hate to be mercenary, but this will be the death to my practice as well. It's always a gamble having prominent patients."
"May I ask who?" His answer hit Daniel like a fist. The sensation, a sickening combination of true grief and pity, along with several self-centered emotions, far less noble. "I am sorry," Daniel mumbled again, and ducked out of the room before the man could respond. When he arrived home, Charlotte was there to greet him. "Happy birthday," she said shyly, adding tentatively, "Daniel?" She was dressed in a lovely rose-coloured gown with a flattering feminine neckline. Her hair was arranged in a pretty crown of curls, several framing her face, now flushed and expectant. He did not miss the intentional use of his Christian name, her attention to her appearance, nor the blush in her cheeks. No, he had not misread the situation. Her feelings had changed, and she wanted him to know it. He should be relieved and pleased, but he felt a nauseating ball of dread in his stomach instead. Why did such a thing have to happen now, when she was finally ready to receive his affection? It seemed to Daniel a cruel and ironic twist of fate. "You look beautiful," he said, an empty sadness stealing over him. She smiled at his words, but her smile quickly faltered. "Is something wrong?" He opened his mouth to answer. Must he tell her? Now? Could he not wait until there was an understanding between them? "Happy birthday, Papa!" Anne shouted, running out to meet him, throwing her arms around his legs. "Doesn't Missy look like a princess?" "Yes, she does. As do you." He smiled at his daughter, touching her fancy curled hair and taking in her bright blue frock. "Your new gown is almost as lovely as you are." Anne giggled and pulled his hand, urging him to follow her into the dining room. "I helped make the cake, but I fear the icing is rather a mess." Daniel breathed a silent sigh. A mess indeed. While Anne knelt on a chair at the dining-room table, happily poking little sugar petals onto the icing of the cake, Charlotte joined Daniel in the sitting-room.
Daniel, are you sure nothing is amiss? I hope I have not offended you.
Offended me? How?
Well, by my presumption, my familiarity in arranging this birthday celebration. If I have overstepped...
I am the opposite of offended, Charlotte. I am pleased by your familiarity, as you say. In my mind, you are part of this family already. Even with her head bowed, he could see the pleasure in her pink cheeks and concealed smile. Charlotte, he said, suddenly intense, my feelings for you, my intentions, remain unchanged. Her head rose, and she looked at him shyly, expectantly. How lovely she was, how fondly was she regarding him. Would it be so wrong to postpone the news that would wipe that look from her face forever? If your feelings, he added more gently, were no longer hindered. They are no longer hindered, Daniel, she whispered. Then I would ask you what I have longed to ask you. She smiled warmly, her body leaning toward him ever so slightly. What agony this was! To be so close to her, to realize she was ready to accept him, but only because she remained in sweet ignorance. He winced, then said, "But I cannot." Her smile fell. "What has happened? Have I done something to—" "You have done nothing. Nothing but make us all completely devoted to you. You have not only become beloved mother to my daughter, but beloved daughter to my father as well. But you do not share their affliction? Oh, I am indeed afflicted, Charlotte. But I am afraid I have dreadful news. I thought to wait until after—" He waved his hand in direction of the dining room, but guessed they both knew he included much more than the festivities in his statement. "But I find in good conscience that I cannot keep it from you a moment longer." "What is it?" "Your cousin Catherine is dead." Charlotte gasped. "She died in childbirth, her infant with her." Charlotte sat, stunned, her hand covering her mouth. After a few silent moments, Daniel rose. Charlotte still sat there, unmoving. She did not ask him to stay, nor assure him the news had no bearing. He knew too well that it had changed everything. Although society did not expect women to attend funerals, Charlotte knew Catherine would expect her to be there. So, dressed in black, her face concealed behind a veiled hat and umbrella, Charlotte walked slowly past ranks of rain-speckled headstones towards her cousin's gravesite. She watched from a distance as 4 black horses with black feathers on their heads brought the hearse into the churchyard, followed by a long procession of mourners. 6 strapping men, William Bentley among them, carried the lacquered coffin to its final resting place. Charlotte slowly joined the rear of the congregation. In front of her, the mourners wore black, the few other women in black gowns and mantles, and swarms of men bearing black armbands and gloves. There were so many people in attendance that she barely caught a glimpse of Charles through the crowd, and didn't see Edmund at all. The church bells tolled their sharp death knell, and with each clang Charlotte felt her heart bang against her ribs. Poor lamb, she thought, the epitaph seeming to fit not only Edmund, but Charles, and even Catherine as well. Her cousin wouldn't be there to nurture the little boy she loved, nor see him grow to manhood. And being so young, how much would Edmund even remember of the woman he'd called mother a year from now, 5 years hence? Charlotte's mother heart grieved for Catherine's loss, as well as that of Charles and Edmund. The same priest who'd conducted Catherine's churching only a few years ago now officiated over her funeral. From her place in the back, Charlotte could not make out much of anything he said. A talented soprano sang a hymn so beautiful and haunting that the mourners wept more under its power than the cleric's words preceding it. Why do we mourn departing friends, or shake at death's alarms? 'Tis but the voice that Jesus sends to call them to his arms. Charlotte wept as well. She had not planned to go to Catherine's home in Manchester Square with the honoured gentry, close friends and family members who were traditionally invited to do so after the ceremony, to partake of a cold supper and a cheerful glass. But she felt oddly compelled to do so. She was family, after all, a close cousin to Catherine. Tradition would expect her to wear black mourning clothes for 6 weeks for a first cousin. Would it not expect her to pay her respects in person as well? Frankly, she was surprised she had the courage to ring the bell. She certainly had no intention of approaching Charles. In fact, her hand shook at the thought of it. She did not want him to think she was waiting in the wings, nor expecting anything from him. She merely felt it was her duty, and yes, her right, to attend, if only for a few moments. Knowing her cousin as she had, she knew Catherine would be affronted beyond words if Charlotte did not at least make an appearance. So, with trembling hands, she handed the butler her wrap and umbrella, but kept on her veiled hat, and followed the man up the stairs. Still holding her things, he said apologetically, "I'm afraid we've an overflow of coats, ma'am. I shall have to put your things there, behind that screen with the others. If you need help finding them again upon departure, I shall endeavour to aid you in your search." "Thank you." The drawing-room was already filled with people, huddled in small groups, some talking soberly, and others less so, clearly enjoying the promised glass of cheer. Charlotte sat in a row of chairs near the door, content to observe the gathering. She did not see Charles or Edmund. They were perhaps in the adjoining sitting-room. Nor did she see her father, which she found puzzling. She wondered if he was ill, could not imagine another reason why he would not attend. She recognized several people, but no one, it seemed, had recognized her. She breathed a sigh of relief. Relaxing a bit, she allowed her head to swivel as she surveyed the remainder of the large room. Her heart pounded. There was her sister Bee, holding Charles's arm as the two walked into the room, and there, his head barely visible through the assembled throng, was Edmund. Several mourners clustered around Charles as he entered, clearly offering condolences. Even from this distance, Charlotte could see there was a terrible pall over his features. Bee leaned close to Edmund, her arm resting across his shoulders as she whispered some confidence. Her sister comforting her son. For some reason the idea of it, the reality of it, made her feel queasy. Edmund ran off suddenly, disappearing through the crowd, and Bee returned her attentions to Charles. Charlotte realized she could walk right up to Charles and say a few kind words. If she could manage to ignore her sister's inevitable icy glare, she might even accomplish the feat with her emotions under rein. She sighed. Even if Bee were not standing guard at Charles's side, Charlotte knew she would not have the courage. She rose from her chair and turned to leave. As she stepped briskly into the passage, she nearly ran right into Edmund. He looked at her, head cocked to one side. "Your cousin Charlotte?" She lifted her veil off her face. "That's right. What a wonderful memory you have." "My mother died," he said somberly. She nodded. "Yes, I know. I'm very sorry." "That's what everybody says." Charlotte lowered herself to his eye level, sitting on her heels. "But even though she is gone, you are not alone." "I know. I still have father." "Yes, and there are others too who love you." "Do you mean Bee?" Charlotte swallowed. "Bee?" He shrugged and said matter-of-factly, "Mummy lives in heaven now."
That's right. What a smart little boy you are.
I'm not little.
All right, Edmund. You're very big, and far too wise.
Haven't you any children?
Not at present, no.
You're crying.
Am I?
Father cries sometimes. I do too.
Of course you do. She smiled at the boy through her tears and allowed herself to reach out and briefly touch his head. Then she retrieved her hand and stepped back. She watched as Edmund walked through the doorway she had just exited, then realized he was heading directly toward his father and Bee. Charlotte quickly stepped behind the door, out of sight but not out of earshot.
Cousin Charlotte is here, Father,
she heard Edmund say.
Charlotte? Where?
Oh, I don't see her any more.
What did she say to you?
Charles asked. She could not make out Edmund's reply. Charlotte risked a glance back into the room and saw Charles bent over Edmund, his hand lying on his son's head, much as hers had done. When she saw Charles look abruptly in her direction, she instinctively ducked from view. Moving quickly to the temporary coat-room to retrieve her wrap, she stepped behind the oriental screen flanked by potted palms that served to conceal the untidy pile of coats from view. It concealed her as well. Hearing footsteps nearby, she peeked from between the slats in the screen. From her hiding place, she watched Charles stride quickly into the passage and look in both directions. How foolish she felt behind the screen. Should she step out and offer her condolences? But then Beatrice appeared beside him and took his arm.
Do not trouble yourself, Charles. I suppose she had the right to come and pay her respects, but I do wish she might have stayed away and not sullied this day for you. At least she had the decency to be unobtrusive. Though I wonder what she was thinking, speaking to Edmund.
Charles stood still, alert without moving, as though trying to hear her, to sense her presence. Was he angry she had come? Threatened that she would speak to his son? Afraid or furious she would dare make herself known to Edmund, and at such a vulnerable time? I told him nothing, she thought defensively.
Come, Charles, come back in. There's no harm done. Forget about her.
He turned and gave Bee a brief smile, patting her hand which was placed on his arm.
I'm sure you are right. How good you are to us.
Yes, Charlotte thought. Mr. Harris seems to have no problem following Bee's advice. No doubt I am long forgotten. She wondered if her sister would finally have what she'd always wanted. The thought depressed her. I would not have chosen you to mother my son, but I have lost my say in the matter. You will do your best by him, I know, for Charles's sake, if nothing else. What would you say if you knew? Will Charles tell you if he marries you? If he never told Catherine, I doubt he will. Probably best that way. You were never especially fond of me. Waiting for a moment more, Charlotte stepped away from the screen and toward the stairs, just as William Bentley reached the landing.
Miss Lamb.
Mr. Bentley, she answered, heart pounding dully. She wished she had remembered to reposition her veil.
I'm surprised to see you,
he said with a knowing smile. Why should you be? Catherine was my cousin, as you must recall.
Yes, and my uncle's wife.
He cleared his throat.
You are here alone?
I am.
Beatrice did not come.
She is inside, with your uncle.
Ah, offering comfort. How good of her. I would have thought to you...
I came only to pay my respects, Mr. Bentley. And now, if you will excuse me. She quickly began to descend the stairs.
Miss Lamb, forgive me, I did not mean...
She turned back to face him. Oh, yes, Mr. Bentley, you most certainly did. With that, she smiled as knowingly as he had, she hoped, and walked sprightly away.
Charles watched his nephew stride toward him, eyes bright with some new trouble. "I was surprised to see Charlotte Lamb here." "You saw her?" "Yes, she was leaving as I came in. First in line to offer comfort, I suppose."
"William, I'm tired of your innuendo and disrespect. Miss Lamb, Charlotte, did not even speak to me. I did not even know she had been here until Edmund mentioned it."
"Edmund knows her?"
"Apparently Catherine and Charlotte kept in contact over the last few years."
"I did not realize. And certainly I meant no disrespect to anyone, especially at such a time, but do be warned, Uncle. The spinsters and widows are already lining up, ready to offer the grieving widower solace and care for his poor orphan son."
"Edmund isn't an orphan."
"Motherless, then."
"You're a fool, William."
"Mr. Bentley." Beatrice came and stood at Charles's side, making her familiarity evident by her proximity and proprietary air. "How kind of you to come." He bowed stiffly. "Beatrice? Miss Lamb? How pleasant to see you again." "And what are you two gentlemen discussing?" "Your sister, actually," his nephew said, clearly relishing her disapproval. "Really?" "Yes, I've just seen her, and I must confess I've never seen her looking lovelier. A bit tired, perhaps. Black doesn't really suit her, but still as handsome as ever." "Yes, well," Bea said briskly, "I must check on Edmund. Poor dear is exhausted with grief and attention." She dipped her chin. "Mr. Bentley? Charles?" Both men bowed briefly as she walked away. My, that did not take long."
"William, please. Bea is like family."
"Or very much wish to be."
"Do shut up, William."
From Isaac Watts, A Funeral Thought. "Grant us the power, a quickening grace, to fit our souls to fly. Then, when we drop this dying flesh, we'll rise above the sky." Chapter 35. Months passed, as Charles and Edmund grieved. They spent the Christmas holidays at Fawnwell before returning to London to begin the depressing task of going through Catherine's things and disposing of all but the most meaningful mementos. When they next visited Fawnwell in the spring, Charles brought several trunks of clothing to donate to Doddington Church for distribution to the poor. Leaving Edmund in the care of the boy's grandmother, Charles and his man drove over to the churchyard in a horse-drawn wagon. Beatrice met him in the south porch of the church, and in her sober and industrious fashion helped direct the unloading. "This is very kind of you, Charles. I shall see to it that every piece is put to good use." While his driver went back to the wagon for another load, Charles set a second trunk on top of the first. Bea opened the lid and pulled out several gowns, one with an expandable laced vent bodice and two others with billowing waistlines. "These must be the gowns Catherine wore during her confinement."
Yes, well, perhaps I will leave it to you."
"Of course, Charles. This is hard on you. Come to the vicarage for tea. I can do this later. Father, I know, will want to see you."
"Very well. Thank you."
He paused to direct his man to finish the unloading, then followed her across the churchyard and into the vicarage. There was no sign of Gareth Lamb. "I do not know where he has gotten to. I shall have Tibbets ask him to join us when he arrives." They took chairs in the drawing-room, and Bea ordered tea. While they waited, Bea mused, "A whole trunk of gowns suitable for confinement. Perhaps I shall donate them to one of the lying-in hospitals," she added sardonically, "in honour of Charlotte."
"Beatrice."
Tibbets entered with a tray, and when she had left again, Beatrice poured tea for the both of them. "I certainly hope she has not put in another appearance since the funeral, Charles."
"No, she has not."
"Thank goodness. I hate to think of her becoming a nuisance to you and Edmund, especially during your mourning period."
"Charlotte is not a nuisance, Beatrice."
He hesitated, then turned to her, his face set. What has your sister done to you to earn such bitter contempt? I should think that obvious. She ruined my chances when she ruined herself.
Come, Bee. You despised her long before that.
Beatrice shrugged her thin shoulders.
One might almost assume you jealous of Charlotte.
Jealous? Hardly.
But of what?
Charles wondered aloud, as if he had not heard.
You are, classically speaking, more beautiful. You held your father's approval, whereas Charlotte did not.
William favoured you, though that lad's opinion is worth less than I'd imagined.
What is it you begrudge her?
Bee's chin quivered.
What did she have that you did not?
Bee stared down at her hands, then lifted her gaze. Your admiration. He took a deep breath.
Beatrice, he sighed, you have long held me in too high of a regard, and your sister in one too low.
I do not think my opinion unjust. She has never named a villain in her fall. Can we not surmise his low status? We know he could not be a gentleman.
Do we indeed? Did it never cross your mind that she might have another reason for withholding his name?
No.
Beatrice, I know you foster some idea of a future alliance between the two of us.
She gasped. I've never said...
Come, I tire of this game-playing. You would have no objections to an alliance with me. Is that not so?
I suppose, in theory, I would have no objections.
Well, I do. And you should as well.
What do you mean?
You despise Charlotte, but I admire her. You condemn the man responsible, but I am he.
What?
Yes, Beatrice. I am that man. And Charlotte did not reveal my part in her fall because I had already chosen to marry Catherine, needed to marry Catherine to keep Formwell afloat.
You and Charlotte?
Bee sputtered. Yes, and I can never join myself with a woman who despises someone I hold so dear, someone she should hold dear as well. He sighed again and sat back. Nor do I expect you will ever want to see me again, now that you know.
Tears filled Beatrice's eyes. She squeezed them shut, and the tears streamed down her pale cheeks.
Go,
she said miserably. It was the first time in 20 years he had seen her cry. When Charles made his exit from the drawing-room a few moments later, the vicar was sitting on the bench in the entry hall.
"So it was you all along,"
Gareth Lamb said flatly.
"Yet you did nothing to help her."
Charles paused, realizing all that Charlotte's father had overheard. He took a deep breath, resigned.
"Yes, I did nothing then.
You and I have that in common. But now I can, and I will.
Do not tell me you will marry my daughter in some foolhardy attempt to make restitution for past sins."
Charles exhaled a dry puff of breath.
"Is that not exactly what we're supposed to do, Reverend?"
When Charles returned with his young son to their London townhouse, he greeted the servants as politely as his exhaustion would allow, and instructed the governess to put Edmund to bed straight away. Weary from the journey and the encounters preceding it, Charles stepped toward the library, intending only to take a cursory look through the post to make sure nothing required his immediate attention, before taking himself to bed. Passing by the sitting-room doors, he was surprised to see his nephew, William, sprawled on the sofa, cravat askew and tumbler in hand. The young man did not bother to stand when Charles entered the room.
"William, I did not expect to find you here."
"That sweet housemaid of yours let me in. Said I could wait for you."
"I hope you've not been waiting long?"
William shrugged.
2 days.
He sipped from his glass. "What do you want?" "To help myself to your port, as you see, as well as a little holiday from the missus. I haven't the luxury of 2 dwellings as you do." Charles bit back his annoyance. "I see. And how fares Formwell? I suppose you saw Beatrice Lamb?" "I did. As cold and serious and delicious as always, I suppose." Charles sighed in frustration. "I do not understand you, William. You had your chance with her and gave it up." "Yes, a pity. She's one of those rare women who is more attractive stern than smiling. Have you noticed that?" Charles walked back to the doors and shut them carefully before turning again to face him. "Did you never have serious intentions towards Miss Lamb?" he demanded. "Oh, yes. I seriously intended to preempt your intentions." "What do you mean?" "I should think that evident. You know I'd always counted on being your heir, back when I still thought you had something to inherit, that is." William reached for the bottle on the side table and refilled his glass. "I'd believed you a confirmed bachelor, which was jolly good for me. But then I heard you were showing a great deal of interest in one of the vicar's daughters. Thus I decided to deduce which of them it was, and to win the lady and keep the inheritance for myself." He raised his glass in mock toast. "Of all the presumptuous—" "Yes, yes." He waved away Charles's censer with a casual flip of his free hand. "And I deduced it was a young Charlotte you admired within 10 minutes of stepping foot inside the vicarage." Charles stared at him, silent anger building in his chest. "You did plan to marry Charlotte Lamb, did you not?" William asked. Charles made no answer. "Well, I found Charlotte charming, with her lovely smile and generous nature. I admit it was Beatrice I preferred. So prim, so tightly wound, I was sure every moment she must come unsprung." He sighed wistfully. "How I miss those afternoons in Doddington, listening to beautiful Bee play. But of course, all that was before Cornwall burned, and I came to realize the dire straits you were in. Still, I must admit your marriage to Lady Catherine took us all by surprise. One of the Miss Lambs was especially devastated, as I'm sure you know." Charles clenched his fists at his sides. "And after that, I had no choice but to change course and begin pursuing a wealthy wife." "But you still called on Bee after that, letting the poor girl think—" "I deluded myself, hoping Lady Catherine might not be spring chicken enough to lay the golden egg. I was wrong. Drunk on wishful thinking, I suppose." "You're drunk now." "Quite tolerably, yes. It's the only time I am this honest." "So when when Edmund was born, you had no use for Bee any more?" "Precisely. And regret it though I did, I would regret more being poor." He sighed theatrically. "Marrying the dreadfully cheerful Amanda Litchfield with her 500 a year is a burden I must bear up under somehow. Or you know all about marrying for money, do you not, Uncle?" On a lovely summer day, Charlotte and Anne were sitting on a blanket in the small garden behind the London townhouse, where Dr. Taylor came upon them. "There you are," he said. "We're having a picnic, as you can see," Charlotte explained. A basket and Anne's miniature tea set were spread out neatly on the blanket. "A picnic in the garden? How lovely. Might I join you?"
"Of course, Papa," Anne said. "But I shall have to fetch another cup. Constance is using the pink one, and Missy and I the other 2.
"I do not believe Constance and I have been introduced," Daniel said, nodding towards the porcelain doll seated before the pink cup and saucer.
"Of course you have, Papa."
The 3.5-year-old sounded mildly peevish.
"You see her every night when you tuck me in."
"Oh, forgive me. My mistake." Anne jumped to her feet.
"I shan't be long, but do not blame me if the tea is cold, Papa. You did not tell me you would be joining us today."
Do not hurry on my account, sweetheart. I'm quite fond of cold tea." He sat down on the blanket and folded his long legs, knocking over the tiny sugar bowl as he did. Charlotte righted it again and confided quietly, "The sugar is make-believe, but the tea is quite real." He grinned. "Then I shall endeavour to be more careful." He looked about him. "Such a small bit of earth we have here, barely worth calling a garden." "How fortunate, then, to have such a large plot at your disposal at the Manor." "Yes," he said distractedly, then cleared his throat. "There is something I wish to discuss with you." "Yes?" "I've had a letter from our old friend, Dr. Webb." "Dr. Webb? It is good news, I hope." "Yes, rather. He has decided to retire, plans to move north to be nearer his grown son and grandchildren." He plucked a forget-me-not from the grass and twirled the stem in his fingers. "He has offered me his practice, his home in Doddington, his offices, all for a very reasonable sum." She stared at him, but he kept his gaze on the weed in his hand. "But that would mean giving up your practice here, and your work at the Manor." "The Manor home is my father's life's work, not mine. I merely stepped in while he was unable. I can leave it in his hands now. He and Thomas can manage the place, and Preston, quite nicely without me." "Have you told him yet? Your father?" "No, not yet. I wanted to speak with you first." She was not prepared to ask why. "You would really leave London?" "Yes. I tire of city life, and in truth there are too many memories here, in this house and at the Manor both, and not all of them pleasant. I quite enjoyed my time in Kent. It's so peaceful and lovely there on the North Downs, so much open land, so much green." He lifted his face and smiled at her. "And as you may recall, I was quite fond of its residents as well." She smiled briefly in return, but felt a surge of fear rising within her. Were Dr. Taylor and his daughter leaving her behind, or was he assuming she would return to Doddington with them? "Your father will not be pleased at my return, but should I allow the opinion of one man to keep me from something which I believe will bring much happiness?" She assumed it was a rhetorical question, but then saw he was studying her, waiting for her response, waiting for her to answer the same question of herself. "Charlotte?" He studied her hands, tightly clutched in her lap. "Charlotte, I will not take you back to Doddington as Anne's governess." She looked up at him, oddly relieved. She had inwardly cringed at the thought of returning to her home village as a servant, of facing the disdain of her former acquaintances, especially her father and sister. Though at least governess was one of the more respectable positions of service. No, easier to remain in anonymity in London, perhaps with Sally and Thomas, or Sally's sister, or she could return to Crawley, as she once had thought she might do. "You will find another governess once you're settled in Kent?" "Yes, I will." "I understand." "No, I do not think you do. I would not take you back to Doddington as a governess, but I would take you there as my wife." She stared at him, saw the grim determination on his face, and her heart pounded dully, a dozen different emotions flooding her mind. "Here it is," Anne sang, running back to them and plopping back down. "Now I shall pour you some tea." As she did so, Charlotte felt Daniel's intense gaze on her profile. "Will you, Charlotte?" She looked up sharply from her thoughts. Yes, missy. Will you have more tea?" "Thank you." As Anne refilled her cup, Charlotte glanced at Daniel, tilting her head in his daughter's direction, silently indicating
that their conversation would have to wait. That evening, after Charlotte had gotten Anne into her nightclothes and her teeth cleaned, Daniel came in as usual to tuck in his daughter and hear her prayers. Charlotte silently hung the girl's dress in the wardrobe and gathered up her soiled stockings. As she did, she heard, without meaning to, Anne's sweet prayer.
Thank you for Papa and Grandfather and Missy, and Constance too. Tell Mother not to be sad, 'cause we're all happy together. Amen.
His hand around his daughter's shoulders, Daniel looked at Charlotte over Anne's little bowed head. Amen, he echoed, his gaze still holding hers. After breakfast the next morning, Charlotte glanced at the mantel clock and saw it was nearly 9 o'clock. Daniel sat at the head of the table, still nursing his third cup of coffee and rustling distractedly with the newspaper.
"May I be excused to go play, please?"
Anne asked. "Yes, you may," Charlotte answered, and watched her skip from the room. She finished her tea, then looked at Daniel again. "Are you not seeing patients today?" "Not as yet. I am certain I should not be able to concentrate in any case." He put down the paper. "I am still waiting for your answer." She opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Tell me you have not forgotten the question." He attempted a smile. "No," she laughed weakly. "I have thought of little else since. And I think—" A loud knock sounded on the door. Charlotte rose to her feet. "I will answer that. There's no need for you. Marie has the day off." He sighed and rose. "Very well, but we shall discuss this tonight." Charlotte went down and opened the door, expecting to find a messenger or delivery of some sort. She froze, except to quickly close her mouth, which had fallen open. Mr. Harris stood there, elegantly dressed as usual, but his eyes, which she remembered nearly always dancing with merry teasing, looked frightfully serious. He removed his hat and smiled at her, but his smile was brief and did not cheer his expression. "Miss Lamb?" "Mr. Harris." She stood looking at him dumbly, and then the realization struck her that he wasn't there to see her at all, and she felt mortified at her own presumption. "You are here to see Dr. Taylor?" He shook his head. "No, Charlotte. I am here to see you." She put her hand to her chest. "Is something wrong with Edmund?" "No, he is fine. Missing his mother, of course." Charlotte swallowed. "Of course." "Forgive me, I am handling this very ill." "Do come in." He followed her up the stairs to the sitting room. "Please, sit down." "Thank you." She sat in the chair opposite him. He crossed one leg over the other, then uncrossed his legs and spread his feet on the carpet before him, resting his elbows on his knees and playing with his hat. "I had every intention of merely paying a social call to begin, but—" Sitting back, he ran his hand through his hair. "But seeing you now, I cannot pretend to a casual call." "Mr. Harris, you are frightening me. Are you certain Edmund is all right?" "Well, fine in health and spirits, but it's no good. He needs a woman's influence." "He has a governess. I met her once. She seemed quite capable." "You know that isn't what I mean." "Did she?" He could not mean— Her mouth felt instantly dry. "Mr. Harris, I'm not sure my presence in your home would be in Edmund's best interest. I fear word about me has circulated, rumours at least. Many of your acquaintance do not hold me in the same esteem as they once did." "You do not suppose my esteem has been affected by all this? How could it be?" She lowered her head. "No, but it might not reflect well on Edmund, nor you."
So be it. I refuse to be driven by the opinions of others any longer. You have no idea how often I have thought of you, grieved for you, forced to work in a post beneath your station, torn away from your family and friends, your child, worst of all. What a burden it has been knowing that it was all my doing. Do you think you might ever find it in your heart to forgive me?"
Charlotte answered quietly, "I have forgiven you. Long ago."
"Then this is my chance, do you not see? At last I am able to right my wrongs as best I can."
"You need not feel obligated. I have a comfortable place here."
"Charlotte, this is not about obligation."
She rose quickly, clutching her hands and walking away from him. She was trembling with nerves, afraid to presume, to hope. "Are you asking me to be Edmund's governess?" She heard him bolt from his chair behind her.
"Blast the governess, Charlotte. Edmund has that. He needs—"
She turned round to face him.
"He needs you."
Her heart ached at the words. He stepped closer.
"And not only Edmund.
The sitting-room door opened, and Daniel strode in, pulling on a glove.
"Charlotte, have you seen my—"
"Oh." He glanced up and stopped abruptly, looking from Mr. Harris to Charlotte and back again. When he said nothing for several awkward seconds, Mr. Harris said,
"Hello, Taylor."
Daniel paused, breathed in and exhaled before responding,
"Harris?" "Forgive the intrusion, old boy."
Mr. Harris smiled and added lightly,
"I've just been trying to persuade Miss Lamb here to make young Edmund and I the two happiest males on earth."
His smile faded, and it was his turn to look from Charlotte to the other man.
"That is, unless you—"
He swung his gaze back to Charlotte.
"You two are not— You have worked for him so long with no word, I just assumed, but— Is there an understanding between you?"
Charlotte's face burned. She found it difficult to breathe. She could hardly raise her head, let alone meet the gaze of either man. It was not her right to speak first. But Daniel remained silent. Finally, she lifted her eyes to meet his. He looked at her a moment, his chest rising and falling in exaggerated effort. And although he answered Mr. Harris's question, his eyes remained fixed on hers when he said, "No, there is no understanding." They stared at one another a moment longer. Then Daniel nodded curtly to Harris, said dully, "I wish you both the best," and quickly bowed and left the room. Once he was gone, Charles said, "Forgive me, I did not intend to put you on the spot in that manner. I fear there is something between you after all." "There is a great deal between us," Charlotte sighed, stepping to the window and watching as Dr. Taylor appeared on the street below and strode away. "We have been friends for nearly as long as you and I have been. I was there when his wife died, and I have nursed and cared for his daughter for more than 3 years. But he spoke the truth. There is no understanding between us."
"But there might be some day."
She hesitated only a moment. "Yes."
"Well then, Charlotte, you have a choice to make. I am proposing marriage now, today. I am asking you to be my wife and Edmund's mother." She looked at him. "I suppose that last bit is quite ironic, since you have always been his mother."
"No. That was Catherine's privilege, in every way that counts. To Edmund, in any case."
"Yes, about that. I'm afraid I would have to ask you to keep the true nature of your relationship with Edmund a secret."
The statement felt like a blade between her ribs. But of course, he was right.
"I'm not saying we can never tell him, but out of loyalty to Catherine's memory and sensitivity to Edmund's reputation and feelings."
"Of course. I understand completely.
I won't pretend it is not a painful mandate, but you know I want whatever is best for Edmund.
Yes, I do know that. You've proven that over and over again. If only Bea could see...
Bea?
Yes. She, too, has taken quite an interest in Edmund, though I'm not convinced her motives are purely maternal.
I take it she would not be pleased to know that you're here.
You're quite right. She does not know that I'm here, but she does know about us.
She does?
Yes. Well, I was quite tired of hearing her disparaging remarks about you, and the slanderous suppositions about the ill-bred scoundrel that must have ruined you. I confessed I was that man. Scoundrel, perhaps, but ill-bred on no account.
You didn't.
I did.
Is that why you're here? Did she refuse you?
Bea refused me. I asked nothing of her. It is you I am asking, Charlotte. You.
Did you tell her everything?
Well, I did not tell her about Edmund, for obvious reasons. She still believes your child passed on.
She touched his arm. When it was your own son who died, yours and Catherine's, it must have been difficult for you, having to grieve in secret, alone.
He nodded. You know a great deal about that.
He grasped her elbows.
Let us put an end to it, Charlotte. Let neither one of us be alone any more.
She looked up into the long-held dear face of Charles Harris. He was still so very handsome. And he was finally offering his name, his protection, perhaps even his love. She realized he hadn't mentioned that. But what did she expect? Outpourings of romance and devotion when his wife was not long in her grave? She knew he cared for her on some level. He always had. And oh, to be near Edmund, her own son, to be his mother, whether he knew it or not. But what about Daniel? She admired and respected him, perhaps even loved him, his daughter as well. True, they had as yet no formal understanding, but he had made his desires clear enough, at least before today. Why had he not spoken? She could guess why. He knew how deeply she longed to be with Edmund. Could she forego a future with Daniel in order to be stepmother to her own son? But the alternative seemed even more difficult to conceive, for to refuse Mr. Harris would mean giving up Edmund all over again. From St. Teresa of Avila. Oh, poor little butterfly, bound by so many fetters, which prevent you from flying whithersoever you will. Have pity on her, my God, so that she may be able to fulfill her desires to thy honour and glory. Chapter 36. Time passed quickly, as time is wont to do. Daniel Taylor worked alone in his garden in Doddington, thinking back yet again to that day 15 years ago, when Charles Harris had come to his London home and changed his life forever. Daniel had been aware, of course, of Charlotte's long affection for Harris, and knowing how she longed to be with her son, Daniel had despondently guessed which man she would choose. Loving her as he did, and wanting her much-deserved happiness, he had excused himself from the situation. He did not come home from the Manor all that day. He slept, albeit poorly, in his rooms there, knowing his absence would make things easier for Charlotte, and, hopefully, less painful for him. He placed an ad in the newspaper for a new governess, confident Marie would suffice until one could be found. And he wrote to Dr. Webb, agreeing to take over his practice. He knew he might come into contact with the Harrises in Doddington, but since he surmised Charles would still be splitting his time between London and Cornwall, he did not think it would be too often to be borne. He was ready to leave London and its memories behind. He would leave the manor in the care of Thomas and his fine, understanding father.
Voices disturbed Daniel's memories, and he looked up to see a group of Doddington schoolchildren running onto the lawn nearby, kicking a ball. He hoped they would not trample his prized specimens, nor his entire garden with it. He recognised most of the children, and knew several by name. With the numbers of children scampering about the village these days, his practice stayed busy indeed. He was on his knees beside a swamp milkweed plant, searching each leaf, when the ball flew over the low garden wall and landed with a puff of dust beside his patch of sciatic cress. A girl, his favourite among the village children, leapt the wall neatly and went in search of the ball. Watching her, he could not help but be reminded of Charlotte Lamb as a girl. "Near the sciatic cress, Lucy," he said, returning to his examination of the chrysalis he had just found. "The what?" she asked, bent low. "The candy tuft, there." He pointed toward the small bushy plants with clusters of flat white flowers. "Voila!" The girl held up the ball triumphantly and tossed it back over the wall to her friends. But instead of clambering back over the wall herself, she came and squatted on her haunches near him. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Examining this chrysalis." After a moment he glanced at her. "Do you not wish to rejoin your chums?" She shrugged. "Not especially." She knelt there beside him amid the milkweeds. Now, close up, he thought Lucy reminded him a bit of Anne at that age. But Anne was all grown up now. "You do know about milkweed, do you not?" he asked. "I know Mr. Jarvis wishes you pull it from your garden." "That's only because he doesn't understand how important milkweeds are. Besides a whole host of medicinal uses, monarch butterflies lay their eggs on milkweeds, which is the only plant the larvae eat." Lucy looked at him blankly, clearly not impressed. "Monarchs are not native to England, but once in a while, every decade or so, they're sighted, blown here by powerful winds." "From where?" "Or the Canary Islands, or even as far away as the Americas, where they are as common as black flies." "From so far?" "Yes, but look here. This is really amazing." He lifted another leaf, exposing a beautifully luminous jade-green pod. "I do believe this is a monarch chrysalis, right here in my garden. If I'm correct, some monarch stopped here long enough to lay her eggs on my milkweed. The caterpillars hatched, ate this bitterweed to grow and for protection from those who would destroy them, then hid themselves away." "In a cocoon, right?" "Yes, that is the common term." "Is there really something growing in there?" "Oh, yes. It might appear lifeless or trapped, but only for a time. Inside it is secretly growing and changing, until it will emerge strong enough to live in the world and ride the wind." A magnificent black and orange butterfly alighted on a neighbouring plant, and Lucy gasped in admiration. "Is that a monarch?" "Yes," he said, equally awed, and watched as it fluttered and rose in the air. They both looked up, following its flight. Over the girl's head, Daniel saw Charlotte, the former Miss Lamb, in the distance, walking down the lane from the direction of Fawnwell. Out paying calls, no doubt. Watching her, he said wistfully, "See how beautiful she is when she emerges." Gaze still on the butterfly, Lucy asked, "How do you know it's a girl?" Daniel shrugged, not shifting his focus. "She is a survivor, strong and beautiful, a creature reborn." Someone called out to Charlotte, and Daniel saw her pause and lift her hand in greeting. 18-year-old Edmund Harris came trotting down the lane, smiling as he caught up with her. Even from a distance, Daniel saw the way she looked at her son, her brilliant joy that they were together at last, and he thought his chest might break for the flood of gratitude and pain he felt. At that very moment, Charlotte looked across the garden at him. Though they were far apart, they shared a knowing look, filled with wistfulness and poignant understanding. Daniel was happy for her, truly happy. But with the happiness came the sting, the awareness of all Charlotte had sacrificed. How had she done it? Why? He knew the why, but sometimes he still struggled to believe it. Charlotte, too, was thinking of that long-ago day when Charles Harris had proposed to her. On this day of days, how could she not? She still remembered Mr. Harris's earnest face as he awaited her answer. She remembered the surprise she had felt upon realizing her girlhood infatuation with him had faded. She had become too aware of his weaknesses, his previous, though regretted, betrayal. Still, she considered accepting Mr. Harris for Edmund's sake, if not her own. When Daniel did not return home all that day, Charlotte realized he already supposed she had accepted Mr. Harris. After putting Anne to bed, Charlotte sat in the sitting-room, waiting for him. At 9 o'clock, the door opened below, and she heard footsteps on the stairs. She rose and went to the sitting-room door. But it was John Taylor who ascended. "Oh, hello, my dear." "You worked late." She forced a smile. "Was Daniel there?" "Yes, shut away in his office." "Do you know if he plans to remain at the Manor all night?" "No, I'm afraid I don't know." He looked as though he might say something more, but did not. His weary face rose in a brief, sympathetic smile. "Well, good night, my dear." "Good night." She sat back in the armchair nearest the door. Some time later, she awoke suddenly. Dim light shone through the sitting-room windows. The clock showed 5:30. She heard cautious footsteps on the stairs, and with each step her heart seemed to beat faster. She rose and walked to the door, her hand on her stomach in an attempt to ease her nerves. Daniel, drawn and tired, stepped onto the landing, loosening his cravat. When he looked up and saw her there, he hesitated. "Oh, forgive me, I did not expect you up this early. I need only a clean shirt and I shall be gone again." He paused. "Tell me you have not been sitting there all night." She touched her hair self-consciously. "When you did not return, I grew anxious." Daniel crossed his arms over his chest, his face wooden, eyes averted. "Is there something you needed to tell me?" "Daniel," she began gently, moving closer, "if you are avoiding me because you think I shall marry Mr. Harris, then you are mistaken. I do not wish to marry him." How could she, when she loved Daniel, as well as Anne, so deeply? Daniel stood frozen, clearly as stunned as Mr. Harris had been at her refusal. But though disappointed, Mr. Harris had wished her every happiness, and assured her they parted friends. Daniel's brow furrowed. "But, Edmund—" "I know." She squeezed her eyes shut, then opened them again. "But it cannot be helped. I cannot have him and you both." She smiled tentatively. "And I want you." When Daniel did not respond, she reached out and touched a button on his waistcoat, giving it a gentle tug. He released a long, jagged breath. "Charlotte, are you quite certain?" She nodded. Shaking his head in wonder, he slowly reached out and cradled her face with his long, sensitive fingers. He leaned close, his blue-green eyes wide through his spectacles. he whispered, "I am afraid to believe it." She looked into those eyes and urged, "Believe." His gaze melded with hers for a long moment before lowering to her mouth. His eyes drifted closed behind a curtain of golden eyelashes, and he kissed her gently. Then more deeply. Then again. They were married by special license a mere fortnight later. Daniel's father was there with them, of course, proud and happy, Mrs. Krebs at his side. Aunt and Uncle Tilney also attended, as did Thomas and Sally, who smiled and wept throughout the entire ceremony. Although invited, the Reverend Mr. Lamb did not attend, nor did Beatrice. Charlotte felt their absence, but not too keenly. She was busy embracing all the joy and passion of her wedding day and married life. Even so, Charlotte regretted that she was never able to reconcile with her father. The Reverend, as distant and unforgiving as ever, died shortly after she and Daniel moved to Doddington. A kindly new vicar took his place and gladly welcomed Charlotte back into the church of her childhood. Beatrice also remained distant. Through Mr. Harris, Charlotte learned that Bea married a naval officer many years her senior and resided in London. Bea did send a brief note one Christmas, enclosing their mother's butterfly brooch. Charlotte's thank-you note and other letters remained unanswered. Charles Harris did not remarry. His mother, Mrs. Harris, rallied and provided Edmund a healthy regimen of maternal influence and nurturing over the years. Edmund spent a good deal of time with his grandmother in Doddington, and Charlotte was able to see him at village events or on the rare occasion Daniel was called upon to treat some childhood ailment or other. Edmund had even played with Anne now and then when they were young, and seemed to enjoy the company of Daniel and Charlotte as well. If he ever wondered at the reason for their heightened interest and many kindnesses, he never voiced the question. He remained, of course, completely unaware of his relationship to Charlotte. Hearing her son call her merely Mrs. Taylor was always bittersweet, but she resigned herself to living with that particular ache for the rest of her days. Charlotte's close relationship with Anne did a great deal to soothe that ache. Daniel's daughter knew about Lisette, but had recently confided that Charlotte had always been mother to her, even before she and her father had married. At Daniel's encouragement, Anne had long ago stopped using the endearment Missy, and began calling Charlotte Mother. Every time she heard it, she paused to savour the sound and think, what a lovely word. Epilogue. When Edmund Harris found me in my office and asked permission to marry my daughter Anne, I was at first astounded, then utterly amazed. The poor lad took my expression as hesitance and looked quite miserable. For one flicker of a moment I saw Charles Harris in the young man's face, and thought of disappointing him in some sort of belated revenge for the obstacles his father had placed between Charlotte and me. But I quickly banished the petty thought. Thinking instead of Charlotte as well as Anne, I warmly assured him of my blessing. I follow behind now as Edmund goes to find Charlotte to tell her the news himself. I want to witness this moment from afar, so as not to intrude on their reunion. I see them in the garden, standing close in conversation. Stepping nearer, I am just in time to hear Edmund's words to Charlotte. "May I call you Mother now?" She looks at him, stilled. Then her face blooms into a radiant smile. "Nothing would please me more." Anne comes out of the house, and I blink away unexpected tears, stunned all over again at what a lovely young woman our daughter has become. She walks, tall and graceful, to join Charlotte and Edmund in the garden. She laces her arm through Edmund's, and Edmund offers his other arm to Charlotte.
"He's told you our news, then, Mother?"
Anne asks. Smiling, Charlotte nods. She links her arm through Edmund's, placing her free hand on his, as if drawing as much physical contact as possible deep into her healed, but forever scarred soul. Lucy, our youngest, comes up behind me and puts her hand in mine.
"Why is Mummy crying?"
she asks. "Those are happy tears."
"She is happy?"
"Yes. She is soon to be the mother of the bride." To myself I add, "and groom." So we are to be related to the Harrises after all. Not the relationship any of us anticipated all those years ago, but the one God saw, designed even. Charlotte Taylor is my wife, my dearest friend, and as I stand here at the edge of the garden she has helped me tend so beautifully, here in Kent, watching her bright eyes flit from daughter to son, son to daughter, I see joy transform her countenance, her spirit soar to heights beyond early imaginings. I see her lift her face to heaven, and I know she is thanking God. From where I stand I join her prayer, thankful that He has transformed all the pain and sacrifice of the past into something so beautiful. I leave my solitary post and step into the garden, into the sunlight, thankful, especially that I am here with Charlotte, to watch her finally fly free.
The end.